The main character, John, tremblingly holds a paper in his hand with the analysis of his brain. He stands there, goosebumps running down his body and sweat dripping from his forehead. The doctor, sitting on a chair, answers him that it is better to try to get cured than to do nothing. But it is clear that these words do not give John faith. He, in complete shock, loses the paper with the analysis from his hands. John stands and looks at the doctor with complete confusion about how he can continue to live with such a disease. Our main character is sitting in the park near the hospital and talking to his mother. She asks him how the examination went and if there was anything serious there. He sits on a bench, completely at a loss, and replies that everything is fine. His blood sugar is just a little low and that this is completely normal, but it is clear that he is terribly worried and completely at a loss. After he talked to his mother, she apparently passed the phone to his sister and she asked him when his vacation was because he really missed her. He, looking at the dead fly on the wet asphalt, answers him that he also misses him very much and will come tomorrow. Then the joyful father tells him on the phone that they will buy fish and that his mother will cook it tomorrow, and in a joyful voice he announces that he will come for it tomorrow. He answers his father rather coldly. "Okay, I understand." But he thinks to himself that he didn't even think about telling his family about the bad news. John says that he should already get on the bus to get to the dorm. His parents are worried about him and tell him to be careful, and his sister says goodbye to him. The main character hangs up the phone and sits there completely bewildered as to what he should do next with his life. John starts to get very angry. It is clear that he is in a terrible state. You can tell from him that he is aggressive and confused inside. He is angry and hits his legs with his fists. Afterwards, he sits and holds his head with his hands. Tears are flowing from his eyes. They are mixed with the rain. He is terribly upset and sits with complete incomprehension of why death chose him out of such a huge number of people on Earth. The little sister looks at the sky and closes one eye as a drop of rain falls on her. He tells his dad that it will start raining soon, and his mom picks up the conversation and says that they can go home since they have already bought everything. A passerby sitting in an establishment sees a family wandering around the market at the moment when it starts to rain. He comes out of the establishment and shouts to John's father to go into the store, take cover, and enjoy the short rain from there. His father tells him that even if he sits in this cafe, he can still get sick, so it's better for them to go home and not get sick, because it really is starting to rain quite heavily and it's easy to get sick. A passerby standing at the exit of the cafe has come to terms with Papa John's decision and, advertising the establishment a little, says that the food there is simply excellent, while people having lunch in this cafe are talking behind him. He walks back in with a smile on his face. Even though he has a smile on his face, it is still clear that he is slightly dissatisfied and finds John's family a bit boring. He sits down at his table and asks the chef to bring him more. Apparently the food in the establishment is really good, since he is already taking more than one portion. The chef tells him that he has accepted the order. He continues to dine on rice and meat, and from his facial expression it is clear that he really liked the food, and he continues to eat insatiably, saying how delicious it is. The veins on his forehead are showing and a little sweat is running down his face. At this moment in the kitchen, the chef kills an animal, apparently for a dish, and blood gushes out. The boss is talking to a woman, apparently his wife or girlfriend. She tells him that things have been going great lately and that everything is fine with them. The dialogue continues and the boss says that all that remains is to pay off the debts. At this moment, apparently the little animal does not really want to become a dish and bites the person who decided to kill it. The chef cries out in pain. He looks at his bloody hand from the bite. It is clear that he is unhappy, of course. He was bitten quite hard by the animal, and his whole finger is now covered in blood after the bite. Sweat is pouring down his face, and he decides to stop the bleeding with his mouth so that it will somehow stop. Meanwhile, John started bleeding, and his girlfriend, wiping away the blood, asks if everything is okay with him. Apparently she is worried, but on the other hand, she is not against making fun of him and says that maybe he is thinking about something vulgar. Just before the bus, he asks him if he got caught in the rain yesterday. She wipes away the blood, still smiling at him. Whether he is thinking about something erotic or perhaps about her, he looks tired and asks her to calm down. John's forehead is dripping with sweat and he closes his eyes. In fact, he was remembering yesterday's conversation with the doctor and wondering why his nose bleeds so often. In his head, he thinks that if he didn't have brain cancer, he would have gotten closer to this girl. It's clear that he cares about her. They get on the bus, and the guys who bully him get on behind him, and one of the main guys is standing right behind him. The impudent fellow takes John by the shoulder and with a sharp push jerks him to the side. Our protagonist falls to the floor and, unhappy with the situation, says that it is the dog club that humiliates him at the end of each semester. The main character's girlfriend attacks Tim, who treated John very badly. But Tim tells her that he doesn't like how she acts and why she even defends him. Tim's sixes joyfully begin to shout for her to continue to protect her husband. From the girl's side, it looked terrible. She very boldly answers him that it is better to be his wife than him, and slaps away the hand with which Tim wanted to touch her. Tim's sixes say that she stands up for this brat every time, and Tim asks her not to interfere because it is not her business in his opinion. The boys also pester him about how he is not worthy of being called a man, but it is not John's fault that he was born with poor health and body. John holds back his aggression and clenches his fists tightly, beads of sweat already appearing on them. It is clear that this company has been mocking him, insulting him, and humiliating him year after year, and he cannot fight back. Tim, looking cool, walks past John, who is sitting on the floor, and John is thinking to himself at that moment how much Tim is boring and annoying him. John apparently gathered his strength. He was tired of putting up with this, and he wanted to stop all this bullying. John looks at Tim with a very angry look and can no longer restrain himself, thinking that he doesn't have much time left. He grabs him roughly by the cheekbones. John is completely bewildered. Tim menacingly brings it towards himself. John can no longer contain his aggression and snaps at Tim with angry eyes. Tim's look shows that he is very unhappy with John's actions and wants to do something unpleasant. He takes the main character and throws him to the floor with all his might, so hard that John lands headfirst on the floor and his phone flies out of his pocket. A phone that falls out of a pocket shatters into pieces. We are shown a hospital in the city where the main characters live. The news is reporting that people have gone completely crazy after eating game at a restaurant in the market. There's clearly something wrong with that restaurant. The father is worried about his son. He does not understand why he does not answer his calls, while the mother at this moment wants the father to stop calling and just send a text message, because the son is just going home. The father is perplexed and does not understand why the third brother has suddenly become so aggressive. Loud screams can be heard, and yet he recently had lunch in that very restaurant. The doctors are trying to calm him down, but it is clear that they are not doing a good job. The man is incredibly aggressive. The veins on his forehead are sticking out, and he is behaving very strangely. The father is worried about his brother and says that the only thing they can do is stay there. The mother decided to ask what he is sick with. The doctor is perplexed and doesn't know what to answer specifically because he has seen a lot of people with similar illnesses in just a few days. The father stands in complete shock and absolutely does not understand what is happening. We are shown some place with a name, and some sounds can be heard there. Now everything is becoming clear. The city residents are breaking into this establishment and waiting for an explanation from the chief as to why, after their relatives ate there, they ended up in the hospital with an unknown disease. One of the people is angry and starts to break down the door with something heavy, shouting in anger for him to open it. The crowd screams in anger and breaks into the establishment. After they broke down the door, they saw blood and flies all over the place. Something strange had happened inside. The tables are overturned. There is complete chaos inside. Everything is broken. There is blood everywhere. They decided to go inside, and there a terrible stench awaited them. People were completely confused as to what could smell like that. They all looked together at the door inside the cafe. From there come sounds as if someone is eating. Absolutely all the people have a complete lack of understanding. One person from the crowd finally overcame his fear and decided to go in and check out what was going on because everyone was interested. Literally a second later, he cries out in horror. We are shown a horrific picture of someone devouring a person with horrific sounds. Everything around is covered in blood and there is a terrible smell of rottenness. There lies a dead man. He must have died a long time ago given his condition. Flies are flying around and mercilessly devouring him. We are transferred to the bus in which the main character John is riding, from where we can hear screams that Tim should hit John harder and get rid of him already. He punches John in the face with all his might, causing the protagonist's nose to bleed. Tim grabs him by the shirt and tells him with a horrified look that how dare he bother him. John is lying in a very bad condition and can no longer do anything. John's friend Casey decided to intervene and began to interfere in the dialogue. Because she doesn't like everything that is happening now, she shouts at them to leave her alone. But they answer her that this is a male showdown and the boss is simply teaching him a lesson. Her eyes are filled with anger. She twists the arm of one of the offenders. He starts screaming in pain. He clearly did not expect this. He starts to apologize, beg for mercy. But Casey bends him more and more. I think this is the least he deserves. The driver is extremely unhappy with the situation that is happening in his car and asks everyone to calm down because it is distracting him a lot. But in response, he gets a slap in the face from one of the participants in the conflict. At one unexpected moment, the bus driver does not notice the man and hits him, and the windshield is also broken. Apparently, the impact was strong. The driver slams on the brakes. All the people in the cabin are in complete shock and are thrown from side to side by such a blow. Casey tries to hold on to the seat in the car, but it is obvious that it takes a lot of effort for her to do so. The driver immediately jumps out of the car after stopping and goes to see what's there. Blood on the front of the car and a broken windshield, that's all that's visible. One of Tim's six shouts out the window at the driver with complete displeasure, and the driver is still standing in shock near the bus and absolutely does not understand how this could have happened. Tim is shouting from somewhere on the bus about what the driver is doing. It is clear that everyone is unhappy with what happened. John tried to hit Tim, but he did a very poor job of it and only hit him a little. He looked at him with an angry look. Jack looks into his eyes and breathes heavily, blood dripping from his nose. Tim laughed and looked into the protagonist's eyes with a nervous grin, urging him to look at this dog who was still struggling. Tim raises his hand to strike and wants to deliver the decisive blow. A sharp knock on the window, a bloody hand with claws is visible on the surface of the glass. Tim was taken aback and could not complete the blow, looking at the picture in front of him. Noticing people inside, the zombie began to scream more actively. Casey and Tim were scared and sweat started running down their faces. A man sitting on the ground watches a zombie hanging on a bus and watching the people inside the bus. The zombie noticed a victim near the bus and turned its attention to more accessible prey. Having jumped off the bus, the zombie attacked the man and, having knocked him to the ground, sank its sharp teeth into the man's shoulder and began to eat him. The people on the bus were horrified by what they saw and jumped out of their seats, shouting zombies. Some started running away, while others stood rooted to the spot and simply watched what was happening. Tim reacted quickly and jumped up from his seat and ran to the driver's seat. Tim got behind the wheel and turned the ignition key. Tim presses the gas pedal hard, pushing it to the floor with all his might. The bus takes off and runs over a zombie and a man with its right wheel, crushing the zombie's head so that he definitely doesn't survive. Slowing down slightly, the bus continues along the road, taking passengers further away from the scene of the accident. In the rearview mirror, you can see the silhouettes of two bodies and a trail of blood left by the wheel of this bus. Tim, looking in the mirror, thinks that they got away with it and need to return to the city. A sharp scream from a passenger who is scared to death tells Tip to look ahead. Tim turns his gaze forward and is horrified, and a small bead of sweat runs down his temple. In front of Tim, who is sitting in the driver's seat behind the wheel, a zombie's head breaks through the windshield and the head penetrates inside the bus. Before Tim's eyes, he sees the open mouth of a zombie with a protruding tongue and sharp teeth. Tim, pressed into his chair, looks at the picture in front of him, and now he is convinced for himself that there is a zombie in front of him. Sharply turning the steering wheel to the left, the car makes a sharp turn and the zombie begins to fly off the windshield. Having caught on the windshield wipers, the zombie does not fly away onto the road, but begins to climb into the bus. The zombie begins to climb through the broken glass and reaches its claws towards the stunned Tim's face. After being wounded by Casey's rapier, the zombie falls motionless inside the bus. Shocked by everything that happened, Tim turns back to find out who struck. Casey stands in a combat pose, holding his rapier in front of him, with the shocked faces of the passengers visible behind him. Casey, with one kick, pushes the zombie's body into the open door of a bus that is moving at a decent speed. The bus simply rushes through the checkpoint at high speed. John sits in the lotus position on the floor of the bus, staring at the screen of his phone in front of him, while panicked screams from passengers can be heard behind him. John looks at the broken screen and his thoughts are only about one thing. Only his loved ones were okay. Tim's face was covered in blood and expressed irritation at what was happening in the salon. A small checkpoint booth was visible in the side rearview mirror. The bus pulls into a deserted bus stop, and inside the bus, people rejoice at their arrival. People slowly began to get off the bus at the stop where there was not a single soul. Tim was the first to get off the bus and started looking around, and behind him the passengers got off more slowly, talking about why it was so quiet. Casey walked off the bus holding Jack's arm and walking slightly behind him. Someone from the crowd of passengers shouted, pointing his index finger in front of him. The blurred silhouettes of a crowd of people were visible through the glass doors. Someone was squatting on the floor in a crowd of people holding his head. Having cheered up, the passenger began to joyfully shout that there were living people there. He jumped up and ran towards that crowd of people. The first glass doors opened, letting him through, and Tim watched what was happening and tried to stop him with words. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, the passenger said, "You won't believe what happened to us." The woman turns around with a terrible look, with red eyes. The passerby doesn't believe his eyes and looks at the woman in horror. Later, he notices that there is not just one zombie woman standing in front of him, but a huge crowd of the same monsters. But it's too late. He can't do anything and several non-humans attack him, one of which sinks its fangs into his shoulder. The loud cry of horror he let out spreads throughout the entire street, causing all the people to panic. Casey grabs John's arm, trying to pull him as far away from the zombies as possible. Everything could have worked out, but the zombie's hand is already reaching for her neck to grab and tear her apart. Just a little more and he would have succeeded, but John manages to push her away, thereby saving her from the attack. Due to his attempt to help, John falls to the ground, hitting the car hard, leaving him in a very dangerous situation. Casey realizes that she can't do nothing or they will die, and she quickly takes her sword out of her bag. John sits there exhausted. The only thing he can do now is watch. Without a moment's hesitation, his girlfriend swings her sword towards the zombie with great force and wounds his arm. John is very surprised for some reason. His gaze is not directed towards Casey. He sees a red car in front of him, with his toy in the back seat. John decides to move, but with great caution, so as not to catch the eye of one of the zombies. The front door of the red car is open. John is very happy about this and calls his mom and dad, hoping to see them inside. But coming a little closer, he sees an empty car interior and is clearly disappointed. A surprised look was directed at the car seat. John saw something on it. It was a phone with the screen on. He takes it in his hands, and before his eyes a correspondence with his father opens, in which the last message was a direct call to escape. John's eyes are welling up with tears, and he is shaking all over. He is overwhelmed with emotions, but having managed to contain them, he shouts loudly, "Dad!" still holding the forgotten phone tightly in his hands. Suddenly, a child's hand grabs him by the t-shirt. John turns around and looks through tears at the back seat of the car. All this time, his little sister was sitting there, scared and in tears. She says, "Brother." Seeing her, he begins to cry even harder. John is incredibly happy to see his sister alive and reaches out to her to hug and calm her down, while she tells him that their parents left and never returned. They hug tightly, John stroking his sister's head. She's still crying and asking her brother how he managed to come back. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a zombie tries to attack them. It breaks the glass in the car, the shards of which fly straight towards them. The zombie begins to reach out with his hand towards them, already climbing part of his body into the car through the broken window. It seemed like there was little left, but Casey appeared and was able to knock the monster to the ground. Her gaze is directed straight at the zombie. Holding a sword in her hands, she swings it. At that very second, the tip of the sword pierces the monster lying on the road. John, stunned by this whole picture, looks at the beautiful and fearless Casey standing at sunset, holding the sword that saved their lives. Casey walks up to the car and reaches out to John, who has been hugging his sister tightly the entire time. There are drops of blood on their savior's face and white t-shirt, and she calls John and her younger sister to come with her. They did not refuse and ran quickly towards her. They are in a hurry, so John picks up his little sister and runs for cover. Casey realizes that at this rate they won't have time to escape, so she pushes John in the right direction. With difficulty, they all manage to crawl into the closing garage. At that very second, the garage closes with a bang, creating a safe place where they can hide from the zombies. John looks towards the door with a very tired look. He exhales with a certain feeling of relief. The gazes of two guys who also look tired and shabby are directed at them. There were many people with them in the shelter who began to discuss the horror that had happened. The zombies intend to break the glass, getting inside, and the blonde comes up with an idea to send someone to the zombies, thereby distracting them so that the rest of the people can escape to a safer place. Indignant cries are immediately directed in his direction, because no one wants to die and sacrifice themselves to save others. Since no one wants to volunteer, the blonde chooses himself who he will send to certain death and grabs John's little sister by the hand. Naturally, Casey and John were very outraged by this and were against his actions. But the blonde doesn't pay any attention to this, as does his entourage. They are going to do something deliberate. The poor girl cries loudly and begs to be let go. John responds to her cry for help, pushes away the people who are in his way, and runs to save his sister. The blonde man scoffs at what's happening and offers to go out to zombie John if he wants them to let his little sister go so badly. The mockery doesn't end there, as Blondie kicks John in the face and tells him that he will die with his sister. John fell to the floor, clutching his head in pain. Out of the corner of his eye, the blonde saw danger. A sword was aimed at him, but he reacted quickly and was able to dodge the attack with a large wooden stick. It was a disgruntled Casey who was not going to sit idle. Their eyes met. Casey ordered them to release the child immediately. The blonde pushed the little girl and told his friend to hold her so that she wouldn't run away. The blonde man struck first, but Casey managed to stop him with her sword. The man advises her to give up before it's too late. While everyone is distracted by the fight, one guy suggests taking advantage of the moment and quietly throwing the girl out into the street, but the girl starts screaming. Other people just look at her silently, but do not intend to help her in any way. Meanwhile, John, who was lying on the floor, begins to regain consciousness and call for his sister. He still can't get up. His thoughts are filled with the bad results of his tests. John sees pleasant and warm memories where their family is all together. They clearly look happy. He remembers the doctor's words, who told him not to give up, because it was better than doing nothing. John is very worried. Questions arise in his head that make him cry. Remembering the current situation, he becomes helpless. John is gaining strength. His body is shaking, but he still crawls towards his little sister. As soon as she saw him, she immediately started calling for her brother, hoping that he would save her. John shouts loudly that he is ready to go instead of her. But in his heart, he understands that he does not want this at all. Surprised glances turned in his direction. Casey was the most surprised of all. John understands that he must do this to save his sister and, with a trembling body, rises to his feet. In a confident tone, he orders his sister to be released, assuring her that he himself can become bait for the zombies. He still manages to convince everyone and return his sister. He takes her in his arms. John reassures his sister that everything will be fine and that she has nothing to worry about. He tells her that he will find Mom and Dad and will definitely come back. But the girl doesn't want him to leave and abandon her. John pushes his sister away from him and tells Casey to take good care of her. Casey disagrees with John's decision to become bait and tries to persuade him. But John silences her by touching his index finger to her lips. He brings his finger to his lips, thereby ordering her not to say another word, because it will no longer be possible to convince him otherwise. Finally, John hugs Casey and his sister and tells them that he loves them. Casey looks at him with worried eyes. John grabs his sister's hand and tells her to always obey Casey from now on. He turns away from them and slowly walks towards the exit. His little sister cries after him. The guys who wanted to throw his sister out to the zombies are seeing him off, shouting at him to go and get lost. The blonde looks at John with a very stern look. John just looked at him impassively. The blonde man opens the door wide for John. John crosses the threshold, after which he is met by a crowd of monsters, who will soon turn their attention to him. Casey throws the sword to John so he has something to defend himself with. John catches it and holds it tightly in his hand. The sword gives him confidence. John turns his gaze towards the large number of zombies. Standing in front of a crowd of monsters, he tells himself that he must return. John begins to defend himself from the zombies, waving his sword, blood splashing everywhere. John was able to eliminate several zombies, but there are still a lot of monsters that intend to attack him. Things are bad for him. He doesn't have a chance to take a break. As soon as he fights off one zombie, another one immediately appears. Another monster, who was once a man, falls on the corpses of zombies lying on the road. John's sword becomes warped from the many blows it takes and will soon become unusable. He decides to run away from the zombies for a short distance. The ugly creatures began to scream angrily and follow John. A strong hatred for them awakens in John. He looks at them with disgust. One of the monsters stands with his back to him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, John points his sword at him. The zombie turns around and looks straight at John with red eyes. John is stunned by this. The zombie's look seemed familiar to him. It was his father turned into a zombie. But in front of him stood no longer his father, but a monster with greenish skin and teeth that could easily bite off human flesh. John couldn't hold back his tears or move as the zombie slowly got closer and closer. He becomes easy prey and the zombie pounces on him. John does not resist and allows the zombie to pierce his neck with its fangs. Other monsters want to bite him too. They attack our character, causing the protagonist to fall to the ground. He cries and remembers the image of his mother. This image corresponded to a zombie that had bitten off part of his flesh. John gritted his teeth in pain, tears and sweat mixing on his face. The zombies that used to be his parents continue to bite off his body piece by piece. Lying in a pool of blood, John hugs his ex-parents. He screams, denying what is happening, does not want to put up with all this. Tears stream down his cheek as he realizes his parents are right in front of him. The zombie's hand reaches for his eyes. A little more and sharp claws will dig right into him. That's exactly what happened. John lies helpless in his own pool of blood. All the people in the shelter are watching what is happening. Casey tries to close the eyes of the little girl, but it is very difficult for her to contain her emotions. John's strength is leaving him. He can no longer hold the sword in his hands. It just lies next to his hand. Casey screams pitifully and calls out loudly for John with tears. More zombies begin to approach the human body, eager to feast. The worst day in China has ended, and vultures are circling in the sky. They do not leave the corpse unattended and eat the remaining meat after the zombies. One vulture flies straight towards John with the same intention. Before landing, the bird already extends its claws to begin tearing skin and flesh. Her beak moves closer to John's pale, almost blue corpse. The vulture is ready to tear his skin, but then John grabs the bird by the neck, depriving it of its dinner. He looks at the bird with a contemptuous look. His eyes are red. John gained the strength to stand up. He bites the bird by the neck with his sharp teeth, preventing it from moving due to his strong grip. A splatter of blood nearly hit him in the eye. He loosens his grip and throws the now dead vulture to the ground. The bird's blood makes John vomit. He doesn't like it. All the zombies immediately turn around, and even from their faces you can tell that they are surprised. John gets to his feet. His hair became longer, his body stronger, his nails long, but his eye remained human. John has only one eye left to work, and he wonders what happened to me. He looks up in bewilderment. John sees a black and white sky in front of him. The clouds turned gray for him. The zombies' clothes are also in shades of gray. Turning his attention back to the zombies, he comes to his senses. John begins to remember what happened and how it happened. He realizes that he has been eaten by zombies. But John still can't understand how this is possible, because he was eaten by zombies. But he is still alive. He starts walking and thinking how this happened. John remembers how he stood idle while being bitten by zombies. Casey and his younger sister, who saw his brother being killed by monsters, come to mind. John gets the idea that they need to be found urgently. He ran towards the shelter where all the people were supposed to be hiding. But what he saw horrified him. The shop was destroyed. There were traces of blood everywhere. John calls his loved ones by name, hoping that they will respond. A certain sound caught his attention, and he looked in that direction. In front of him sat a fat zombie eating someone's flesh. A frightened John did not want to believe with his own eyes that zombies were able to get inside the store. As he stood there, one zombie reached out to bite his leg. Sharp teeth pierced John's leg. But John, as if not sensing this, headed towards another zombie. The monster sat with its back to him, not paying any attention to him. John was shaking from what he saw. The zombie had a bandage, a familiar bandage that belonged to Casey. John was horrified by this, but his horror turned into anger and rage, so he attacked the zombie. Another monster that bit his legs had its teeth broken due to the wound healing very quickly. John yells at the zombie that ate Casey. John wishes that it would be better if Casey ate him together. He calls his little sister. He is filled with anger. With his bare hands, John tears apart the zombie's skin, from which a fountain of blood gushes. His enraged gaze is directed straight at the monster. John swings to hit the zombie. With his blow, he breaks all of his teeth and sticks his hand into the zombie's mouth. John sticks his hand further in, telling the monster to give him back Casey's bandage. With all his strength, he pulls his hand and bandage out of the zombie. The floor is covered in blood. A zombie like this falls. John clutches tightly the pink, bloody bandage Casey had been wearing on her leg. He began to sweat and breathe heavily. In confusion, he wonders if he is really a zombie. John's attention is drawn to a sound coming from the boxes in the corner of the room. He decides to come closer to them. John pushed them aside and was surprised. He saw a very scared guy. John called him by name. The guy got scared when he saw John and started screaming zombie. John heard that the zombies were very close to them and it was dangerous. The zombies tried to get close to them, climbed onto the cabinet, causing bottles of water to fall on them. The guy was horrified. But John wasn't scared and swung towards the zombie. With one blow, he was able to eliminate two zombies that wanted to eat them. John's gaze was devastated. The boy recognized John and called out to him. John looked in his direction, but the guy was terrified. At that moment, a zombie attacks him. It bit him on the neck, and the last thing he managed to say, looking towards John, was the word monster. Aaron's dead hand pointing into nowhere and John standing in the shadows as if paralyzed. All wet from water and stained with the blood of the murdered Aaron, John is shocked by what he hears. The meaning of the words of the already dead Aaron dawns on John. Aaron's hand lies in a pool of blood that mixes with a puddle of water on the asphalt. The main character takes a step, but his legs feel like cotton wool. He can barely stand on his feet. John's legs gave way. He fell to his knees on the asphalt and began to realize the meaning of the corpse's words. John looks at his reflection in a pool of blood and realizes that he has just been called a monster. The figures of people sitting in blood against the backdrop of a scarlet sunset seem to hint to us that the main character is a part of them. John's shocked face reflected in a pool of water mixed with blood shows his complete confusion at becoming a zombie. He notices a zombie that continues to furiously feed on Aaron's defenseless body. John looks at the zombie, drawing an analogy with himself, and realizes that he is not just a zombie, but a monster. Aaron's face is frozen in a grimace of silent scream, and his glassy, no longer living eyes in which John's reflection can be seen. John lets out a sharp breath and realizes to himself that things aren't that bad yet and that he can still think for now. A scream is heard from the supermarket. The zombies instinctively turn towards the scream. John clutches his head with his hands and screams at the top of his lungs. A flying cylindrical iron rod. The iron bar flew up to his head and hit him right on the back of the head. From the strong blow, John begins to lose consciousness, his eyes closing. He lies unconscious next to an iron bar. Some company approaches, discussing how noisy zombies are. Clint puts his foot on John's head and tells the others that he may already be dead. Michael got carried away and smashed the head of one of the zombies with a homemade bat while Clint was descending on the unconscious body of the main character. Clint ties John's ankles with regular rope. Stock shakes off his hands after the work he has done and tells the others not to get carried away. Otherwise, they will quickly become exhausted and will be of no use. Michael grabs the tied-up John by the legs. Michael drags the protagonist towards the exit. We are shown a truck parked outside a closed store. He threw John behind a parked car. The main character lies on a pile of zombies, and someone reports that John is the last one. Clint leaves the room. The others begin to gather, and someone gives the command to leave. The main character lies unconscious with the rest of the zombies tied to the bumper of a truck. Clint smirked as he threw the metal stick over his shoulder. Approaching the truck, Clint turned to the rest of the guys and noted that the catch today was excellent. The car took off and began to pick up speed. John's body was thrown from its place and dragged behind the car. After all the work done, Clint allows himself to rest a little and drives in the car with his eyes closed. While the protagonist is unconscious, moments from his life flash before his eyes. He remembers the moment when he was not yet a zombie. John opens his eyes and doesn't understand where he is. He sits down on the bed and looks around the room he is in. The main character looks into another room while calling his parents. He looked into the kitchen. There was no one there, but on the stove there was a saucepan without a lid from which that pleasant smell was coming. John walked up to the pot and decided to see what was so aromatic there. In the pot, tender-looking meat was boiling, which would later turn into soup. The main character involuntarily swallowed at the sight and smell. Just one look made him want to eat. John stares into the pot, his eyes fascinated, his gaze never leaving the meat. The hand itself, as if living its own life, reaches out to the saucepan. Not paying attention to the fact that the broth in the pot is hot, John suddenly plunges his hand straight into the pot and grabs the meat. In John's red hands, from the high temperature, lie pieces of delicious meat. His eyes became wild, his pupils narrowed, and his eye color darkened. John, as if mad, began to eat meat like an animal. The mother entered the room and, looking at her son, who was sitting on his knees in front of the oven, called out to him. John, having stopped gobbling up the meat, not expecting to be called, jerked and began to turn towards his mother. The appearance of the main character was terrifying, because he had disheveled hair, a maddened look, eyes as if covered in blood, claws like those of a predator. Mom, seeing this whole picture, did not recognize her son in everything she saw and screamed at the top of her voice like a zombie. As if waking up, he came to his senses and felt sick from the picture that appeared before him. The main character felt disgusted. He stepped back a little and couldn't come to his senses. His sister was lying covered in blood, saying, "Brother?" And underneath her was a huge pool of blood, and the blood that was on his hands was also hers. Sweat poured out, and John felt sick at the realization of his actions. He couldn't believe what he had just done, and the main character screamed at the top of his lungs. Moving away from his memories, John woke up, but at the same time screaming his little sister's name. The grandfather holds greens and seasoning in his hand, and the boy holds a ladle, and they look at the screaming main character with very surprised eyes. John is all wet and doesn't understand what's happening. The atmosphere around him is like some kind of bathhouse. The grandfather and the boy were so frightened by the sight of John that the grandfather fell and dropped the leek from his hand, and he himself fell to the ground. The main character, standing naked, looks around to the sounds of his grandfather's cries, as if assessing the situation. But it never dawns on him what kind of place this is. Looking down, he is surprised by what is happening. John is standing in a bathtub filled with water, and there is a whole fire under the bathtub. They wanted to make soup out of it, and all sorts of spices, leeks, onions, and carrots were floating in the water. John looked at his hand and noticed that there was a lot of onion. Hearing a loud roar, John raised his head in fear. The zombies were hanging tied to the beams, and although they had homemade gags, it didn't stop them from growling much. The main character's mouth opens involuntarily at the picture he sees, and he simply doesn't understand what's going on here. Some kind of abandoned building. It's clear that no one has been here for a long time. Someone threw an inhaler, calling out beforehand so that it would be caught. Without even looking in the direction of the flying inhaler, Clint easily caught it right in front of his face. Clint stands with an inhaler in his hands, and behind him the rebellious guys shout, saying that before they gave out 5 pieces but now only 1. Fred stands. Clint clasps his hands and looks down at the others, as if putting himself above them. And Leo, adjusting his glasses, answers the crowd that the rules have changed. After these words, Fred showed his sarcastic smile, as if mocking. Clint and Michael are surrounded by Fred's guys, but Clint stands calmly. But Michael is already on edge, and suddenly Fred demands 20 zombies from them, and Michael thinks this is a mean act. Leo, standing to the right of Fred, begins to look at them from under his glasses, showing his bright, wheat-colored eyes, and explains that medicine is currently the most scarce resource, and if he does not save, then even he will not get anything. Clint was getting a little tired of this topic. Standing and twirling his snow-white hair around his index finger, he smiled and asked them to stop lying. Fred looks at this picture with irritation, and Clint, still with a slight smile on his face, with his eyes closed, stands and winds a lock of hair around his finger, and Fred asks him again in bewilderment. Fred stood in a closed position while Clint, putting his iron pipe on his shoulder, told them that he heard everything. Clint's face changed dramatically. It became angry and had an ominous aura about it, and he said, "I know you want to deceive us." This phrase brought Fred to his boiling point. Almost shouting, he said, "How dare he?" Clint, saying that he was already getting on his nerves, jumped up and hit Fred with his pipe. Fred's men did not expect such a turn of events. No one had dared to attack their boss before. Fred's men were scared after Clint's words, and one of them shouted at them not to come closer or they would be killed. Fred's entire team came to their senses and decided to call out to him, but no one could move. Everyone seemed to be standing around him, and Fred seemed to be slightly bent over and holding his head with his hand, where the blow had been dealt, closer to the temple. Fred's rage soared to the sky. His eyes became bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth and said, "Pitiful puppy." In a rage, Fred swung his arm to strike, his eyes turning white as he screamed "Die" at Clint as he prepared to strike. Fred's fist flew past an unfazed Clint, who dodged it without any problem. Clint's hand suddenly grabbed and squeezed Fred's shoulder. Clint effortlessly pushed Fred, sending him flying face first onto the floor. Clint, his hair shadowing his eyes but with one glowing red eye visible, swung his iron pipe at Fred, who was on all fours in front of him. Dark figures of Clint, who has completed a blow to Fred's head with an iron pipe against a red background. Fred and Leo's men look on in shock as Fred's unconscious body falls after being stabbed with a metal pipe by Clint, dripping blood. Out of breath, Clint exhales as he takes the medicine and then says that he is very sorry that he has asthma. After taking the medicine, Clint puts the pipe on his shoulder and notices as he exhales that sometimes it even irritates him. Fred's evil people were doused with gasoline and were confused. Clint, wiping his pipe on Michael's shirt while he remains silent, turns his pipe towards Fred's men and tells them that they now need to be dealt with. One of Fred's men examined himself and smelled the liquid and assumed it was gasoline. Clint stands above them looking down at them, but their eyes are hidden by their hair, asking, "Did you really think you could beat me?" And on either side of him stands his gang with open bottles dripping with the remaining liquid. A matchbox and a match appear in Clint's hands, and he carefully lights the match. The match lit up in front of Clint's face, who looked quite intimidating, and he said goodbye. "It's time to barbecue you," to which Fred's men begged for mercy. The figure of the grandfather in the hat, who not long ago tried to boil John, appears in the suddenly open door, and he calls the boss. Fred's men sit motionless in fear, while Clint, match in hand, turns to his grandfather with a silent question. The zombie's hand grabs the grandfather's head and drags it away before he has time to say that there is a zombie there. Clint's eyes showed that he was surprised while someone sighed in the background. John, bare-chested, appeared instead of his grandfather and asks all the people in the room who is in charge here. Clint stood in a tense pose as if ready for anything, and looking at John, who was coming closer, he thought to himself that he was that same zombie. Clint's thoughts left him in shock, sweat pouring down his temples. He remembered how he put his foot on John's head. Unexpected memories cause a lit match to fall from Clint's hands, and Clint and Jen look at the flying match in mute fear. Someone shouted that there was gasoline here too, and John's gaze was focused on the match falling into a puddle of gasoline. Something flew past Clint, at a speed that was imperceptible to the eye, the wind ruffling Clint's hair. Clint froze, staring ahead with his hair disheveled. Behind the motionless Clint, who simply couldn't imagine that what had just happened was simply impossible, stood John after he quickly caught the match flying into the gasoline. Small coals fall from John's clenched hand and smoke rises. John turns and, looking at Clint's back, asks the question about what he needs to explain. Clint lowered his head slightly, covering his eyes with his bangs, and thought to himself that he was a special zombie. Clint's hand tightened around the metal pipe, and he no longer cared that John, who stood before him and looked at him with a question in his eyes, was special. Clint, having jumped up from his place, set for himself the goal of knocking the main character off his feet and raised the pipe for good measure at John standing in front of him. John easily stopped the metal pipe with his left hand, which was aimed at hitting him in the head. John looked up and clenched the pipe in his hand without any effort. There was a tense silence between John, who was holding the now broken pipe in his hand, and Clint. The realization of what was happening came to Clint's mind, thinking to himself that he was finished, which left him disappointed. After Clint's pipe became unusable, John threw it right onto the floor and hit the concrete with a characteristic sound. Clint's group stood behind him, and only Michael decided to call out to him, a little afraid and stuttering. The two stared at each other with stern eyes. Clint opposite John. John stands in front of Clint, who curses, "Damn it." The main character looks forward with a straight face and makes a remark about asking a question. John is surprised by Clint falling suddenly to the floor. Clint fell to the floor, bending over the main character's feet, shouting for him not to kill him. John is surprised by Clint's actions and does not understand what is happening. Clint screams as if begging for mercy and says that he shouldn't have stolen it and that he was wrong, while the main character calmly approaches him. When John approached Clint, he fell on him, hugging him by one leg, and continued to make excuses. "I made a mistake for the first time, forgive me." Clint's company was shocked by the behavior of their boss. Clint continued to beg for mercy. "I will do anything for you." John looks down on everything that's happening, and words flash through his head about what the hell is going on here. John grabs Clint by the scruff of the neck like a cat to get him back on his feet, while agreeing to their pardon. The main character, turning his head towards Clint's company, says that they need to talk. Fred's men in gasoline and Leo sit on the sidelines watching everything and shaking with fear. John sits on the floor with his elbow on his leg, and the rest of Clint's company sits in front of him and listens to his story, while Clint sits on some boxes to the side. Clint, sitting with his back to the others, greedily drinks water, and John is already finishing his story about how he became such a monster. After Clint's shaky story about his life, his company briefly repeated the story as if trying to clarify all the details for themselves, but they couldn't understand how he had retained consciousness. John sat and stared into space, silent while the others tried to digest the information. An empty, crushed bottle of water fell to the floor, which Clint had been drinking while saying, "God, this is so romantic." Clint turned around on the boxes to face the main character and, crossing his arms over his chest, spoke about sacrificing himself for his sister and lover and said, summing up, that it was nice. Clint raised his index finger and looked at John and said, "What if he told him that no one he knew was eaten that day?" John couldn't believe what Clint was saying, but he went on and said that if they had been eaten, there would have been skeletons left. Clint closed his eyes and put his hand to his chin and continued to think that if he hadn't seen their remains, then most likely they were still alive. Clint opened his eyes and looked at the protagonist. They too became zombies. Clint's words threw John off balance, and he sat with his eyes wide open. People stood in front of the boiling bath and couldn't understand why others didn't kill the zombies. They looked at the hanging zombies and talked about calling the boss. One of the zombies' rope broke. Amidst the screams of people, the zombie fell into the bath fire. The zombie's arms and legs were still tied, and he was writhing in the fire, growling. The smell of burning zombie flesh reached the people, and they froze. One person started drooling and said, "Wow, that smell." John says the zombies are screaming. Everyone turned and looked at the back of the leaving protagonist, and Clint asked where he was going. John stops and turns his head in their direction and says that he must find them. John, leaving, hears Clint's words about how he is going to look for them. At the word, Clint takes a step towards the main character. Clint smiled softly. Clint, throwing his arm over John's shoulder as if hugging him, continued to ask him to unite with him. Clint's team was shocked and one screamed. Clint turned his head in their direction, looking at them with an irritated look, and only made a clicking sound. John remembered Clint knocking him out earlier, and Clint turned his head back to him. Brushing Clint's hand away, the main character said that he didn't understand why they were catching zombies, and also that he didn't trust these people. As John left, he continued, "Since we don't trust each other, there is no need for such proposals." And Clint, looking at his back, noted for himself that he was refused. Clint lowered his head, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes, and looked at John's figure as he silently walked out of the room. Clint, who had an ominous aura about him, turned towards the one who interrupted his conversation. Clint twirls his hair around his finger and angrily asks who gave him permission to butt into the conversation. The audacity of such a prank made Clint angrily hit the man who dared to interrupt their conversation. The frightened people, seeing this, tried to protect this unfortunate newcomer, who had been under Fred's command for relatively little time. Pleased with his sudden impulse to punch someone, thereby venting his anger and emotions, of which there had been more than enough in the last few minutes, Clint smiled triumphantly. Clint was very pleased with himself, which is why he continued to smile and stare at the back of John as he left. John continued his vague direction along the corridor, thinking about the incident involving Clint that had happened just recently. Suddenly, John heard some sounds coming from very close to him. The main character, without thinking twice, abruptly opened the door of the room from which mysterious and interesting sounds were coming. The main character's surprise knew no bounds. It was written in his gaze, which expressed nothing but surprise. There was a disgusting smell in the room, the source of which was the scattered and dismembered corpses, of which there were a lot. Distracted from his not-so-boring occupation, the unhealthy creature turned his attention to the unexpected guest who dared to interrupt them. Without thinking twice, it pounced on John, who continued to stand like a stone with an unreadable expression on his face. There was a lot of emotion on the main character's face, which indicated that he did not expect to see something like this. The stench that was in that little room quickly made its way into every room in that room, quickly reaching Clint and the others. The man standing behind Clint decided to make a joke about the not very pleasant smell at his own risk, to which the boss rolled his eyes, knowing full well that he was surrounded by a bunch of idiots, nothing more. The red-haired boy, sensing danger, tensed up in anticipation of further actions from his opponents, whom he had not yet seen. Suddenly, a zombie's hand broke through the wooden door that was behind the guy and almost hit his face, passing literally a few centimeters away from him. With lightning speed, the zombie bit into the neck of the guy, who did not have precious time to think about this situation. The relatives of the already dead man looked at this with open horror and fear, which they had never experienced before in their lives. Following the first zombie that broke through, as per the script, the rest of its kind came to do what was destined for them. They frightened the cowardly people who were afraid for their useless skins, instilling horror that was reflected on their faces. But out of nowhere, an iron pipe appeared in someone's hands and flew at someone's face at great speed. In front of the guy's face, who had previously managed to say goodbye to his life, splashes of blood poured from a zombie that wanted to kill him. Clint himself came to the aid of this unfortunate boy, becoming a world-class hero in the process. John was also trying to deal with the horde of zombies that surrounded him. The main character's face showed great surprise at the realization of what incredible power these creatures possessed. With all his might, John pushed away the zombie that was trying to harm his life. The tired and distraught protagonist looked at his opponent with a proud and victorious look, realizing that his opponent was defeated. The zombie, from such a force of impact, noticeably weakened and sank to the floor, no longer able to resist the main character. But the other zombies, without wasting their time, also continued to attack John, not giving him a single minute to rest. John, embittered by his opponents and tired of the recent battle, became enraged, deciding to deal with them once and for all. Clenching his fingers into a fist, the protagonist swung it with great force to deliver a blow. Taking out all his anger and fury, John hit several standing zombies with one blow. The protagonist noticed out of the corner of his eye the approach of his opponent, who was about to attack him. The zombie was trying to kill the main character with incredible speed, but before it can take even a couple of steps, it flies off in the opposite direction with the same speed. Clint came to John's aid, killing the crazed zombie with the same metal pipe. John was surprised and showed it openly. He did not understand Clint's intentions. Clint, standing on one knee, continued to finish off the zombies. Rising to his original position, Clint smiled at John, putting all his words and thoughts into this small yet necessary gesture. But these were not the last of their defeated opponents. The rest of the zombies continued to advance towards the main characters. Clint, pretending to be a great hero and, at the same time, a savior, prepared for a new battle, covering the rather surprised John with his back. Standing with his back to John, Clint said something to him. John feigned resignation at Clint's position. He wanted to tell Clint something truly important, something that had been tormenting him for quite some time, which made Clint freeze in anticipation of the question. But suddenly, John and Clint hear someone screaming and yelling their way. These were the surviving people of Fred and Clint, who were also running away from the maddened zombies, rushing to help the main characters. Because John didn't have time to voice what he was going to say, there was irritation and anger on his face. Clint quickly took control of the situation, including the idiot and talking complete nonsense. But the zombies don't wait and continue to advance on the people, showing with their whole appearance that they are ready to fight. Now Clint and John will fight side by side, helping each other to survive. The surviving people run to the main characters to help them cope with such a large number of zombies. Zombies surround the main characters on both sides, ready to attack. John is determined and ready for a new battle, knowing that today he will not remain a loser, because he has a small team that will help him in case of a threat to his life. Meanwhile, someone is trying to make a hole in the wall to get out of the chaos that surrounded the survivors. It was none other than Leo himself, frantically trying to save his worthless life. The surviving people swam near the room, hearing very strange sounds coming from it. There seemed to be no end to the zombies. There were too many of them. They continued to attack with the same fury and horror. But John was much stronger than a bunch of these freaks who, without realizing it, were walking to certain death. He scattered them with one powerful blow. But the zombies did not give up, continuing to fight the main character. One of the zombies managed to jump and bite into John's neck. John, without expressing any emotions or feelings, looked at this zombie who had attempted to kill him. But then his face contorted into anger and fury. John grabbed the insane zombie by the hair and began to pull him away from his neck. With all his might, John threw it aside, amazed at the audacity of this zombie. John then jumps and kicks the zombie in the face, but it continues to scream. But before he could kick him, John suddenly stopped, his face expressing complete surprise. The main character has a question. Who could stop him from such an action, which brings a lot of pleasure? Lower your head, Clint. The protagonist sees palms clasped together in order to stop him. Turning his head, John notices white hair that belongs to Clint, who has a death grip on the protagonist. The main characters shout at each other, trying to convince each other of opposite things. Clint holds John's back firmly, wrapping his arms around him and blocking him from making even the slightest movement. The iron pipe that was thrown down by Clint after seeing the scene lies not far from them, while the protagonist continues to hold John. But despite this, the zombies continued to attack Fred's people. No one could stop this chaos. There were too many of them. Michael, realizing the danger of the situation, hastened to warn people that they could not cope. Because Clint was distracted for just a second, a zombie suddenly appeared behind him and was about to attack. "Oh shit," Clint cursed, looking at his opponent with a surprised look. But someone's hand grabbed the head of the crazed zombie from Clint in time. None other than John rushed to help Clint, looking him straight in the eyes with a look full of positive feelings. Clint was taken aback by the meaningful look opposite him. John squeezed the zombie's head with incredible force, preventing the zombie from harming Clint, who in turn seemed to have a lot of emotions on his face at once. Clint's face was pressed into John's shoulder, causing his face to twist, and behind him, the sound of the zombie's skull cracking could be heard as it died with only seconds left. John's face showed the determination of the actions he was about to take to save Clint's life. Pressing as hard as he could on his opponent's skull, John tried to kill the zombie, whose blood was visible, indicating his imminent defeat. Clint lay on the floor trying to process what had happened. Michael and the blonde boy stared at the people in front of them in confusion, silently praying that Clint was okay. Michael looked at Clint's legs sticking out of the cave, preparing himself for the best outcome. Clint screamed, slightly shocked by what he had experienced a few seconds earlier. Clint stared at John, trying to piece together the puzzle in his head, not understanding the intentions and motives of the man in front of him. John looked at Clint with a warm smile, thinking about his actions. Out of breath, Michael and the blonde guy ran into the room to make sure Clint was safe and sound. Michael asked the fair-haired guy to help him so that he wouldn't stand like a stone. But suddenly he was grabbed by the same zombie that had tried to kill Clint a few minutes earlier. John stepped on his foot with great force to prevent an attack on Michael. John looked at the zombie with sadness, realizing that just recently this was a healthy person who, perhaps, had a family, friends, a job. Michael behind him understood the essence of his thoughts, and the fair-haired guy recognized his father in this zombie. The maddened zombie did not understand his actions, so he grunted something inarticulate and tried to get up to continue fighting. But suddenly he was gagged with a bottle of gasoline, which was shoved into his mouth, which is why he, not understanding this action, looked at everyone with emptiness in his eyes. John looked at him one last time, thinking about something of his own. Suddenly John lit a match, which instantly flared up and illuminated the cave with a dim light. John remembered his long-ago conversation with this zombie when he was a healthy person. Realizing that he is doing everything right, John slowly brings a burning match to the mouth of his old acquaintance, who has a bottle of a highly flammable substance in his mouth. Everything around is consumed by tongues of flame, which mercilessly take these creatures from the world of the living. In the midst of the fire, a man's face is visible, expressing horror that will now remain on his face forever. John, Clint, Michael, and the blonde guy watch the fire as it consumes the room and takes the creatures with it. The fair-haired guy, realizing that he has lost the most precious and valuable thing he has, without holding back his emotions, begins to cry from the accumulated resentment and pain. Clint silently looks at the fire that he himself recently wanted to start, which would have killed Fred's people. John looks back with regret and sorrow at what he had done just seconds earlier. The smoke from the fire continues to rise towards the sky, as do the souls it took with it, leaving no chance for survival for the already dead zombies. The heroes continue to look at this. Perhaps each of them is thinking the same thing now. Mentally saying goodbye to everyone, John turns to face Clint. Clint really wanted to help and give moral support to John, who was passing by and closed his eyes to keep from showing even more emotion. Trying to find words of gratitude and support, Clint looked meaningfully at John. John continued walking, listening to every word Clint said to him. Seeing no reaction from John, Clint decided to ask him about the most important thing. Clint's gaze was determined. He was eager to understand what exactly John wanted from him. Hearing the question addressed specifically to him, John stopped, not believing what he heard, and he was running through possible answers in his head, so he was in no hurry to turn around and answer Clint. In a few measly seconds, Clint mentally fainted 7 times, had 3 strokes, cut out his tongue, and managed to say goodbye to his life without understanding why he blurted it out right now. Without answering his interlocutor, who was eager to know the truth, John looked at him with the most charming and sincere smile he was capable of. And John, miscalculating his strength, pushes Clint in the stomach, as if turning the entire dialogue into nothing more than a joke, thereby relegating this conversation to the future. The force of the blow twisted Clint in half. A small trickle of blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyes expressed a problem of world scale, which puzzled John a little. Michael and the blonde guy were surprised by this prank and were noticeably worried about Clint's condition. John grabbed a surprised Clint's hand to help him. He then slung it over his shoulder so he could carry it himself later on without causing discomfort to Clint, whom he had almost injured in the last few seconds. Pleased with this prank, Clint looked at John with a smile and calmness. But suddenly for everyone, the car, which could have safely left this territory, also caught fire, depriving them of the opportunity to move. No doubt this left everyone confused and surprised, so they just stared at the car. We have nothing to leave on. We are doomed. No one will help us. We will die. The fair-haired guy panicked, realizing the absurdity of what had happened. Unexpectedly for everyone, Clint, who was hanging on John's shoulder, managed to slap the little guy, shouting that he had no right to throw around such phrases. Michael tried to defuse the situation by calming Clint and covering the boy with his back, who, not expecting such a turn of events, began to roar again, and John accordingly tried to calm the man who was screaming and yelling, cursing the little one. But out of nowhere, everyone heard a sarcastic laugh from Leo, who smiled falsely. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to the new participant in this idyll, switching their attention invariably to Leo. He twirled the keys to the car that belonged to him on his finger, hinting that he had a way out of the situation right in his hand. Clint looked at Leo with some contempt and distrust towards his person, thinking that this could be another setup. Leo smacked himself on the forehead, mentally marveling at his caution. But time waits for no one. If he didn't hurry right now, soon all that would remain of him might be his name. Leo turned to everyone present, asking for help, clasping his hands together, showing that he needed them now more than anything else. Finding the car that belonged to Leo, he inserted the key and turned it. Wiping beads of sweat from his face, he realized that the car was either broken or out of gas. Looking at the other cars, Leo tried to think of something new that would help them get out of there. Adjusting the collar of his shirt, which clearly revealed his agitation, he announced to everyone that he had run out of gas. The company looked at Leo with a very unreadable look. They were mentally exhausted and very tired. Clint, with not very good intentions, approaches Leo and expresses a look full of anger and fatigue. But suddenly Clint's eyes fall on something that will help solve his little emotional problem. Clint punches Leo in the face with all his might, causing him, in turn, to fly with his entire body into a small motorcycle that was parked nearby. Michael supports Clint's actions, while the fair-haired guy is noticeably worried about Leo's condition due to his young age. Clint and Leo yell at each other, venting all their hatred and dislike. Clint and Leo are distracted from their conflict by the sound of chains clanking nearby. While the two were arguing and fighting, John found a solution to their problem by bringing a bus. Everyone gathered looks at the bus driven by John, and Leo is the first to enter. Leo looks inside the bus to make sure it is completely clean and there are no signs of zombies inside. Finding nothing suspicious, Leo, Michael, and the blonde guy board the bus in deathly silence. Michael and the blonde guy try to keep quiet so as not to continue the conflict that recently happened with Clint. Leo is noticeably nervous about the people in the same salon with him. John continues to stand outside, looking mysteriously at the moon, which has only recently appeared due to the clouds finally clearing. John looks somewhere into the distance, at the horizon, and thinks about something of his own. Clint, who is also standing outside the bus, expresses gratitude for the quick solution and for saving him, distracting John from his thoughts. John smiles at this, showing that he does all this with good intentions. Clint leaves John with a mysterious smile and enters the bus. Then we are shown other events, and we see that a guy named Will is running as fast as he can, trying to escape from a zombie that is catching up with him. The unconscious creature continues to chase the guy in order to commit lynching on the man. Will runs into a trap that he himself designed and built to combat such unhealthy creatures. Will is being chased by a whole crowd of zombies who are trying to catch up with him and kill him. Will falls to the ground, showing the zombies that he is defenseless and unarmed, so that the zombie woman can quickly jump after him and do what she has been chasing him for all this time. The zombie does exactly as Will originally intended. She did exactly as 100 others before her. Will smiles at the genius and resourcefulness of his well-thought-out plan, which will help get rid of at least some of the zombies. The zombie raises his hand to strike, killing the man lying a few centimeters away from him. At that moment, Will jumps to the side to prevent the zombie from killing him, and the zombie falls to the ground. Will looks at the zombies surrounding him with hatred, not understanding how humanity could have come to this. A crowd of zombies, completely unaware of anything, walk towards their target, but are deeply mistaken, thinking that they will kill him the next moment. With one wave of his hand, the hero strikes a match and throws it onto the ground, which has been doused with gasoline. All zombies instantly find themselves in flames that will take their souls. Will looks at the fruit of his labor, at the fire, and at the once healthy people who are now burning alive. The human settlement that Will lives with thanks him for his work and well-thought-out plan. The zombies continue to scream from the fire, not understanding anything. All the zombies were burned alive in the fire, leaving behind ashes and clothes. In the kitchen, someone's soup is cooking, and it's about to start boiling, enchanting you with its delicious aroma. The village elder pours soup and pieces of meat into a bowl. Fred, with an unhealthy smile on his face, drags a little girl by the hand, who is crying and resisting him with all her might. Fred and the headman are talking to each other, mentioning something about a good day. In the dungeon sit the rest of the very frightened people who do not understand the reason for their presence here. Fred kicks the front door of the dungeon to enter. The mothers hold their babies close to them, looking tired and scared. People are very scared and do not understand the essence of what is happening and the reason for the visit. Fred drags the little girl to a bowl of stew, who in turn resists. A human organ is forcibly stuffed into a girl, thus conducting an experiment to see if it can be eaten. The girl, overcoming her disgust, tries to chew what was forcibly stuffed into her. Fred and the headman watch the girl's reaction closely. Continuing to cry and scream loudly, she was still able to swallow the organ. Fred and the other people rejoice at the success of the experiment. This stew is poured into bowls to feed other people. All the people pounced on food, which is in such short supply in these difficult times. The girl continues to cry and does not fully understand what is happening in the world now. A wonderful night. A beautiful crescent moon. Its pale light and a cool breeze in the middle of the forest, which develops the crowns of the trees, scattering leaves on the ground. John carries an entire bus on his back, with the same ease as if a small child were playing with cars. The dead man felt suddenly alarmed, as if his heart was beating faster. He is perplexed by certain sounds that probably only he can hear. Clint notices something odd about John's behavior and tries to ask about it, waiting for an answer from his silent friend. John's injured eye snapped to the side. Now he was definitely paying attention to something more important. The sky is painted in bloody shades. The light and pleasant atmosphere instantly becomes oppressive, as if the sky will fall on everyone's head. It's not for nothing that the atmosphere has become so oppressive. Crowds of hungry creatures are mindlessly following the bus. What a horror it is to meet these monsters in the middle of a dark forest. Their skin is already peeling off. It is gray like ash after a fire. But one thing definitely distinguishes them from ash. Unfortunately, the wind will not scatter them to the four corners of the world. Clint noticed the threat and was very scared because such a crowd was approaching them. John demands that Clint and everyone get on the bus without making any unnecessary noise. The bus passengers are in a panic. Some have already lost hope for the future and can only wipe the condensation off their glasses. John went to scout out the situation from the zombies and how they would react to him. The dead were already on his heels, but something was bothering him. Their goal. They were looking in a completely different direction. If they were hostile, they would attack our hero in that very second. The creatures walked past John as if he were one of their own kind. Apparently, they only hunt people, which is both good and bad, since they can use this to pretend to be someone other than a human. John was shocked. They walked around him, continuing on their way as if he were a spirit to them, mindless creatures over which some virus had taken hold. The danger has passed them. On their part, it was even some kind of impudence. John was already preparing for battle, and they brazenly bypassed him. Michael can't believe they just left without taking a bite out of everyone. Clint calls John again, who finally pays attention to him. He decided to make fun of his dead friend and says that other dead people put themselves above him. One of the subordinates suddenly screams and points towards the zombie. Everyone paid attention to their friend's announcement, and it was really something worthwhile. The dead were heading towards a village inhabited by people, which foreshadowed the worst consequences. The crowd of the dead found a more interesting target than a small bus and decided to wipe out even a small village. Leo hopes that they won't be able to decide to go after them, which is why he's shaking like he's in the freezing cold. Clint is not happy that the dead are heading to the village, and he needs to make a decision quickly, otherwise it will be too late. John knocks on the bus window and asks everyone to take their seats and secure themselves properly. He grabs the steel chain with his blackened hands and prepares all his strength for an instant jerk. John's last sentence makes even the most fearless person tense up, as he has planned something that should get them to the village in a matter of seconds. Everyone buckled up because this might be a one-way ticket for them, their destination. John only forgot to hand over the fare, but he didn't forget to take care of their safety, whether everyone was wearing seatbelts, whether anyone needed to get out. Their eyes have left their sockets. No seatbelt will save them from such a ride. John runs with the bus behind him. Such strength is very frightening, and the speed is amazing time after time. The bus finally stopped hovering in the air and descended to the ground. The hero is serious and will destroy any obstacle in front of him, raising it to the ground. The dead prove to be a poor obstacle for our hero, and each of them sets off on their final flight. A cloud of smoke rises into the sky, Now the apocalypse has begun to manifest itself somehow. A flame-like inferno flared up in the hayloft, releasing clouds of smoky smoke. The dead still reached the village earlier, which is not good. People are greedily eating meat that looks like the flesh of the dead, and it's even worse than a regular zombie attack. Consuming such food produces its harmful fruits, just as the strongest drug turns the brain into mush and the body into a shell. The stinking flesh of the dead attracts with its smell and makes its victim enjoy food for the last time, receiving unimaginable strength and placing the mind in a wooden box and under the ground. One of the madmen, between meals, turns his attention to someone standing next to him. He smiles like a madman at his guest, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. The madman brings part of his dinner to a certain boss like a servant. The boss does not refuse the local delicacy in the form of dead man's meat, which destroys the very personality of a person, after which it is better to expect the ending in the form of a rope, soap, and a stool. The mysterious boss turns out to be John's longtime offender, Tim, and even here he's up to no good, forcing his subordinates to eat zombie meat. The sycophant was permeated with the smell of roasted dead flesh, mixing this vile smell with his sweat. Something has distracted our bully from his meal, and perhaps it's worth reminding him that the zombies are already hot on his heels. Tim notices that among the tongues of Inferno's flames, the dead rise from the lands, thirsty to devour more and more flesh. The boss immediately scolded his subordinate. The bowl of soup was smashed to pieces, and one blow knocked down a grown man. First of all, you need to escape from a crowd of zombies, but this is not about Tim, who needs to beat up his subordinate. He sends him to close the door from the dead, but understands that this is the wrong choice and death is inevitable here. The monster's fangs are sharp as a razor, and once they get close to their victims, they will leave no living place on them. The fat man understands the danger of his actions, but does not even try to escape, and then looks at his future death. He calls Tim, hoping for help from him, but you can't expect much from such people. Tim pointed his crossbow at his ally. He is a natural leader, but also a tyrant, even if he makes himself hated. He plays the role of a villain very well. No matter how self-confident and cool he was, his face showed concern, mostly for his life. The fat man can only agree with his master's decision, distracting the dead from the boss himself, as Tim says, sacrificing pawns. The fat man points his hand towards the door and his whole body trembles with fear, as if an electric current had been sent through his veins. He was captured, and it is unlikely that he will escape the clutches of death, or even do anything at all. He has no choice but to scream at the top of his voice, hoping to be saved. The dead hand grabbed the fat man, and the rest of the dead will not go without lunch, so they will probably break off another tasty morsel from the meaty man. The screams spread throughout the room, but it does not help him in any way. After being bitten by a zombie, he will either be eaten or become a walking dead. The fat man no longer has a future because of his greedy, arrogant, and unscrupulous boss. His eyes were full of sadness. His face was filled with fear and pain. Now he realized that his world was plastic, a world of substitutes. His boss was a rare freak who cared only about his own life. The others are just finishing their meal while his ally is being devoured by the vile creatures and is already heading towards them. Shouts and screams filled all the empty space in the room and beyond. Tim continues to despise the fat man, even though he briefly held back the zombies at the cost of his life, and the seconds he held back for them could save many lives. It's incredible. John's little sister is alive, but for how long, since the zombie is already looking at her, and all she can do is tremble with fear and cry. Tim's cruelty and terrible disposition are striking, which forces him to commit the dirtiest deeds. John seemed to hear his little sister and rushed towards her at full speed in order to save her from the clutches of the evil dead. He throws the bus around, trying to stop it, but it seems like the passengers won't be happy with the ride. The noise John makes carries over a long distance. John finally managed to get the attention of his brothers, and maybe now they will start attacking him and he won't have to chase them. John's shadow, invisible against the pale moonlight, slowly creeps closer to his enemies. The dead also stare at him, waiting for the moment to attack and kill instantly. The silhouette has appeared, and the monsters don't even know what kind of monster they've gotten involved with. The monsters are already approaching, and John is just beginning to prepare a deadly attack for them. They surrounded him. What would he do? What would come to mind of an intelligent zombie? He grabs the chain, probably preparing to attack the bus, no matter how harmful it might be for the passengers. John instantly spread his legs apart and prepared his stance for an attack. He swings the chain with ease, and the bus will move any minute and destroy a couple of dead people's lives. Even on the dead faces of the zombies, fear appeared, which appeared because of the impending danger. John is so powerful that he sent a couple of already dead creatures to the Guardian of the Scales, where they are destined to burn to ashes. He grabs the chain with both hands, indicating that the creatures and passengers were very unlucky to be nearby. Here it is, the look that destroys all the hopes of enemies, that burns the retina to ashes. A Ferris wheel for Clint and the whole gang, as well as a wheel of fortune for the mind-dead creatures. Whoever was lucky survived. John screamed loudly, in order to strike fear into even the most fearless of the dead. Blood, stones, and monster carcasses flew up into the air. That's how strong John was after his transformation. A cloud of dust hovers above the ground, obscuring the view of the remaining enemies. He let go of the chain, indicating that the ride was over for Clint. One warrior in the field, one for all the walking corpses, the only one who became a walking corpse and remained intelligent, having received incredible strength, vitality, and immunity to zombie bites. The bus was completely destroyed, as if it had been in the most dangerous accident. John asks the survivors not to be afraid of him, as he is the only peaceful zombie on the entire Earth. People continue to shine a flashlight on him and continue to distrust him, since it is not typical for zombies to be adequate. The light blinds our hero, but thank God he is prudent, and not like Tim, his complete opposite, an angel and a demon, a cat and a dog, fire and water. John asks to stop shining the flashlight at him, as it was really annoying him, and he would have continued shining it if he hadn't been told. The flashlight fell to the ground and scattered light around, which is good in the middle of the night. The man's eyes are full of fear, which made him drop the flashlight, and he is probably holding on with difficulty, screaming, and running away from here any minute. The dead look in John's once dead body instills horror even in the people he saved. Everyone ran away in different directions, and it really hurts when people judge you with bias, when you are reasonable and they call you a monster, when those you saved run away from you. John remained silent, but he definitely didn't like this attitude, even if they can be understood. But it is also impossible to treat them so prejudicedly. Clint and the whole team have been through a real nightmare, and they are not at all happy with such trips. John walks towards the village in his red sneakers. One of the previously familiar club of our hero's offenders, who mocked our hero, now begs for help. How much the situation changes people. He tries to save himself and asks John not to attack him, so hopeless and weak. John has one goal, because he understands that if his offenders are nearby, then his only remaining relatives and friends are also nearby, and he should hurry, because his sister is already on the edge of a knife. He enters a dark room of a village, shrouded in mystery and darkness. John's giant shadow fell on his little sister, whose tears even created bruises under her eyes. What horror she experienced. It is hard to imagine what wounds on her soul were lodged deep in her heart. He calls her name, tries to come closer, but what will her reaction be when she sees a massive zombie in place of her brother? John tries to reach out his hand to his cute little sister. She reacts like a real person. Screaming and yelling is typical on her part, since she has already seen a lot, and now a dead man is reaching out to her. This reaction scared him. He probably couldn't expect that the last person close to him would reject him. The hand stops abruptly. The tension has increased, and it is unlikely that anyone after this could hold back their tears, which filled his eyes with constant moisture after such an attitude, as if the sun was going out. He is in shock. His face is filled with despair. His body is frozen. Even in the body of a dead man, he does not lose human emotions, feelings, and affection for his loved one. The little sister continues to scream and ask for salvation, calling for her brother, who is standing right in front of her. John is full of uncertainty, but still tries to convince his little sister. His pupils narrow to the smallest size. His fear of losing his little sister when she was right in front of him, when he saved her and he could touch her. His legs are weak. He can't react any other way to how his own sister rejects him, and his love and devotion is astounding, as even his health is at risk when he is so worried about his loved ones. The body aches, and the heart is pierced through. This is the most terrible feeling for a person, because no matter how strong you are, it destroys you from the inside. He is already ready to fall. The strength leaves his legs, and a stone falls on his soul, which proves his humanity. John was thrown to his knees, as if before an execution his head was placed under the blade by the cruelest executioner, a close person, because he can heal any wound, but also deliver the deepest blow, cutting off the head from the shoulders. The atmosphere is oppressive, leaving even the deadest zombie with no soul. Small, defenseless, and a real crybaby. But her willpower can be envied, since she did not lose hope for her brother's life and believed until the end, although she saw his death with her own eyes. John justifies her fear by saying that he is similar to a ghost, which is why she feels afraid. He continues to justify himself to her, but it's all for her sake. The poor girl huddled in a corner so that no creature would touch her, so that her brother would save her. How much horror they had gone through, John, who was eaten by his own parents, his little sister, who had survived the death of her parents and the indirect death of her brother. He hates himself for his weakness and promises himself that he will never let his family be harmed again. Her tears stopped. She probably realized who was in front of her, and this should make her very happy. Her gaze cleared. All kinds of shock were written on her eyes. Tears froze and evaporated against the background of shock, like a second wind for her. She saw in this dead man John, her brother, her dear one, her only joy, like a sip of water in the desert. A pale, overgrown, but still sensible brother who will stand up for his little sister. She finally decides to take the first steps towards her brother, who has disappeared for such a long time. The dew on my cheeks begins to evaporate, and the atmosphere is painted with new, bright colors. The little sister touched her brother as if he were a strange animal, as if he had appeared at the most unexpected moment. And John's face changed. His gray world was colored by a loved one. Like that same old song that gives the brightest old memories that you would like to return to for a few minutes or think about it. A truly childish joy on her part, the most sincere joy a person can experience. Her shock cannot be measured, as she's already speaking about herself in the third person. He also tries to hug his dear one with his rotten hands. He hugs her with all his might and promises to never leave her again. Clint places his hand on John's shoulder, interrupting a long-awaited reunion between brother and sister that might never have happened. He is not trying to distract them from their reunion, but wants to warn them about something very important that should interrupt the celebration of John and his sister. Those who ate the flesh of the dead began their transformation, as evidenced by itching, pain, and a strange cough. One of the allies notices everything that is most important time after time, the most far-sighted one in the whole team. He pointed to the man who was crushed by a rock, and his leg was definitely not feeling well. He was shaking all over and holding himself up with difficulty in his arms. John entrusts custody of his sister to his friend Clint and asks him to look after her so that he can look after that man. The girl continues to worry about her brother and does not glance in the other direction, so as not to lose sight of him, so that he does not get lost over the horizon. John approaches the man with each step in order to examine him and find out what is happening to him. The man's face has already fallen. He is clearly not feeling well, but John still naively questions him in the hope that he is in good condition. The teeth are sharpened, and the man can only talk about meat. His transformation into a dead man continues, and the danger is just as great. A copious amount of secretions comes from his mouth, as if a bear were reacting to honey and a dead man to living meat. The most animal instincts are awakening in him. John was shocked to see a zombie awaken before his eyes, a creature from his worst nightmares. This transformation is very frightening. The virus alone changes everything in a person, from appearance to personality, which disappears under the pressure of the parasitic virus. Clint pointed out that the man was mutated and shouted after John to be careful. John's reaction was lightning fast. He instantly responded to the dead man's attack and slammed him face down into the ground. Such a blow should leave a mark on the ground and the stone should split. John looked at the dead man with some anger and was ready to grind him into dust. He orders to take cover in front and move forward to scout out the situation on the way. They agree with his order and they should hurry, since the boss of the whole gang of flesh-eaters of the dead. Clint calls everyone to find shelter from the zombies as quickly as possible. Walking corpses are already gathering behind the destroyed wall and the rest need to hurry. Otherwise, John alone won't be able to save everyone, no matter how strong he is. The dead can still speak, but their words seem to be programmed, and they can only endlessly beg for food, as if their stomach is a pit of burning waste. All food burns up within a second. John still holds his enemy's head, but even after such a blow, he shows signs of life. Whether even such a strong blow could not extinguish the torch in his life. John noticed his vitality, which makes every dead man much more dangerous and makes him the highest level of evolution. The dead man's face is buried in the ground, where it should have been expected long ago, but an evil virus makes a doll out of it for its reproduction, for energy and protection. As soon as you relax, a mouthful of sharp teeth flies at you, which will bite through metal and crush stone into dust. John is not that weak and easily stops his own kind, grabbing his head to carry out the execution. He is terribly irritated by the behavior of the dead, how they attack without even figuring out who their enemy is and how strong he is, so to speak, asking for trouble. With one movement of his hands, John sends the zombie to the next world, quite ironically, to die twice in his life, where one of the lives is just mindless consumption of meat. John is truly special. He is not a human, but he is not a zombie either. But on the contrary, many factors make him different from everyone else and separate him in the same way. There are already a lot of dead people, and they were all once people, but their heads were enslaved by a virus, and it is unclear whether they are in pain. John notices that the situation is getting heated, and he needs to hurry to everyone. One of all the madmen has not yet turned, but if he ate meat, then he does not have long left. There are already many rotting spots on his body, and enslaving the mind for the virus is not difficult or quick. He begs for help from our John, but where is his boss, whom he trusted so much after all? A man will lie down under anyone in order to survive. John has one goal, and he needs to move towards his team. No little thing will stop him. Tim is so terrible that he experimented on his subordinates, forcing them to eat the flesh of the dead, which leads to even more destruction and allows the virus to spread even more. It is already difficult for the man to ask for help. His mind becomes clouded, as if from the largest dose of a drug. The parasitic virus enslaves the mind completely, leaving only a shell. His face depicts fear, pain, and despair. His half-rotten face embodies all his emotions. Before and after, a second decided the future life of a once human being, now a walking corpse. Now he is like a mad dog who just wants to bite off a fresh piece of meat. John is very irritated by such a terrible virus that plunges this world into the abyss of despair. A virus that separates a person from his loved ones, and so suddenly. He turned to face his enemies, showing them some respect. The situation is so hopeless for every eater of dead flesh that they enjoyed until the end of their death. The dead man rushes at John, but only seconds ago he asked for help, and it was him that John should help. He, as the dispenser of justice, asks himself whether he deserves it or whether he should die without suffering, which is already mercy. A terrifying grimace of a dead man, as it is rare to see someone who can open their mouth so wide for their victims. The dead man's face instantly turned to mush, just from one blow from John. John dealt one strong blow to the dead man, and with such impudence looking at him and finishing him off with each new blow, hitting the elbow into the arm with such aggression that he could no longer attack or eat anyone else. John's terrifying scream that strikes fear into even the most insane of dead people who don't give a damn about any fear. The terrifying hands of the zombie are already reaching out for the spoils, waiting to feed on human flesh. Everyone closes the door to the monsters at once, and it is unlikely that anyone will help them from the outside. They can only hide in the shelter and wait for John to arrive. Michael is already losing hope of survival due to the number of monsters. He asks Clint about what to do next. Even if there is no hope for the future, only fate decides their future. All they can do is wait and hope for a wise decision by fate. Hope for the guidance of fate, although it is one and the same. Someone unknown instantly rushed past Leo and touched him. Whether it was striving for someone and striving so hard, not seeing anyone in front of him. Someone grabbed our Clint, and this someone apparently came with bad intentions because they called him a freak. Clint knows this guy, and their past comes back to haunt him because he would have to have a lot of courage to come back here and get hit on the head by this guy. Clint and the girl were thrown back to the door. The team is in shock from such events. Everyone is trying to help them. It turns out that this guy is our Clint's father, and the woman holding him is his mother, and the family is clearly expressed, since the father is quite angry with his son. The scientist and the entire team are shocked by what they see and stand with their mouths wide open. The blow left Clint bleeding from his mouth, and everyone else wanted to help him. The father points to Clint and orders the mother not to protect her son, since he allegedly wants to exterminate his entire family. Clint cheekily mocks his father, as he rarely thinks about the fact that they are a family, and perhaps the father himself is the root of the problems in the family. Clint's cheeky smile never leaves his face, and he continues to mock his father, as he probably hates him, and it's mutual. He likes the fact that he can mock his own father, who apparently went to great lengths to achieve such treatment. Someone from the highest building looks at everyone, shining something. He watches John's battle with the dead and may be preparing something for John himself. The surprise was a familiar arrow from a crossbow from a familiar freak. John masterfully sends every dead man flying, as if he had dedicated his entire life to exterminating walking corpses. The guesses turned out to be correct, and the previously familiar crossbow belonged to our boss Tim, who cannot aim at John because he is too fast. A certain beauty tries to be cheeky to Tim and claims that today is clearly not a good day. Tim immediately sensed the audacity in her words and asked again what she had said. The beauty turned out to be John's girlfriend, whom he lost and whom he loved so much, but sacrificed himself to protect his cute little sister and beautiful friend. She points out that all the bad things came back to Tim like a boomerang, since he taught people to eat zombies, and now they will eat him. This caustic phrase really hurt him, and she might not be well off after such words, knowing his character and bad temper. No one knows what she expects from her words, but her face, full of misunderstanding, suggests that she does not know what can await her. Tim, like the most evil villain, mocks the girl's words, not realizing that he is in a really dangerous situation, but his self-confidence overshadows his prudence. He began to laugh even louder, which confirmed his incredible confidence. Tim dropped his crossbow and was apparently preparing to strike the beauty or simply hurt her. He grabs the poor girl by the neck and starts to strangle her like the most impudent freak. Such cold-bloodedness towards the one he loves, he will not even hesitate for a second. Throw the love of his life into a crowd of zombies in order to survive. She is in pain, but he does not stop holding her by the throat, saying that she has no right to contradict him. But he cannot stop, and obviously, she has already received punishment from him more than once. He brazenly grabbed her by the most tender and inviolable parts of her body, like a real freak who only deserves to burn in the flames of inferno. A terrible rapist who plays the role of a villain perfectly. The beauty obediently obeyed him and even burst into tears, which was painful to even look at, the worst feeling. Tim is so terrible that he took one of this beauty's legs. This freak cut off her leg so that she would be submissive to him and only him. His impudent gaze pierces and frightens our heroine with its hot breath. Everyone would like to grind him into powder, make a sieve out of him. She finally understands the horror that stands before her and the danger that awaits her. Grabbing the neck in a death grip, he holds it in the air with one hand, which is amazing, since you need to have a lot of strength to do this. Something stopped him, but it's unclear what exactly. Perhaps his conscience, which was absent, woke up. She begged for death, and he didn't like that, and he threw her on the bed so that she would never speak like that again. She started coughing from this, and clearly she doesn't deserve such treatment. No matter how insolent she was, he deserved it himself, because you can't force someone to be nice. He looks down on the beauty, who is out of breath from every blow he strikes. Tim breathed a sigh of relief, probably to calm down and quell his anger. He's trying to apologize. What a two-faced freak he is who needs to wear a straitjacket to treat his narcissism and anger. The girl clutches her chest to catch her breath, because every breath of air is important to her, especially with such a tyrant who will sacrifice the most important things in order to survive. He promises that this will never happen again if she is obedient and never talks back to him again, but at the same time he demands good treatment. How quickly his character changed in a matter of seconds, so that she would not be angry with him, since he loves her with all his heart. But if she were an ordinary person, she would be food for monsters. Tim brings his hand to the girl's face, explaining that she shouldn't think about the man who died more than 6 months ago, and she is only his. The clever girl immediately bites Tim and bites his finger until it bleeds. Perhaps she was greatly offended by those words on his part. Scarlet blood gushes from Tim's finger, and he doesn't like such impudence from her. Tim turns his evil gaze on the beauty, whom he will definitely kill after this. She slipped past him and quickly tried to grab the crossbow, probably to protect herself from the tyrant. He understood her intentions and quickly decided to stop the beauty so that it would not come to stupidity. Her fingers are already on the trigger, but for some reason they are pointing in the opposite direction, and she doesn't look like a stupid girl who would hold a gun incorrectly. She pointed the crossbow at herself because she doesn't want to be with him at all and would rather die than suffer with him. The trigger is already moving and foretells the death of the valiant beauty who remained faithful to her beloved, even after his death. Tim is furious at such a brazen but reasonable trick. Our heroine is very smart, since she managed to get around the cold-blooded tyrant who thinks through every action and takes this world by the tail. The girl didn't have time to fire a shot, and her crossbow flies in a completely different direction. One blow to the beauty's hands and her whole well-thought-out plan goes down the drain. The shot still happened, but the arrow flew out the window to the other zombies, including our John. Although, according to Tim, he had been dead for 6 months. He is shocked by the determination of the beauty, who is ready to die so as not to be alone with him within 4 walls. He was perplexed by the fact that he loved her to the point of losing his mind, ready to deprive her of her legs so that she would be his thing. It turns out that her death is one of the outcomes of the plan, and she wanted the arrow to fly towards all the dead people so that they would know where to go to find the boss of the whole gang. He was shocked by what his beloved said, and he realized what she had planned and where it would lead. The arrow was fired towards the window and flew towards the dead, which did not bode well. Now the dead will chase him, because the brilliant beauty's plan worked perfectly and she can only brazenly mock him. Tim looked out the window with a face full of fear, as he had a lot of problems that he couldn't solve. He runs to the window to see the reaction of the dead to the shot fired at them. This coward glanced out the window slightly because he was very afraid. But someone like him would find a way out of such situations anyway, due to his cold-bloodedness and lack of any mercy. Something shocked him very much, and this something is very dangerous for him. All the dead are defeated, and among them all stands John, who put the bodies of all the zombies on the ground and was definitely looking at our boss. But what is most frightening is that he caught the arrow in flight, and his same reaction allowed him to see this arrow, which flew out at a distance of about 50 meters. John's gaze turned towards Tim, and knowing his speed, Tim would soon have to meet him face to face. He doesn't believe who caught his arrow, whether it's an ordinary dead man, and whether he's very similar to an old acquaintance. John pathetically bent the base of the arrow and pressed his gaze on each of his enemies. He realized who this dead man was, and he would be in trouble if they met. He runs towards the girl, her legs naively not understanding what could have scared even Tim himself so much. Tim grabs his beloved by the waist in order to take her with him and run away as far as possible. The scoundrel grabbed the beauty and carried her with a quiver of arrows to the exit of the house. His memories began to awaken, as he does not believe that John is still alive. But he was brutally torn apart by zombies in front of his eyes, and it could not have been otherwise. Tim's legs quickly lead him out of the house, so that he can escape from John faster and faster each time. He instantly flew out of the door, where the dead were already waiting for him behind his door. But Tim turned his attention in a completely different direction, and apparently, John was already running in his direction at full speed. It all turned out to be true, and John was already hot on his heels, as he literally found himself in the backyard of the house in a matter of seconds. Tim is surrounded, but he doesn't yet know about the zombies behind him, which is even more dangerous than John, who is not hostile to people. Tim finally understands that the person in front of him is definitely not a human or even a dead person, since ordinary people and even zombies do not have such power. The freak is completely shocked by the speed and strength of our main character, as well as the fact that it was a hero he had previously known, whom he had bullied at the end of each semester even before the apocalypse. The growling of a dead man can be heard in the background, and Tim takes notice. The zombie was already behind him, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to save Tim. He is not even afraid of the fact that there is a dead man behind him, an old enemy in front of him, and he has nowhere to go. It is unknown what John will do. Protect Tim from the dead man, or give the dead man the opportunity to eat him and then kill him too. John effectively and just as instantly destroyed the danger with one movement and spared his enemy. The boss can't even hold his beloved on his shoulders. How can he protect and cherish her? The dead are trying to get into Clint's hideout and feast on every little person in the room. John sends one of the undead into a crowd of his kin with one kick. Clint's fists are covered in blood, and even humans are fighting. He deals blow after blow to his father so that he finally understands that he should not constantly bother him. The man loses a couple of his teeth for every blow from his son. The scarlet blood that flows like a river from the father's mouth has already painted the entire earth with its color. Mother begs and pleads not to continue the senseless family fight, the only one who thinks sensibly in such situations. The whole team is confused about what is happening here, as no one expected such a family meeting between Clint and his father and mother. Mother, already on her knees, asks them not to fight anymore and to resolve everything peacefully, which is impossible in their family. Clint believes that he is not worthy of life, and he came back home just to kill him, just to get rid of his parent. She is shocked by what her own son said, but still hopes that everything will end much better than she thinks. Clint pulls out a knife and is clearly determined to end everything here and now. Beaten half to death, the father lies on the ground and has no idea that a sharp blade is waiting for him at his throat. Clint is determined to win and is ready to plunge a knife into the heart without any regret and send his father to the afterlife. Suddenly, he is stopped by a roar behind him, which was probably created by our John and arrived just in time. Pieces of wood fly in all directions. Michael tries to cover John's sister and somehow protect her. The finished-off dead flew into the doorway and broke the doors themselves against the backdrop of a cloud of dust. Clint understood who stopped him and nervously kept silent, since he could say too much, thereby leaving for the next world without even taking revenge on his father. In a cloud of dust, John himself appeared, dead and alive at the same time, a dead man with the mind of a human, the strongest zombie of all. Clint notes that he arrived just in time and got to the most interesting part. John looked at his ally with distrust, as he became mad with hatred and reckless. A crowd of the dead is defeated by one zombie man, who is so strong and fast that he was able to defeat all the zombies in a matter of minutes. Tim is on the brink of life and death, and can only sit in clouds of dust and await his fate. The poor beauty has suffered a lot, and only one person is to blame for it all. She tries to open her eyelids, which become heavier with each new event. The girl languidly tries to pronounce the name of her beloved, whom she lost 6 months ago, who sacrificed himself to save her and his sister, hoping for their happy life, in which he was wrong. A wonderful sunset against the backdrop of the apocalypse. Where is the sky of a real dystopia? Gray from emptiness or red from spilled blood? The most terrible dream appeared before the girl's eyes, as she saw memories of how her beloved died. And that beautiful sunset would never again seem so beautiful, so wonderful to her. How she screamed from moral pain when the dead took bites out of John, when she tried to close her sister's eyes so that she wouldn't see this horror with her childish eyes. While John distracted the zombies, Tim decided to break the glass and run as far as possible. The glass broke easily, and sharp shards flew in all directions. Tim grabs the beauty who is holding the girl who wants to return to her brother and breaks out of her arms. She was able to escape from the hands of the beauty and cannot understand the danger that lies outside the windows. The girl sees nothing through her tears and strives for her brother, but he sacrificed himself to save her. The beauty calls her to return to her and run as fast as she can. One of the zombies has already approached a small, stupid girl who does not listen to her elders when it is really worth doing. The zombie is already in front of her eyes and she can only stand there frozen, like a deer in front of a truck. John's beloved breaks free from Tim's arms and rushes towards her sister to save her. The scary monster has already struck terror into the girl, and she can only drool in front of him. It's unbelievable he bit a girl, and she apparently doesn't have much time left to live, and all because of one stupidity. Still, the beauty managed to save the child from the clutches of the monster, and she, apparently, was able to survive, since, as they say, the girl fulfilled her duty to John. The girl can only cry out of emotion, although she put everyone in danger. The girl probably didn't have time to escape and was wounded in some part of her body. The dead man bit her on the leg, the very leg that Tim had cut off so that the virus would not spread throughout the girl's body and leave her in a completely desperate situation. She still continues to believe that John is still alive. The stage of denial does not give her peace. Her tears are understandable, as she experienced the loss of her leg, her loved one and family. She was forced to live with her hater, and it was as if all the worst things happened to her. The girl cannot see dead John in front of her, cannot believe that he is dead, that he was eaten by his parents. Tim saw that she was bitten, and he had to make some kind of drastic decision quickly. His gaze lit up with a golden flame, and he was serious, without any mercy. He snatches the axe from his brother's hands and runs to save his beloved so that she can survive. The dead man was killed, but his leg was completely saturated with the virus, which in a matter of seconds spreads throughout the entire body, enslaving it. Tim has no choice but to cut off his beloved's leg, and there is no other way. Cold-bloodedly and without hesitation, cut off the diseased limb and give her the opportunity to live on. The veins on the leg are already bulging, and a purple spot has covered half the leg, which means that the virus is already spreading throughout the body. Tim swings his axe hard to make sure he cuts off the legs and doesn't regret it. Blood spurts in all directions, and Tim put all his strength into the blow, even if it was his one, the one he loves so much. The severed leg lies further away from the body, a pool of blood covering the entire ground around it. What a strong will she has, because anyone would have already fallen into pain shock and would not even be able to shed tears. And she cries not even because of the pain, but because of the loss of her loved one, who suffered much more than she did. The clever girl reaches out to John's cold body, who is unlikely to ever respond to her. Still, there is not a drop of life in John. He is dead. It is all over for him. Now our heroine is drawn to John, who is alive, but not the same as before. Having become a zombie, he has not lost his mind, which should be complete happiness for both. She calls him, to which he does not react in any way, standing in a cloud of dust. Our beauty asks to look in her direction, so that John would at least look at her, so that he would protect her and warm her under his wing. He only now notices her, hears her words. This is probably the most anticipated meeting during the entire time of separation. Suddenly, one of the surviving undead attacks her, and she will be in trouble if she gets hit. John reacts instantly to the dead man and takes the fastest step to save his only moon among the fated stars. Like lightning, John appears right in front of the zombie and stops its attack. She is fascinated by the speed, because she didn't even dare to dream that she would be able to see him, her beloved, again. She managed to react to John's rapid movement, but she was worried that he had been bitten by the same dead man who had once bitten her. The walking corpse has dug its teeth into our hero's shoulder and is not going to let go. Blood flows from the bite site, and this irritates John time and time again. The heroine did not expect such endurance, such immunity, speed, and strength, something beyond the bounds of reason. Someone strikes a zombie and stops its life in this world, once and for all. The savior turns out to be Clint, who asks not to interfere with the reunion of the lovers. Two loving eyes met after a long separation, which turned their lives upside down, which deprived them of the meaning of life, and all their efforts were not in vain. She tries to recognize in him her beloved John, whom she could not forget after 6 months. A bright smile lit up John's face. His world became even more colorful due to the meeting of the long-awaited person, the loved one. Her most beautiful lilac eyes, like the very lilac that blooms in early summer, in the midst of the summer heat and sun rays. John claims that he heard every word she said, every rustle she made. He kindly wiped the blood from her cheeks, thereby showing trust in himself and his own. He couldn't control himself then, which is why he didn't react to the words as he should have. The heroine's eyes were covered with tiny diamonds that flowed down the beauty's delicate cheeks, but these were just tears of happiness. The beauty extends her warm, gentle hand toward John's face. The girl still cannot believe that this is her John, that he is standing in front of her and is happy about her appearance just as she is. She hugged our hero tightly, showing her affection, care, and love. She clearly believed that it was he. Our hero's beloved cries like a child and cannot stop, because she dreamed of finally seeing him. Like Beauty and the Beast, they are complete opposites, which is why they are in harmony, making them the most indestructible couple. John does not blame her for anything, showing his love for her by forgiving her everything. He pressed her tightly to his massive shoulder and collected all her tears that she had been saving up for so long. Tim is already starting to get to his feet, which means he must do something bad to them. He calls John's life hard and stinking, although he does all the most vile things. Tim grabs his wooden crossbow and readies his arrows for a backstab, which is his repertoire. John, Clint, and the beauty stand together, and nothing foreshadows trouble. Tim sees that he has an excellent moment to attack them and finish everything with John to the end. He gathered all his anger and rage into his fist. His gaze was charged with golden energy, and he was ready to kill. The arrow has already been fired from Tim's crossbow, and it is unknown what John will do in response to such a move. Clint notices an attack from behind and warns everyone about it so that everyone can escape. John effectively catches an arrow in flight that was capable of piercing everyone with one shot. John is so strong that he is able to stop an arrow in mid-flight, even without watching its flight. Tim is shocked by what he sees and has no choice but to run as fast as he can. John points out that he hasn't seen Tim in a long time and he is missing a couple of life lessons. After the moment when he sent our hero to be eaten by monsters, John decides to return the arrow back to him, as if it had returned like a boomerang, without reaching its target. One strong swing and the arrow flies stronger and faster than from a crossbow. The arrow pierced Tim in the left chest, which he could not have expected. The arrow attacks like a cannonball and also drives it into the wall with its force. The dead are crawling out of the clouds of dust and want to attack our hero again as soon as possible and eat everyone in this village. Tim's hand is dripping with blood and he can do nothing but hang on the wall. Everyone remained silent, and Clint smirked at his opponent, personifying his dignity. Tim is nailed to the wall like a nail on a hanger. This is exactly what he deserves most, to bleed to death. He still doesn't understand what's going on here, where John got such strength from and what he should do. The situation is very bad for him, and he has no choice but to hang on and hope for the best. He clenched his teeth tightly, as if they would crumble into dust at any moment. The boss screams like a real madman, as if he were trying to beg everyone to show him pity. The beauty is worried about Tim's behavior, as if she is haunted by the life she has lived for 6 months. The little sister runs up to her brother to express all her worries for them, for everyone who saved and protected them all this time. John is in shock, but he hugs his little sister, and she tells him about all the experiences that have visited her head in a couple of hours of separation. John brought something for his beloved little sister, and it is unclear what kind of surprise awaits her. She thought that John had brought her the meat of the dead and was amazed at how Tim, a cruel tyrant and not a ruler, was raising children here. John was shocked by what his little sister said. How could someone do this to a child, and for what reason? The girl is really smart, because even when Tim forced her to eat zombie meat, she always refused him, saying that she was not hungry. She had to hold the stinking flesh of the dead man in her mouth to avoid being scolded by the cruel Tim. John is still in shock from the news that the little girl, who is also his younger sister, tells him, and who should never see such a thing in her life. Even a small trifle from the old days saved the life of a smart little sister, and this is a dirty trick towards the mother, but salvation in another situation. He was visited by warm memories of a carefree childhood, where they did not have to run from a crowd of dead people. The little sister saw her parents already transformed into zombies, and seeing them like that is a real horror for a small child. Her face of joy was filled with sadness. She would never be able to see them again, feel the warmth of their tender skin, smell the fragrant scent of their perfume, and hear the pleasant voice of her father and mother. Such a thing would bring tears to even the strongest soul, who can chop stones with his willpower, but will cry over the death of his loved ones. The girl couldn't eat zombie meat not because of her motives, but because the dead people could be someone's parents. John remained silent once more, realizing that his little sister had been through too much in her years, and it was scary. The beauty burst into tears after the girl's words, as they were truly sincere and heartfelt. She realizes that Tim has deceived her again, as he promised that he would not harm the girl. Her determination was gigantic. She was ready to grind him into dust so that he could never do any more mischief again. Tim plays the role of the villain perfectly, and his charisma is amazing, because even in a deplorable situation, he continues to smile evilly and laugh like a villain. He considers his beloved strange, because she trusted him, the one who would never follow anyone's lead in life. The mad ruler raises his hand, trembling, and tries to do something. He can't believe that he loved her, and even shed a tear like a little child. Putting his hand to his face, Tim is clearly thinking about how much he hates himself for letting anyone near him. John looks at Tim with a completely blank look, understanding the reason for his tears. His willpower is astounding. Clint easily rips the arrow out of his body and shows no mercy to him. Clint claims that the one who destroyed the family hearth does not dare to live and will not allow him to do this to anyone again. He is already preparing a bloody arrowhead to send Tim to the next world once and for all. There is no longer that strong confidence in Tim's eyes, and only fear is written in them. The fear that he caused to all the people around him has returned to him. Something that shocked even our Clint, who was ready to kill his own father in cold blood. Tim's brother stopped the arrowhead by taking the blow upon himself, thereby saving his cruel brother. Tim is shocked by his brother's suddenness, but is struck by his devotion to him, which Tim may have instilled in himself. Brother sends Tim far away so that he can escape safe and sound. Will is already at his limit and is already begging his brother to run and not stand in a stupor, putting his life in danger, which is already being assessed as the life of his brother. The whole gang calls Clint an insatiable bastard and tries to humiliate him in every possible way. Clint, on the other hand, mocks everyone, as if he were spitting into their mouths and forcing them to swallow it all. He has increased his pressure on Will and intends to kill him and Tim along with him. Will screams in fear for his life, as he won't be able to hold the arrow in his hands for long. Now he continues to throw mud at Clint so that the crowd will turn on him and overwhelm him with numbers. Will calls on Clint's father and asks if he wants to help him. Tim sits silently to the side and waits for the events to end, while everyone else asks Clint's father to send him to the next world and not give him the label of a killer. The old man asks Clint to stop, but at the same time he shakes with fear like a child. Clint continues to mock everyone and wants to kill all his enemies as soon as possible. All beaten and broken, he continues to pretend to be an important person, but he himself is nothing. He snatched a pitchfork from one of the onlookers and rushed towards Clint. All he has to do is kill him, thought the stupid father, and rushed to deliver a stabbing blow to his son. In the blink of an eye, John stops Clint's father's attack, and the danger is finally over. He is very scared. His eyes exude only fear and despair. All the spark has gone out. John easily extinguished it. Taller, stronger, and most importantly smarter, John is stronger than his smaller brothers in everything, able to think like a human and fight like a zombie. The father stumbled and fell, as if at any moment he was going to burst into tears like a little girl. Warm, golden, and foul-smelling water flowed from the father's pants, and this confirmed his fear and apprehension. He hid behind his wife's back, the lowest act on his part. This is a real laughing matter, as even Clint found this scene funny, and it showed all of his father's weaknesses to the end. Clint just can't stop laughing and continue fighting normally. He points his finger at him and points out that he defecated out of fear and that he could very well become a boss while he's running around somewhere. Will has seized a good moment and is not going to waste it. He snatched the arrow from Clint's hands, which is pretty bad because he can defend himself. Will points the bloody arrowhead towards Clint. Clint understands that such a small fry won't even be able to cut up a dead chicken. Will is already spitting blood from just one blow from Clint, yet he is too weak for him and can't even stand close to him. Will only manages to touch Clint's hand. Obviously, this is not without reason and may even be part of the plan. Clint holds the arrow in his hands and continues to taunt his opponent, calling him a dog who has the wrong owner. Brother Will falls to his feet in severe pain. Clint hit too hard. Incredibly, even now he does not lose his fighting spirit and says that Clint only needs to be bitten to defeat him. Clint's look suggests that he doesn't understand his opponent, what he's saying and what he's thinking. Finally, it dawned on him. His suspicions were confirmed and the touch was not simple. Will attached explosives to Clint's hand, and it would soon tear his hand off. Clint's gaze is filled with fear. Will smiles cheekily as he has humiliated his enemy and therefore won. Clint was furious. He shot an arrow straight into Will's forehead and didn't even feel a bit sorry for killing a man. The arrow protrudes from Will's forehead like a great blade that lay in the stone and only the worthy could pull it out. Tim was distraught after his brother's death, and it was very unusual for him to react to someone else's death in this way. The smile on Will's face didn't leave even after death. He was the winner in this battle. Streams of blood flow down his snow-white t-shirt. His whole body is a sign of battle. A bunch of deep wounds and a bloody mess on his forehead. Tim still can't believe his brother's death. His body is numb, as if he was chained to a ship's anchors. Clint recognizes this brat as a worthy warrior and even praises him, realizing that soon only dust may remain from his hand, which will scatter to the wind. The fuse has almost burned out. The stick of dynamite is a second away from exploding. The countdown has begun. Clint's team is worried about him and screaming his name at the top of their lungs, for no apparent reason or how it will help him. Even John was worried about his friend, comrade, and the one who could cover his back in a difficult situation. His right arm is torn apart. The massive explosion may leave no blood on his arm or leave him permanently disabled. The explosion was very strong, as even beyond the horizon a flash from the explosion could be seen. Even the dead, who were kilometers away, saw a strong explosion, and this cannot lead to anything good. Ashes, blood, and smoke. All these are the results of a pointless battle. A battle to the death for one's friends, family, and acquaintances. John and the whole team are shocked by what they saw. Everyone hopes that Clint will be okay. Clint lies with a face full of despair, with a damaged arm, and it is unclear whether he will be able to use it anymore, whether everything will be as before. Tears are streaming down Clint's cheeks. Ash is swirling around him, and the bruises on his face indicate that he's in a lot of trouble. Clint is incredibly angry. If Will were still alive, he would greatly regret the opportunity to live that fate gave him. Nobody knows how to help Clint, how to cure him, whether it is possible. He's tossing and turning in pain, spinning in circles. It's really painful for him. Clint himself is to blame for his carelessness, as he underestimated his opponent and paid for it with his hand, which will be a permanent lesson for him. For some unknown reason, Clint grabs a nearby wooden stake with an iron grip. Will's chilled corpse grows colder and colder with each passing second. Clint is as mad as a child, and he needs the stake to finish off an already dead body. He stabs Will, his blood spurting out. That's how terrifying Clint is when he's angry. John calms Clint down like a real father would hold his son back from finishing off his abuser. Clint is still a child. Everything in his character is similar to the traits of a child. He only talks about himself. If he were an adult, he would not show his anger and calmly react to the loss of his hand, and did not put the whole team in danger. John also got into trouble. His face takes a lot of blows, and this behavior does not please our John. John is very unhappy with the way Clint behaves, and also considers his character to be childish. Clint claims that his skin should not have a single scratch on it and should be perfectly smooth and clean. John looked at Clint's hand, which was burned by the explosions and looked absolutely terrible, as if it had been fried over a fire until it had a smoked crust. He asks Leo for help to find out if Clint's arm will be able to function normally again. The scientist realized at a glance that the hand was only burned on the outside, and the bones were all in good condition. Every touch on Clint brings him great pain, which makes him scream. John was already tired of Clint constantly shedding tears without any particular meaning. Something made Leo turn his gaze to the side and even shocked him. The pupils narrowed greatly and were covered with fear. What could have frightened our scientist so much? Leo's surprise was furthered by a new attack of the dead, who saw the explosion and followed it to the village. Leo warns everyone that the zombies are already on their heels. Clint still cries into the chest of his protector, who is not very happy about his ally's grief. John understands that he must first calm his friend down, otherwise he will lose his mind under the influence of anger and die the death of a madman. John orders the team to take Clint to safety and protect him. Michael grabs the wounded man and decides to take him to a secluded place. John also calls his cute little sister. Besides, John calls his beloved, and it is unknown why he called them. He puts his girls in his arms and is going to help carry them all to a secluded place, since he does not dare to lose everyone again. One of the gang of undead flesh-eaters grabs Tim, offering to help him. Even after such dirty tricks from Tim, John is ready to help him. John's kindness knows no bounds. But still, such kindness must be paid for and in no other way, since this is real charity on his part. Piles of corpses lie on the ground, and their foul smell is carried by a light breeze and spreads this horror in different directions. Tim's gang led John to a vault with explosives, and such payment is quite valuable during the apocalypse. John glares at Tim's lackeys and isn't entirely sure they're telling the truth. He stripped them naked, and they stood there, embarrassed to show even a piece of their body. The team gathered in one place to bring one corpse, as John needed it. Flies flew around the dead man like vile vultures, eating away at the rotting flesh. It's unclear why John needed the zombie corpse, but he's serious about it. He pierces the stinking corpse with his sharp claw, as if with the sharpest knife, piercing its flesh right through. Everyone is shocked by John's actions, and they all want to quickly find out what is going on in the head of a dead man and a human. John smears the Six's face with zombie blood, and his intentions are clear, since he, having become a zombie, also lost the attention of the dead, and this will be like an experiment, whether zombies are guided by smell or otherwise. He knows about everything in this village. Even the gunpowder warehouse is no secret to him, and he immediately interrogates him about it. Tim's gang is shocked. How does John know everything? How does he have so much information? John points out that he has only seen such a quantity of pyrotechnics on the eve of the Chinese New Year, which means in such large quantities. John plays it safe and ties up Tim at the same time so that he doesn't have time to do anything bad despite all his madness. He thought everything through carefully and even realized that the zombie's blood would protect them all just a couple of meters from the dead man. Tim is tied up. Is this the end for him? Or will he get out and continue to bully everyone and use their lives to save his own? John explains Clint's role in the plan and that he and everyone he leads must not care about their lives, because he and only he can tow the bus they will all escape on. The beauty and the girl are worried that John will survive and return to them safe and sound. He pays attention to them and understands that their hearts literally stop when he repeatedly pretends to be a hero and tries to save everyone at the cost of his life. John strokes his little sister's little head and assures her not to worry, and that he will never abandon them again. He also asks his beloved to protect herself, and he will definitely come back and hug her tightly. Tightly. She asks him not to overexert himself. In short, she takes care of him, encourages him in every possible way, and pleases him with her touches. She has only one demand for him, that he return unharmed and run headlong to them to tell them that he is alive and well. The girl moves the long hair away from her lover's face to see his scar. Someone left a terrible scar on our hero's eye, and it's scary who could have left it. He sweetly moves away from such touches, since this scar can cause not only physical pain, but also possibly mental pain. Probably the scar on his eye is his only weak spot, and he can only hide his wounds to himself, although he has many other scars. They finally decide to go out before it's too late, so that there won't be too many dead people at once. John orders the sixes to take the explosives and carry them with him as if they were kamikazes. The door opens slightly. Our saviors come out, led by John, and their plan will surely be successful. There really are a lot of dead people, and their corpses are much more numerous, as if the graves had spat out their inhabitants. They are not sure that the blood of the dead will save them, and yet they ask themselves this question, since this operation could cost them their lives. Blood stops working within a radius of 2 meters, and this is her only weakness, which does not make her ideal in everything. They immediately went crazy after our hero's words and cannot imagine what will happen if they come closer than 2 meters. John was tired of being surrounded by crybabies who constantly whined about their lives. His claw caught fire, as if a stone had struck flint, and a spark ran through his fingers. John doesn't want to die here. He first of all hopes for the success of the plan and to survive in any case. Otherwise, he is not a man, since he did not keep his promise to his beloved girls. He lights the fuse of all the explosives with his claw to finish off his fellows. All the pyrotechnics flew into the air and headed towards the dead. Everyone is carrying dozens of sticks of dynamite, prepared for the hungry dead, and John throws explosions at them so that they will definitely not rise after their death. The main thing for John is that all the dead die in the shortest possible time and nothing can interfere with his plan. Multiple explosions covered the ground and scattered the dead around. Amidst the ashes, sparks, and explosions, the six and John push forward to clear a path for those coming from behind. While everyone is running, John's cold hand touches one of Tim's sixes, and it is unclear why. He orders him to run ahead to the pyrotechnics warehouse and not look back. Amidst the explosions, a real fearless man runs and moves the entire team forward to clear the way. Explosions, blood, and zombies, all this scares the team. Everyone is trying to save themselves and save others. The six hates John for his dangerous plans and tries to express all his emotions by screaming and yelling. John calls him a zombie sadist. Whether it is for some self-interest or not, he laughs and jokes about him. Parts of the dead bodies fly in different directions. If they were people, there would be much more screams. Against the backdrop of dead bodies and smoke, the door from our hero's hideout opens. A familiar white head of hair is pushing through the cracks, and its owner is apparently trying to find out whether the dead have left or not. Clint's team has scouted everything out, and they can probably all move out now. They see a clear path to the bus and prepare to evacuate the village. Clint takes responsibility for John's sister, and Michael takes responsibility for his beloved girlfriend. Even after such destruction, the bus continues to operate, looking like a military vehicle that has gone through all the horrors of war. They got to the bus without any problems and are already getting ready to take their seats. Clint orders everyone to get on the bus and not forget anyone. The others are worried about Clint, but he is responsible for everyone and must personally ensure that everyone takes their places. But that's not his only goal. He needed Tim, and he somehow set him up. He grabs Tim by his long hair to stop him, and he doesn't like it very much. Clint talks about some things that were stolen by Tim. Tim was shocked by Clint's words, as he probably understands what Clint is talking about. At the same time, the rescue team made their way to the warehouse and are preparing for the second part of the plan. The Sixers open the door to the pyrotechnic warehouse to take all the explosives from there. They came to a large amount of explosives and are waiting for orders from John. Jonah is plagued by a scar on his eye, and it could put the entire team in mortal danger. Meanwhile, the dead are already on their heels and attack one of the six. The fat man knows a thing or two about explosives and grabs the biggest one to make sure the problem with the dead is solved. The bearded monster sees a large stick of dynamite in front of his face, and that is the last thing he sees. The explosion was so powerful that it tore out the doors and their frames and sent the dead man flying for a long time. The dead people pay attention to the explosion and even say something in their dead language. They realize that they have only made things worse, and the real danger has begun right now. That zombie is still standing on his feet and even holding up well. The dead attack the breach and do not even see the obstacles in front of them, just to eat human flesh, and nothing else worries them. Since they are led not by reason, but by legs, and where they lead, there they will come. John manages to grab the zombie by the hair and saves his temporary ally from the zombie attack. He slams him into the ground and is amazed by the force with which he does it, the ruthlessness with which he does it. Time after time, John hits and hits his enemy, leaving no chance for his victory. John sees a crowd of his fellows in front of him and is going to rip off each of their heads and screw them back on so that they never want to bite off a piece of a person again. He wants to send his enemy and is preparing to send him into a crowd of zombies. As they say, 3 birds with 1 stone, John is like a cannon, and his enemies are a cannonball that knocks down everyone in its path. Everyone is perplexed by John's strength, their mouths open, waiting for orders. John tells them to take the gunpowder and he will take care of all the zombies. Everyone agrees with him and is already rushing to collect gunpowder. After a powerful explosion and great carnage, a cloud of dust floats across the entire earth, covering all space. In the warehouse with pyrotechnics, oddly enough, there is a lot of explosives, and at times, it is even frightening why Tim and his gang prepared so much of it. The half-naked sixes indicate that it is very difficult to fight zombies, even too difficult. There are more and more walking corpses on the streets, as if we were in an ant-hill, and the number of its inhabitants is astonishing each time. John, as the one responsible for the success of the plan, takes on the task of protecting Tim's sixes. Shaven doesn't understand how he can fight hundreds of monsters alone that are much stronger than a human, but he still doesn't know what John is really capable of. 6 hands over a large batch of Chinese fireworks rockets to John, and this is how he plans to put each zombie's head on the floor. Shaved is worried about John and thinks that it is not safe to go out into the street with all the zombies, and it is worth thinking about a quality plan. John, calmly and quite confidently, is already moving towards the hole in the wall, holding a bunch of fireworks over his shoulder. John is completely confident in himself. There is not a drop of worry on his face, only complete confidence in success and a certain pathos. He opened his red eye, which frightens even those who have never experienced fear, whose hearts do not freeze when there is a deep abyss beneath them. When the last breath of air runs out, and you are at the bottom and there is only darkness around. The sixes are very scared by his gaze, and not without reason, due to the fact that John is incredibly dangerous if you become his enemy. John believes that he doesn't see anything complicated in front of him, so there's no point in bothering with such trifles. Under the cover of night, the number of dead people increases every time, which makes it more and more frightening. John's eye has an unusual power. He's able to see opponents behind the walls of houses, and this gives him a great advantage over all opponents. He is already preparing to fire the first salvo, which will knock down every dead man before him and send them to burn in the suffering of Inferno. A salute of fireworks, like volcanic eruptions, unleashing their terrible power as in the days of Pompeii. The reactive force throws John some distance away. That's the force of one volley of a bunch of fireworks. Each zombie is torn apart and sent into a long flight by the explosive force of the pyrotechnics, so that they become part of a magnificent fireworks display. Each salvo of a new missile sends a zombie to an interview with death, which will chop off the head of anyone who dares to come to it. Bright sparks, flesh and body parts of zombies. What could be better than this when the enemies of humanity go on their last flight and see their last fireworks? The sixes are struck by John's strength, as if an electric current had been sent through their veins. But this is not enough for John. He needs to finish everything as soon as possible and go to his loved ones. A holiday during the apocalypse. 2 completely incompatible things. When the walking dead roam the alleys, and bright lights light up in the sky and give hope for survival to those who manage to escape under the oppression of hungry zombies. Passengers are inspired by the beauty of those lights, because half a year has already passed since the end of the world, after the loss of all the dearest people. Sam saw someone and hesitantly says that John and the Sixers are probably already returning. In fact, a silhouette similar to a human can be seen among the clouds of dust, but it is not certain that it is an ally. The man has proven Sam's expectations wrong, and his face shows that those running in the smoke are not allies, but the worst enemies. They turned out to be evil dead men who were burning with fire and running from something more dangerous than themselves. The nooses rose above the zombies' heads, as if death itself was chasing them, wanting to hang them on the gallows, where the same end awaits them all: rope, soap, stool. The rope posthumously embraced the dead, and thus took away their last hope for further absorption of human lives. What could have frightened the already dead corpses so much and dragged them with such force into a cloud of dust, ash, and dirt? However, the death of zombies cannot be avoided, and even a white chalk circle on the floor will not save them, since John himself is responsible for their death. He's already aiming a couple of missiles at the other ends of the ropes to decapitate a couple more of the dead. The emptiness in his eyes tells us that he is completely cold-blooded towards his enemies and will never think about mercy. A couple of seconds and the life of the dead will end at the beautiful moment of the explosion of fireworks. The explosion had already reached its enemies and burned their heads to the skulls, so that even the rotten flesh peeled off the cranial crust. The burning heads fell to the ground, and their appearance amazed all the passengers on the bus. John steps forward to meet his allies, symbolizing the success of the mission. Everyone is assembled. The sixes are keeping up with John, who seems to have not been hurt since only his partners look tired. Meg and Alice have already taken their places and are happily awaiting John's arrival, so that he is safe, sound, and sound. From the side, John hears a familiar voice that attracts his attention. He casts his sharp gaze upward, for it was from there that the sound came that called him. Clint and Tim broke into one of the houses, as Clint needed to return important things that Tim stole from him and hid in this house. John probably doesn't understand what this couple has lost in this house and why they can't sit still. Clint makes a stupid face and asks John to catch him while he's jumping. John's look suggests that he doesn't like this idea and that he's completely tired of looking after him like a little child. Multicolored explosions of fireworks enveloped the gray sky and painted it with the brightest colors, as if buckets of paint had been splashed onto a snow-white canvas. No one ever hoped to see with their own eyes such beauty as the Chinese fireworks display. John still reaches out to Clint and is already preparing to catch him in his strong embrace. Clint is already throwing himself out of the window, screaming, expecting a soft landing in John's arms. Sam's look indicated that he noticed something wrong with Clint's jump, as if he had forgotten something very important. Clint is already climbing down the stone wall of the house and preparing to touch the ground. John, like a true savior, catches a child from a burning house. Clint forgot about the most important thing, that he was attached to Tim, and this would not lead to anything good. The grimace that appeared on Clint's face shows the stupidity of his actions, that he did not fully think through his soft landing. Tim is already flying after Clint, screaming something unintelligible in fear. Clint himself will soon pay for his absent-mindedness and inattention, which are already in his blood. Tim and Clint have already bumped heads, and they are clearly not feeling well after such blows. John, for obvious reasons, did not dare to catch them both and left all responsibility to fate, to the will of fate. Two fools are lying one under the other, and their faces literally show that they are not happy about such a fall. And yet Clint, the team boss, is to blame for everything. Clint is shaking and doesn't understand why John didn't catch him, what the reason is. John said contemptuously that he had changed his mind about catching him and Tim, but next time he would be smarter. The entire team expressed contempt for them and put their hands to their faces, signifying complete shame for their bosses who were behaving like children. Meg is already running to John to hug him tightly and definitely express all her emotions about the magnificent fireworks. She jumps into John's arms, and if she were instead of Tim when he fell, John would catch her with the same joy and throw her up a couple of times, making sure to catch her so that she could see much more from such a height than usual. Here it is, true joy in the eyes of a child, in the eyes of a little girl who immensely loves and appreciates her brother, whom she has not seen for a very long time. John suggests that Alice and Meg run away from here to the most remote places in this world, and his interlocutors listen to him attentively, showing their consent. Clint doesn't like their relationship in the family, because he hates his family with all his heart for some unknown reason. He is unhappy that John did not catch him and considers himself a dog that John let into his family for a while. A drop of water fell on Clint's shoulder and he instantly turned his attention to it. A heavy rain came down and it would put out all the fire that was created by the explosions of hundreds of fireworks. Cold drops flowed down Clint's face and covered his hair with a light mist, like after a morning fog, when on every blade of grass there are many drops of water from the fallen moisture of the fog. The sky has brought down one of its natural phenomena, bringing down a large amount of water on the earth, which will wash away all the dirt from the face of the earth. The lights went out. The flames were torn out by the roots and extinguished by the smallest drops of rain. The burnt corpses went out and their eyes, like lunar craters, were filled with emptiness and darkness. A certain smell spread and caressed the noses of the rescued. The pleasant smell lured them with its charm and directed their gaze towards the sources of that smell and all the victims of that smell, which captivates with its charm. Leo was scared by something. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth because of the strange charm that appeared suddenly, foreshadowing something bad. John noticed Leo's strange behavior and, grabbing him by the shoulder, asked why he didn't go to the bus to take his seat. The scientist was distracted by a loud cry, which greatly alarmed him, since the cause of the screams was a strong hunger, which was awakened by that very smell. Six tries to stop his ally from eating the zombie's flesh, which was emitting a strong, enticing smell. Leo's calmness disappeared in that same second as he realized that absorbing a zombie would result in him transforming into a zombie himself. Clint's father, Tim's gang, and those who ate the flesh of the dead went crazy, and their faces became similar to those of drug addicts after another marathon of taking drugs. Leo suggested that the reason for the people's madness was the smell of fried zombies, which lured their minds, like drug addicts are lured by the sight of another drug. John didn't even think about the fact that they could become dead, since they had already eaten dead meat. John was shocked by Leo's words, and he said that it is not necessary for a zombie to bite him in order to become infected. The madmen rushed towards the stinking flesh of the dead, their faces going mad, covered in a terrifying grimace, as if they had already become bloodthirsty zombies. Leo had already had experience with such patients. He adjusted his glasses and began to tell his long story. The virus's behavior is very peculiar. People lost their minds even without eating the flesh of the dead. At the beginning of the end of the world, hospitals already looked pretty terrible, as if they had been in constant disrepair for decades and had been abandoned for a long time. The doors of the changing rooms in the hospitals were battered and worn on all sides. At the beginning of Armageddon, Leo found himself in the locker room of his hospital with his colleagues and some patients. Since everything happened so suddenly, they only had time to take light snacks from food, and it is so bad that they will have to eat them for a long time. During the 2 weeks, Leo was left with one chocolate bar, which is like the most delicious morsel during a long fast. He is already holding out a sweet bar in a beautiful wrapper, thinking about what he can afford today. Leo didn't even have time to touch his bar to his lips before it was snatched away by someone unfamiliar and probably very impudent. His gaze instantly changed to a more fearful one, as perhaps that bar was his last meal for the foreseeable future. The thief turned out to be some scoundrel who had become very skinny over the entire time and threatened Leo with a broken bottle of wine, since he certainly would not have had the strength to take food from a grown man. The man turned out to be not such a scoundrel, since he did not eat the bar himself, but shared it with his wife like a real man. As the most loving wife, she refuses food and offers him to eat, as he has become very thin. He justifies himself to her and says that his hunger cannot be satisfied with such a trifle. He only needs raw meat, and she should have a sweet bar to eat. He did all this for his future son, so that he would grow up healthy and his mother would remain just as wonderful. She nevertheless agreed and thanked him for such generosity, and he responded with a sweet and kind smile. Leo noticed that the man was very thin, and everything he said was a lie since he was very weak. The man's face was empty, no emotions. He had met death, but the sweet smile did not leave him. He was completely weakened, exhausted. His strength and soul had left him. He is at the limit. The pupils have disappeared from the eye sockets, the lips have become very dry, and he himself is very withered, all the signs of death from exhaustion. The sweet wife cannot let go of her beloved husband. Her loyalty is amazing. She is afraid of losing him just as she is afraid of her own death. The beautiful wife clung tightly to the still warm body of her husband, a man with a capital letter, who was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of his family until he lost his mind. Leo understands that he is probably already dead, and all that remains for him to do is to leave this world as a brave man who defended his lady love until his death. The girl asks for help from all the doctors sitting here, accusing them of being doctors and why they can't help him. One of the doctors justifies himself by saying that the man can no longer be saved, and that it is definitely impossible to help him. For him, this is the end, but a very bright one. She hated all doctors the moment they refused to help, because in her opinion, they should have at least shown initiative. She hugs her husband for the last time and sees him off to the next world so that he can live there happy and healthy. Still, he answered her, calling her darling and grabbing her soft, shiny locks of dark hair. The look remained as empty as before, but he felt a strange and at the same time aromatic smell from the side. Probably the man was in a death throe, and soon he would lose consciousness and die a strong death. Leo found the man's behavior strange, as he smelled stewed meat, which, in his opinion, his wife had stewed for him. His wife doesn't understand him. There's not a scrap of food nearby, and his delirium seems very out of character. He pressed his crazy face to the floor, where a pleasant aroma was spreading, and like a dog, he began to sniff and go to the source of the smell. The smell was coming from outside the locker room, and the man understood that it would lead to very bad consequences. Saliva flowed like a river, like a bear's at the sight of honey, like a pervert's in the company of a beauty, like a fisherman's at the smell of delicious fried fish. Everyone in the room is in shock. The wife tries to stop her husband and asks everyone else to stop him. Suddenly, the man's strength awoke, and he rushed to meet the smell, eagerly absorbing the source of the smell. A strange aroma filled the entire locker room and spread its scent everywhere. The wife has already lost hope for her husband's sanity, and the others cannot understand what happened to the man and where he got so much strength from when he was so weak. Her face is full of despair and misunderstanding, as if she had some hope and at the same moment lost it. She truly loves her husband with all her heart, is devoted to him with all her soul, and is even ready to step over her fear and head towards danger. The doctors are worried about her and are trying to stop her, but she doesn't even listen to their words. She hopes that her husband will return to her safe and sound right now. One of the doctors suggests going there and scouting out the situation, since she is pregnant and it is worth keeping an eye on her. People's legs began to take their first steps to leave these four walls after a long time, and not to huddle within these four walls and fight for the last piece of food. Something caused a strange reaction in Leo and even slightly frightened his fearless doctor's heart. He opened his mouth wide and was very, very surprised at what he saw. The loving wife's thin legs began to give way. She felt unwell as she spoke with great difficulty, but it was unknown what could have frightened her so much. All the food she had eaten during this entire time came out, and all just from what she saw. Now it is clear what scared the girl so much. The man ate the flesh of a dead man, which had long since rotted, and its already darkened blood was smeared on the walls of the hospital. He greedily eats piece after piece, as if he had already become a real dead man. He had truly gone mad. Character, personality, appearance, everything changed in a matter of seconds. The real danger was waiting among the survivors, and was waiting for the right moment to metastasize. She must not feel strong emotions, but she cannot do anything about it, since her completely reasonable husband has recently turned into a terrible monster. He pounced on her, not seeing his wife in front of him, but a victim. Meat, food that once belonged to her husband, and now she would be food for the monster in the body of the father of her child. Leo will never forget this again. It left a big mark on the life of the blue-haired doctor. Leo is very angry at that man because he ate his own wife, who was pregnant and carrying his child. But still, he cannot be blamed, because his strength left him and the virus took over him, capturing his mind. Sam and Michael try to stop the boys from eating the stinking food as they already looked terrible. John understands the danger of this situation and that, having eaten zombie meat, they will sooner or later become dead, and there is no way to avoid it. John remembers his parents, and it causes him great pain, widening the emptiness in his soul. Clint's father eats piece by piece of rotten zombie flesh, and his skin is already darkening and his mind is becoming dull. Raindrops are falling on him, but he doesn't care about anything around him. It's as if he's under the influence of psychotropic substances. He wants to get more and more pleasure. Clint's mother tries to stop him from being swallowed by zombies so that one of the pieces doesn't end up being the last one. Clint doesn't let his mother near his father so that he doesn't hurt her and make things worse. She asks her son to save his father no matter how much pain he brings to Clint, because he is above all this. She was desperate because it was clear that Clint would never help this bastard, because it was their fault that they raised him in such a way that he behaved like a child. All the roots come from his parents and their upbringing. Clint looks down at his mother, showing his determination and that he will never help his father in anything. She looks at him with her puppy eyes and seems to be begging him for help. That she's also to blame for all the incidents, but asks for help once again. The mother grabs his hand and continues to beg for help. She's already ready to kneel before her son, and he only needs the death of his father, so that he rots under a layer of earth. Clint asks, in return for saving him, to do him a favor, to tell him the truth in his question. Clint remembered a certain night 15 years ago that had shocked our mother, as her pupils had narrowed greatly at what she had heard. Clint asks if she begged this bastard to save him, if she asked for mercy towards Clint, so that at least once they would feel sorry for him. Clint is very puzzled, and he is fully expecting an answer. He is waiting for the truth from his mother. Without unclenching her hands, his mother continued to listen to the difficult question that her son asked her. He abruptly pulled his hand out of her palms, personifying his indifference towards her and continuing to trample her into the ground. She did not expect such harshness from her son and such rejection. Her heart was pierced through by the thickest spear. The mother pronounced his name with difficulty and began to sob loudly, because the question was truly difficult, and it was incredibly difficult for Clint himself to bear this burden, who had endured all of this. She cried out with tears in her eyes that it was completely impossible to just stand up for her little son, to just save him, but not to regret it in the future. Clint is dejected but glad to have heard the truth, while his mother continues to make excuses about how she could have saved him, but would have been dead by now. Clint expected this from his parents, who brought him nothing but harm in his life. No one will ever be able to save Clint's family. A ray of sunshine will never reach them. Their family, the dark side of the moon, all the worst things that could happen in Clint's life. That's why the apocalypse is like a holiday for him. He throws his mother at Michael and orders him to keep an eye on her. Clint grabs a steel stake and prepares it for his nasty father to finally solve the whole problem with him. The rest ask their friends and acquaintances to stop eating dead meat, but these madmen no longer see or hear anyone in front of them. Clint plunges a steel bayonet into the potential dead man and ends his life. The madman's friend cannot believe that Clint killed his ally so mercilessly and did not show even a drop of mercy. The bleeding corpse lost the last bits of its consciousness, and its soul went to the next world. He tells the six that there is no point in wasting time on him and let him be killed, rather than kill him too. He remained silent and continued to drill Clint's back with his gaze. Clint is already approaching his bastard father and preparing his bayonet for an instant attack and an equally instant kill. The father continues to consume zombie flesh and receive ecstasy from the taste of dead meat, which has consumed his mind and made him a zombie. Clint looks with hatred at his next victim, who is bound to die sooner or later by his hand. Clint claims that he hasn't seen such a familiar expression on his father's face in a long time. Blood and raindrops are running down his face, his skin has darkened, and he is not going to finish his meal but even thinks about continuing, although his mind has long since left him. Clint is already swinging his bayonet and directing his attack towards the bastard. His face looks like he's really high, like his brain has turned to pulp, like cockroaches from Declorvos. Here is the face of a shameless man, humble and completely high. He doesn't give a damn that his son is pointing a gun at him. He doesn't give a damn that it's pouring rain. He's getting a big kick out of it. Clint was struck by the look on his face. Worse than any horror. How could he bring himself to such a state? The food started to burst out. That grin killed all desire to kill him. He wants to grind him into dust. The look on his father's face drove Clint crazy. He wanted his soul to finally leave this dirty shell for his father to commit suicide. Clint burst into tears as the grimace reminded him of something from his childhood. As a child, Clint also cried constantly, and his parents were to blame for this, as they took everything to the point of absurdity. We were taken back to Clint's story 15 years ago, to the very night Clint himself spoke of when he asked his mother the question. This is the real horror for a child, in which Clint constantly lived. He was whipped with a whip, hung on a rope and dressed in women's dresses. All this was done by some important person with her fetishes, who cannot contain her sadistic tendencies, and his father rubs his hands, waiting for something. Here is the brazen grimace of the father and his, apparently, client, who greedily licks his lips and praises this scoundrel for his son. Realizing that his boss got what he wanted, the father asks for something that this sadist promised him. The scoundrel asks his guards to bring Clint's father a certain suitcase with unknown contents. The father's face changed when bags of medicines began to fall out of the suitcase, which gave him great peace and calm. Osobi can't wait to start on dessert. He wants to get a better look at his victim of sadism as soon as possible. The father sniffs another dose of drugs, and the mother stands there, all tense, watching all this, because she is afraid to move, to make an unnecessary movement. The sadist continues to praise his victim for his snow-white skin and scarlet blood, as these sights awaken the dirtiest animal instincts in him. Clint managed to bite the impudent sadist's finger, and that's what he deserves, since this freak has no right to touch the innocent body of a child. The pervert didn't like this insolence and responded with a punch to the face, calling Clint a bitch. But he was aroused by such impudence. No one had ever treated him like that, and he decided to act harshly with the immobilized child. The scoundrel decided to do something unacceptable and put his hand under the skirt of a child who hadn't even managed to do anything bad. He tries to get through to the bastard to stop, but his arousal is unstoppable. This is where all the traumas come from. They all come from childhood. They all appear due to the fault of adults and their upbringing. But still, difficult times give birth to strong people. The impudent face of a real freak who only wants children. Only children bring real pleasure to the freak. Clint's face speaks of all the worst emotions and feelings he has experienced throughout his life with his terrible father. A real bastard. Something surprised our pervert. Something stopped his joy, lust, and greed. Something ended all his pleasure. It wasn't even surprise that visited the pervert's head, but anger, fury, which he wanted to vent somewhere. He began to bare his teeth and rub them against each other. He didn't expect that behind the women's clothes there was a man's body, that behind the snow-white skin and scarlet blood there was a boy. And this made him angry. The mother is crying, the father is enjoying another dose, and the boss is angry. All the sins gathered in one room, lust, greed, despondency, anger, and so on. They all represent Clint's family. This is what he meant when he said that no one could ever save his family. The boss slams his father's face into one of the bags of drugs, and he gets even more high than before. He grabs him by the hair to interrogate him as to why they gave him a boy who doesn't give him the pleasure he deserves. The eyes became slanted, the mind became clouded, and rational logic completely disappeared, leaving only animal instincts. The pervert throws Clint's father, and the mother tries to catch the culprit of all the misfortunes in their family. The boss breathes a sigh of relief, but his rage has not left him, and he is ready to destroy everyone in their family. He understands that Daddy got a big kick out of snorting all the drugs he brought him. The mother asks for forgiveness from the important person, since otherwise they will only face death at his hands, which will not cost him anything. He casts an angry glance at her, and apparently, he will vent his anger on her, and she will be his next victim. The boss pulls out a sharp knife and prepares it for our mother, who can't even protect her own son. She continues to stand there, kneeling, apologizing, and he is already approaching her, and with each step he gets closer and closer to put his blade to her neck. He puts a knife to her neck and says that she will never understand what he feels. What humiliation he received that night. The face of the person darkened. He showed his true personality, a terrible tyrant, a pervert, and all this is hidden behind a rich man, who is perhaps considered a good gentleman. Someone snatches a knife from the hands of a sadist, and he doesn't like such impudence. The slobbering bastard pulls out a knife, and it's no better because he has a knife that's even worse than the pervert's because he's going to solve Clint's gender problem. Even the pervert was intrigued by the scoundrel's father's method, since it was not without reason that he snatched the knife from his hands, certainly not to protect his wife. He's already pointing a knife at Clint and saying that after his birth, our daddy started having a series of bad luck, and all the consequences were brought about by Clint's birth. He has lost his last strength to even speak and can only silently look at his distraught father, who is already bringing the knife closer and closer to him. Father could have become a successful man if Clint and his mother had not appeared in his life. Tears don't have time to flow down Clint's face, and his father says that it would be better if he were a girl and there wouldn't be any extra problems. He lifts her skirt and holds up a knife, saying that with one movement of the knife this problem can be solved. Clint begs to save him, begs his mother, calls her, and he seems to be standing in front of him and holding on with difficulty to not tear her husband's hands away. The mother cries and tries to stop her husband, but she does not have the strength to do so as she understands the consequences of her actions. He noticed that the mother decided to say something against the father's actions, and he didn't like it because he liked this child. But his only problem was that he was a boy. Mother froze and could not say anything in response to such contempt, only remained silent and silent. The boss liked his father's decision, and his blood began to boil again, as if it had been boiled and was evaporating from the temperature. Father is already licking his lips and preparing his knife to cut off from Clint what, in his opinion, is unnecessary. What our Clint needs to be deprived of. His dignity. He began to scream even louder. With each passing second, the pity towards him became stronger and stronger, since such an attitude should not be towards a child. Clint has already emerged from the memories and is screaming at his father that he will never forgive him in his life. The bastard is already transformed and is already rushing towards Clint to kill him too. Clint understands that he has been sleeping for too long, and it is unlikely that anyone will help him or save him. Someone snatched Clint's bayonet, and it was unclear whether he was an enemy or an ally who had come to save him. The unknown person grabs Clint by the belt and tries to save him, which suggests that this is our savior. Call heads towards Dad to strike him down and finish him off once and for all. Incredibly, our savior turned out to be John, who, when necessary, will always come to the aid of his family and friends. The steel blade pierces the dead man's father and sends him on a long flight to heaven, where he will be sent to the very bottom of hell, to burn in the flames of inferno. Everyone silently looks at the corpse of a dead man, who a minute ago was a man who could show signs of being a rational person. John, silently looking at his father, puts Clint on his shoulder and carries him to the bus, since they have already lost too many and do not dare to lose their commander. Everyone is trying to wake up Clint, and John orders them to hurry up and get on the bus and finally take their seats. Clint is soaking wet in the rain and realizes that it's all over with this bastard. He won't be in his life anymore. He wipes away all the tears that have accumulated in him over a long period of time, and the wetness on his cheeks hides the downpour that has been pouring down every moment for a long time now. Morning came. Birds flew out of the green crowns of trees, as if the nightmare that had passed during the night had evaporated the very second the sun appeared over the horizon. The steel chains that John used to pull the bus on his back fell down, indicating that they had arrived somewhere. John dragged the bus to its destination all night and still arrived only in the morning and perhaps very tired. One of the passengers noticed a very important thing. John led everyone to a cave, which would protect them from the next influx of zombies for the time being. The Sixers take Tim into the cave to scout out the area and shed light on the darkness in the gloomy cave. John takes responsibility for making sure that every single one of them leaves the bus and goes into the cave. They found a place to stay, but Tim seemed to still be without a roof over his head. He had no face. He was completely dejected, since he had to obey John, the one whom he had despised and humiliated all his life. John is a true gentleman, as he is ready to carry his lady of the heart in his arms, so that she does not have any problems with it. John and Alice agree to go inside and get comfortable, but Meg seems to be worried about something, as if that darkness is not giving her peace, and she does not take her eyes off the cave. John was alarmed that Clint did not enter the cave with everyone else, but headed in a completely different direction. The darkness of the cave swallowed up all the light. Every ray of sun disappeared without a trace into the darkness, into the gloom. But still, the cave is quite cozy from the inside, and everyone has already found a comfortable place for themselves, including John and his girls. John asked Meg and Alice to sit there, as he would need to step away and, obviously, for what reason. Alice played sweetly and tickled her little sister, like a real older sister, like a loving mother comforting her beloved child. The exit from the cave is like a panoramic window that gives a beautiful view of the scarlet sky during sunset, when the sun leaves us, hiding behind the horizon. John has already left the cave and is going to visit Clint to understand what was troubling him so much during his father's murder. Majestic mountain peaks against the backdrop of a golden sky. If you reach the peaks, you can find the gates to divine gardens, to paradise. Clint found a great spot to get away and enjoy the beautiful views of the mountains and their reflections in the river. A warm breeze caresses the hair and flutters it in the air, as if it were rushing between thousands of trees in a dense forest. John is already on his way to Clint to ask him about what's going on in his head. What's troubling him so much that he has to sit alone on the bank of a babbling river and opposite a beautiful view of the sky. Clint had already realized that it was John who had approached him, and he decided to show his gratitude for the help he had shown during his father's murder. John provoked Clint with a caustic remark. Clint tries to justify himself, but his grimace speaks for itself. He moved closer, and this puzzled Clint a little, since he could not expect sympathy from a zombie with a human mind. John decided to help Clint, to help morally, because from Clint's mood one can understand that he is morally killed. The elements are fighting in his soul, as if the butterflies in his stomach have gone wild and have begun to suck the strength out of him. He was surprised by John's initiative, but was even more amazed that Clint had probably finally met someone to whom he could express what was on his mind. Clint looks down, and he realizes that a difficult and complex conversation is unavoidable. Apparently, he decided to open up to his interlocutor. He decided to tell his dark story, which he would like to keep silent about. They sit opposite the river, which reflects the golden light of the sky and seems to show another world, where the clouds move in another direction, and the current changes its direction in the other direction, the so-called looking glass. Clint admitted that he cried, but he wasn't crying because of his father's death. That was obvious. John was surprised by Clint's words because he didn't talk about tears of happiness. Clint's face says that any minute now he will laugh like a little child. His face will be filled with laughter." Clint choked, but was still amazed by John's understanding. He realized that he had found his zombie, whom he could trust. Sitting in front of such a view, talking about difficult topics is very atmospheric, and thus gives them a wonderful friendly connection, which becomes closer each time. At their first meeting, Clint wondered why he was the chosen one among so many people. What did fate owe him so much to grant him a new life in the body of a zombie? John continued to listen to Clint silently, as this conversation interested him a little. Clint calls him unusual because he was able to sympathize with him, which means that few people are capable of this. But he is already an unusual person with the body of a dead man and his strength. John continues to belittle Clint with his barbed remarks because Clint thinks he is special, and John is right to point this out to him. Clint was infuriated by this attitude towards his injuries and towards him in general. He squared his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone that he had no sympathy for Clint at all and that he was completely right. Clint did not like this news, as he expected reciprocity from his interlocutor, but received a complete refusal. John looked up and began his magnificent quotations with great meaning, as if inspiration had come from heaven and he was beginning his story under its influence. There are a lot of analogies in the world, and the fact that someone can be truly fearless and someone can be a weakling is as common as it is meaningless, since fate can turn in any direction. The weakling will become strong and fearless, and the fearless will crawl at his feet. Everything changes every time, and what was a second ago is already meaningless. Fate pushes you forward, but the choice is yours, to live in the past or to keep up with fate. Those whose eyes were full of hope lost everything in 1 second. The whole life is a moment, and the past will only play a role as a lesson, but certainly not to be dwelled on. Here he mentioned his parents, whether everything that was in their eyes disappeared after Armageddon. John finished his thought well that the whole past is meaningless. Everything that a person obsesses over has no logic. While your legs are moving you, while your heart is beating in your chest, and while your torch is burning, you need to find fuel to fuel it, which is the goal that will make you move forward. John's train of thought struck Clint as a very good thought, as it was rare to hear from a dead man. He breathed a sigh of relief and decided to ask John if he wanted to hear his story. John is not interested at all, and he is already moving away so as not to hear Clint whining about his sad life. Clint tells him to sit down and listen to him, as their conversation has already gone too far and they shouldn't waste time with him. The crescent moon peeks out from behind the cave. While they were talking, deep night began. Everyone had already lit fires and were getting ready for bed, warming the inner walls of the cave and warming themselves before the cold night. Michael points out that it's time to go to bed, since they've been without sleep for a couple of days and don't even have the strength to go get food, but everything will be the next day. Sam completely agrees with Michael, yawning. He's already getting ready for bed. Alice put John's little sister to bed and was already at the limit of her strength, getting ready for sleep. Tim was completely dejected. It was unclear whether he had planned something or whether he had lost his dignity, lost faith in the future. Michael and Sam were already drooling by the fire and looking at the seventh dream. It's incredible Tim, even in such a hopeless situation, found a way out. Even now he found a shard of glass and hid it in order to use it at the most inconvenient moment. John and Clint are warming themselves by the fire and looking at the river, while Clint continues his story in parallel. Clint, finishing the story, said that from the moment his father approached him with a knife, he promised himself that he would kill him at any cost, that his death would be inevitable. The father is a scoundrel of the kind that you would have to look for. You can't find such vile people even with fire, a real freak even among zombies. John was shocked by Clint's cruel story. Even the emotionless zombie was moved by such a story. But he was still more concerned about whether Clint's soldier was in line and whether he had a glass of wine. Clint froze at the sudden question, as if the ancient Medusa had cursed him to live in the shell of a statue. Clint doesn't think this information is very important, and very insistently asks to focus on the gravity of the story and not think about the soldiers. John considers this information to be very important, more important than the whole story. Clint said that because of the high dose, his father's hands were shaking like a sick person and it only made a lot of cuts on his legs. He crossed his arms as if nothing had happened and that his dignity was in place. John listens to him silently, but his distrust of Clint's words is felt. John, without taking his eyes off Clint, continued to listen to him, since his story was indeed quite interesting, but questions about his dignity were much more interesting. He became a little sad and started looking at Clint's belt, who realized that John didn't believe him and started yelling at him loudly. Clint sees no way to prove to John that he's okay and that everything is in place except to show it by pulling down his pants, and John tries to stop him. Still, John only lowers his pants even more and sees a leg in front of him, which is covered in scars, as confirmation of his story. Both remained silent, and that awkward situation set in, a lump in their throats. If anyone saw them, there would be a brand on their backs, as a couple who loved open spaces. John instantly jumped away from Clint. Their eyes darkened. Both of them crossed their arms, and Clint didn't even have time to lift his pants. The silence did not end. Only their position changed. The atmosphere in the air was just as oppressive. John looked at Clint, his long hair blowing in the forest breeze like a current blowing seaweed on the ocean floor. He looked at Clint's scars, the many cuts that had appeared 15 years ago because of his freak of a father, who, God willing, was basking in the hellish fires of Inferno. Clint noticed this look on himself and offered him that he could take off his pants if he did not trust him at all. But John looked away, in personification of refusing the offer. John still asked about Clint's scars being from the time his father started cutting him. Clint indifferently answered him that it was true. The child's blood flowed from deep wounds inflicted on him by his own father, who did not care what to sell or how. He needed drugs, and he was ready to do anything for them, even to cripple his son. Clint tries to kick in front of him, but his father needs to get over this state, since his eyes are already cross-eyed, and the picture in his eyes is floating like an oil painting in the rain. Little Clint's eyes were empty. Even the tears stopped flowing. He had no strength to kick, and his father continued to try to cut off his dignity, while he could only watch, hanging on the ropes. He is a real madman. Even now, he is trying to convince his boss to continue working with him and dealing with his child. The pervert makes it clear that Clint can no longer be helped, and that such things will never arouse his interest again. He gives him a strong blow and sends him to his bags of joyfully giving drugs. He, like a fish, falls towards the red bags and begins to swim, breathing with his gills. The drug killed the person in him, and this is its most dangerous side effect. The most terrible thing is that after taking such drugs, a person's personality evaporates the very second he gets his high. They threw him on the floor, but he continues to laugh. There is no longer a person in him. For him, the zombie apocalypse began much earlier. The bodyguard offers to kill Clint's father, but the person likes the way he behaves. He's intrigued by how he can control a person with his money and opportunities. Finally, the pervert leaves the place of torture of the child. Straightening his tie, he leaves the house and takes security with him. Clint had been in the torture room, whipped, stared at, cut up in front of his eyes, all in one night, the most miserable night of his life. His eyes are like diamonds. Pure, in a sense. They are pure because of the emptiness in them. There is nothing in his eyes, no sparkle of hope, nothing, only emptiness that has swallowed up the best in him. Now there is a sparkle in his eyes. The emptiness is eclipsed by the endless rage. He is ready to destroy everything and everyone in front of him. John slaps his cold hand against his leg as if there was something there. John's behavior is very strange, since he was already pulling down Clint's pants, and now he is touching his bare leg for no reason. Clint was shocked. He was in a very awkward situation. His face immediately changed to distrust. John pointed out that he caught a mosquito on his leg. Clint would probably not like this, and he would definitely not consider such actions normal. As expected, Clint is furious. He definitely doesn't like such closeness, and such impudence even more so. John's gaze seemed to sense something, as if a sixth sense had suddenly made him nervous. He looked back, since it had been a long time since they had explored what was going on in the cave, since their enemies had also settled there. Clint was intrigued by John's words, since it was indeed too quiet, and Tim had not made any sounds for a long time. John's gaze clears up. He feels something bad, but it's probably too late since a lot of time has passed. It can't be. The bus disappeared into nowhere. It all says one thing: Tim was freed, which does not bring any good news. John grabbed Clint's hand and slammed it into the ground, as if he himself had become an enemy in a matter of seconds. Clint's entire palm continues to bleed scarlet. It is unknown why he needed Clint's blood, that he decided to wound him at the most unexpected moment. John smears his face with Clint's palm, asking to borrow some of his blood. The bus is already racing at full speed. Stones and dust are flying in all directions from the incredible speed that the bus has developed. Tim's gang kidnapped John's sister, and apparently, she wasn't the only one who fell into the clutches of the insatiable Tim. And so it turned out, Alice was also kidnapped by them, and they are already starting to tie her to the seat. The sixer at the wheel tells Tim not to worry about John, since they have already driven far, far away from the cave, and it is unlikely that anyone will catch up with them. Tim silently listened to the words of his subordinate and continued to sit and not make a sound. They were able to start the engine of the half-wrecked bus, which must have been a great success for them. Tim's wrists were marked with ropes, as if he had been put in a stone bag for life, handcuffed in such a way that his every movement was restricted. But he had managed to escape by finding a loophole. Meg's screams really pissed Tim off, and he even had to turn his attention to her, since even his subordinate barked loudly at her. Tim listened to his six complain about the little one constantly screaming and hinting that they should get rid of her, since they were sure that her brother would definitely not return. He looked away viciously, as if his hawk's gaze pierced the soul and made his victim tremble in terror. Tim, for some unknown reason, approached Alice. What does he want to do? Because he has seen a lot over time and will definitely not be merciful to her. He looked up at her, piercing her with his sharp gaze, as if devouring her from the inside with his pressure. She doesn't care about this at all. She behaves as usual. Nothing puts pressure on her, and she doesn't feel any pressure from him. Her gaze turned out to be stronger. Her fearlessness won the fight with him, as if a lion and a panther met eyes. Neither of them knew what each was capable of, but the panther turned out to be stronger with its charisma. After Tim ordered to shut Meg up, Alice added fuel to the fire with her caustic phrase about Tim's fear, the main fear from which he is now leaving far away, so as never to meet it on his way again. Tim's blood pressure jumped, his veins bulged. Soon her words would be her dying words, since it was easier to piss Tim off than to escape from the sleeping guards and steal the bus. Tim pointed out that he would easily find a way to torment them, and it would not be difficult for him to find a hobby for himself, and he would not care whether she was a little girl or a lady he once loved with all his heart. Suddenly Tim gives Meg a hard slap, and John will definitely give him a hard time after that. He will pay for his impudence. John will send him to look for body parts of his sixes in the mountains in the bitter cold. Poor little sister. What a vile character Tim has, even if it can be understood, since his brother was killed by Clint. But only Clint is to blame for his death. Why do you need to take it out on the poor girl? Alice continues to provoke Tim and asks him to take out his anger on her, and not on the defenseless child. Tim hit the nail on the head. Alice is here on a bird's rights, and she should keep quiet, since he will no longer be merciful to her, since she betrayed him, although she was never even his property. With his gaze, he definitely made Alice's heart beat faster, as a result of the adrenaline in her blood, which made her tremble with an overflow of energy. Light from the fires was coming out of the cave, and John and Clint had just entered it to scout out the situation inside. Sam was drooling from lack of sleep for so long and passed out in a matter of seconds, causing Tim and the gang to escape and get their hands on Meg and Alice. Clint is cruel to them and is ready to wake them up with a kick in the stomach so that they don't sleep so sweetly. He clenches his fists in anger at Sam, because why is he sleeping while people are being stolen from under their noses? Sam has no idea who took him, who they took, what he is accused of. He is completely bewildered, and Clint is already preparing a couple of strong blows at him. Michael jumped up too, as if sleep paralysis had overtaken him. But Clint turned out to be more terrible than him, and he was able to get out of oblivion. Sam continues to make excuses to Clint and believes that they are not useless. It's just that Tim is a sly one and they were too tired to keep an eye on him. Michael and Sam continue to report to him, but Clint ignores all of this, since he doesn't care about their fatigue. He cares about where Tim and the whole gang are with the hijacked bus. No matter how cruel Clint was to Tim, no matter how harshly Clint dealt with Tim, Sam decides to give advice that he needs to be harsher with Tim, and just recently, he killed his brother without any regret. Clint was pissed off by Sam's words. He would definitely be in trouble after his words. Clint grabbed Sam by the hair and reminded him that he had just recently killed Will, his younger brother, and now he was dealing harshly with him. Still, he got what he deserved, and Clint punched Sam in the nose to shake his endless mind. Michael tries to comfort Sam, while Sam himself is in pain as Clint's blow is very strong. Clint doesn't care what his allies think. He found himself some kind of team, a new team, a replacement for them. They are already one with John, a symbiosis. Together they are capable of anything. Clint has already made up his mind. His decision is unshakable. He is definitely ready to become John's team, but for what reason? Now it's clear that Clint's blood that John smeared on his eye turned out to be some kind of enhancement. His eye turned red and his pupil white, like a moon around a bloody sky. The crescent moon hovering in the sky faintly covered the dark and dense forest with its pale moonlight. Tim and the gang apparently decided to take a break and rest, as they are completely confident that John will never catch up with them again. The bus was racing at full speed. The speed was amazing. For a broken bus, it was very strong, as if fate itself was pushing their car. An unexpected bump stopped all the speed and power of the bus. All the passengers stand with difficulty on their feet and begin to fall over. One of the gang orders the driver to drive the bus more carefully, but he cannot drive carefully, since they are in the mountains and there are no roads. The shaved man remained silent, but something behind the front window of the bus alarmed him. They travel along some path without any navigation, and wherever the wheels take them, that's where they go. Suddenly, the driver sees such a picture, he sees their worst nightmare in front of him. John still managed to catch up. That's how strong the symbiosis between Clint and John is. Shaven screams at the top of his voice as if he saw death in front of him, which is almost true. The wheels of the bus finally stopped, and not only did the sixth man's heart stop, but his foot on the brake pedal went numb. A sudden stop is unlikely to leave passengers alone, and the shaved one might get hit in the bald spot a couple of times for such a mistake. Tim approached the six and began to complain about what made him stop so suddenly. Shaven breathes very heavily as their main enemy appeared before his eyes. Just one sight terrified him. Even Tim is not so frightening. Six says that he was stopped by the silhouette of a familiar dead man. John appeared for only a moment and already stopped an entire bus. Tim was shocked by the news from the six. He was very scared. The possibility of John catching up with them did not even creep into his thoughts. He could not imagine this in any of the variations of further events. He still can't believe it because it's hard to imagine even in a dream. Before Tim's eyes, the bushes rustled strangely, something that should have definitely made his heart sink into his heels. Meg's cheek turned very red. She tries to call him with difficulty. It is unknown how strong Tim's blow was. Before she could scream, the fat man covered her mouth, but she still tried to mumble at least something. The fat man shouts to the shaved man to hurry up, start the engine, and drive to the farthest place. Suddenly, the glass breaks and its fragments have already pierced the fat man's face, which does not bring any good consequences for him. He is trying to react to a sudden attack from the outside. John spectacularly bursts into the bus cabin through the window and is ready to send all the kidnappers to the afterlife. The fat man screams at the top of his voice towards John, as he can hammer nails into his coffin with his strength alone. John is preparing a strong blow for the fat man. Excess weight will definitely not save him in any way, and never. His face turns to mush. His teeth fly in all directions, and the speed of his fall leaves behind mirages. John sent the fat man to a wheelchair where he would sit for the rest of his days. John's strength amazes time after time, since it takes a lot of strength to send such a massive carcass flying. Tim's heart started beating faster. His six had already lost all their spirit. Only snot and beads of sweat were coming out more and more. There was a large dent on the fat man's face, indicating that he had been knocked down by a blow of superhuman strength. Steam was pouring out of John's fist, ready to send every passenger except his girls into the world of dreams. Meg was wounded, but he freed one of the captives. The main thing is that he did not forget about the second. Meg was very happy about John's arrival, but she had no doubt about his strength. In any case, he would have come running and saved her in the shortest possible time. He sat her down on the seat and asked about the cheek. What happened to it while he was not around? Meg is such a strong girl that she even endured a blow from a grown man and remained just as kind and sweet. Tim still managed to grab Alice, which is very bad for John, since she is one of the best hostages to intimidate John. He heard Alice's screams calling him with her angelic voice. Tim placed that same shard of glass on the tender skin of Alice's neck and began to threaten to kill her if John came even one step closer. John isn't that far away. He only needs to make one move towards them and he's dead, but he won't risk his beloved. She is calm even at a moment when she is on the blade of a knife, when there is a shard of glass at her neck. Tim knows how to threaten his opponents. It's not for nothing that he took them with him. John remained silent once again. He was not so talkative with him. He breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to talk to his old offender. John began his dialogue with Tim and decided to mention that Meg told him that he cut off Alice's leg to save her. But what's strange is that he is the one who is now putting a shard of glass to her neck. Meg sits silently in her seat, eagerly waiting for the fight to end. John was sure that Tim was a bastard, but he was also sure that even he would have something he would want to protect. But again, he was disappointed. John was getting closer to Tim with every step, which is something he definitely shouldn't do. Tim pointed out that John would be better off not coming any closer, but he continued to expound on his speech. John asks time and again why Tim threatens to kill the one he loved and protected. The shard is getting closer to Alice, and Tim continues to yell so that John finally understands that he shouldn't come any closer. The splinter had already pierced her skin, and a small stream of blood was running down her neck, which meant Tim was serious. Meg instantly became worried about Alice and screamed loudly for Tim not to touch her with a finger. John is very angry. He grits his teeth and could have done at least something, rushed into battle without delay. Tim put the shard to his neck and decided to tell why he was doing this, the motive for his actions. He was a spoiled child from birth, he had everything, and now he wants everything at once. Tim's words shock his minions, but they understand that it is better for them to remain silent. On the one hand, Tim could have dominated and taken the girl he wanted, but John, in his opinion, is a bug who stood in his way. He continues to mock John, as he considers his train of thought to be stupid, and that he himself is impudent and a complete scoundrel. He points out that John can protect her if he can, and if not, he can destroy her. John realized that he would not be able to have a meaningful conversation with him. They would always be fire and water for each other. They had nothing in common, like two peas in a pod, but both were looking in different directions. Alice suddenly grabbed Tim's hand as if she had something in mind. She turned towards him, which greatly alarmed Tim himself since he could not have expected this. She told him over and over again that she had always hated arrogant people like Tim. These words made Tim very angry, and he was ready to plunge this splinter into her, making the deepest wound in her entire life. She also pointed out that she and John had not seen each other for a long time, and he had probably forgotten what a fighting woman she was, who could lay waste to a crowd of the dead with a swing of her blade. John said her name without understanding what she meant. She smiled sweetly and decided to remind him of everything through her actions. The sweet look instantly changed to the one that killers use before killing, when they show their determination to kill the enemy. Tim was very surprised, as he had not seen Alice angry for a long time. She says that she is able to stand up for herself, but at the same time she sticks her fingers into Tim's old wound, causing screams, yells, and straining to come from his mouth. She jumped up on one leg, even better than some with a pair of healthy legs. Even if her beloved came to save her, she is not a weak flower to wait for protection from him. She herself will put Tim down in a couple of snaps of her fingers. John was incredibly surprised, although he had already seen her abilities. But even so, his jaw dropped, and he couldn't say a word. Tim's legs were already falling along with him, which meant that Alice had defeated Tim in an instant. Divinely beautiful and strong, like Valkyrie, she's able to lay down hundreds of warriors and flutter like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Tim will definitely not get into the warrior's paradise, as he lost to our beauty in a one-on-one battle. Once again, the spoiled boy lost the battle between John and Alice. She reigned on it as if on a throne. Now you can hang his head on the wall like a pedestal of honor. She is breathing heavily after such a battle, as she has not practiced for a long time, and problems with her leg did not allow her to train. Tim misunderstood when she couldn't answer him earlier. She had previously been lenient towards him, which is why she did not respond to every blow. Alice was moving towards her goal, to see her beloved, and as a result, she never resisted. John and Meg are perplexed, or rather, it is impossible to describe their emotions. A family of strong people is amazing. A strong woman needs a strong man. She beamed as she was able to approach John. Now everyone was saved. Perhaps even Alice herself could be saved alone. John met her gaze, the eyes of a loving man, their gaze like a hot kiss that should be dessert at the end of a battle. Meg admires Alice. She would never have thought that her little sister could move so gracefully and hit so hard at the same time. Everyone was pleased with the spectacle and the battle itself. Everyone was delighted. Alice struck a dramatic pose that made everyone's blood boil and their hearts boil in the boiling water. They finally returned to the cave to everyone safe and sound. Tim is thrown to the ground because his behavior contributed to their attitude towards him. He is very angry at everything and everyone. He lost again. He again lost the opportunity to get everything and everyone. Michael decided to ask what about Tim, what he would do with him. Clint angrily pulled out a knife and said that he would kill him as soon as possible. Clint is very angry at Tim's gang, because even when they spared them for their own benefit, Tim still found the strength to hijack a bus and kidnap the girls. Tim is even more frightened, as if it is not an ordinary knife blade that is rushing towards him, but a large guillotine blade, as if the executioner is already ready to cut off the head of the defendant. John decided to spare Tim again. It is not known whether this is a mistake or whether he knows a use for him. Clint was puzzled as to why John would decide to forgive Tim and the whole gang, since they were the ones who had kidnapped his girls. It turns out that John needed Clint to tell him about a certain City B before killing him. The same suitcase that was stolen from Clint by Tim, but Clint was still able to take it from Tim. What is he hiding? There are many secrets in it, and it is obvious. John looks with interest at the secret suitcase, which contains something he needs. Clint, opening the suitcase, says that it is a treasure chest that contains everything John needs. He easily unfastens the suitcase, which is closed with strong latches to hide the contents. Not everything there is so important. Ordinary things soared into the sky, including even strange ones for the boy. Clint is definitely not happy that he decided to open his case in front of him, as he could not have expected such an eruption of things. John's head also suffered from the suitcase's sudden attack. Even the suitcase dared to attack the intelligent zombie. John is perplexed. He can't understand why Clint needs so many unnecessary things, sometimes even childish ones. Clint is very embarrassed. He could not expect this, and he has to justify it by saying that all these things can happen to anyone, and sometimes you can find even worse things there than he does. He rummages through his things again, trying to find something important there, something that worries John so much and something that he so wants to know about. Incredibly, he pulled out a radio, and apparently, it was she who would tell about everything in City B. Clint turns on the radio and starts to change her settings, but she only hisses in response. He connected to the station of City B, and it finally announced that everyone who heard this message should hurry to the city, as they had a lot of space and goods. John was intrigued by the message, wondering if it was true that they could be protected there or if it was a trap. Everyone was surprised or happy, since City B would be able to accommodate up to 20,000 people, but they still received this message about a month ago, which could disprove the relevance of the information. He abruptly throws the radio to John and says that the radio is old, and it is quite hard to hear anything on it. John catches his feed, continuing to listen to all the information about the radio from Clint. John turns out to be an expert in old radios, as he even knows that old models do not have sound recordings, which confirms its age. John is haunted by the question of what binds Clint and Tim together, what constitutes their connection, what it is based on. Clint didn't immediately understand who John was talking about, who he had managed to unite him with. Clint pointed at Tim and hit the nail on the head, because there is some kind of connection between them. He smiled and apparently decided to start a new story, only this time about Tim and the story that connects them. It's not for nothing that Tim calls himself a spoiled child after all. His father is the ruler of City B, where their new path leads them. Tim's father has a lot of power in his hands, because it's not for nothing that his son is so impudent and is allowed to do anything. It was incredible. But how could the ruler of City B be Tim's father? At that very moment, Tim grinned with satisfaction. John immediately cried out, how could it be that his father, Tim's father, turned out to be the ruler? Immediately after John screams, a fist flies into Tim's face with such force that even his father's power will not help him escape from it. How meaningless is the power he had. John and Clint mock Tim because they cannot believe such information. He cannot be the son of the city's mayor. A strong blow hit Tim. From this, he will definitely reconsider a couple of dreams, and if he is lucky, he will even reconsider his views on his behavior. Shaven decided to stand up for his older brother and even decided to threaten Clint and John, since if they arrived in City B, they would definitely not be welcome. He gritted his teeth and promised to tell Tim's father everything they had done to them. Clint and John look down on them to make sure they don't get too big for their boots. Clint easily finds a way to deal with the shaved one. Just kill them before they get to City B, and that's it. John is as merciful as ever, even though he recently sent Tim into the dream world with one blow. Clint doesn't like the way John is acting. He wants to finish them off as quickly as possible, turn them into a sieve and not bother himself anymore. Tim is already rising from his brief slumber, and John even thinks they might be useful. The fat man is still recovering from John's powerful attack, and the dent in his face will take a long time to heal. but John still hit the wrong person who injured Meg. John looks around at the cave dwellers and realizes that the road to City B is very long, but it is worth it, as it may be an oasis for them in the middle of the desert. A young mother rocks her hungry son, who urgently needs to find food, and they all need to find food and provisions. John assesses the situation sensibly and understands that he cannot force children and mothers to get food on their own. Tim didn't like John's idea. He was ready to die, but he would never work for him. Shaven tries to stop Tim, as he is clearly at a disadvantage to show his character. But Tim doesn't care about his words. His pride is above it. John didn't like such impudence either and turned his furious gaze specifically at him. Shaven was already shaking with fear, and Tim was overwhelmed by the fact that he had so instantly turned his attention to him. John had already clenched his fingers into a fist, and with each step he was getting closer and closer to Tim. He looked down at him with disdain and asked him if he was impatient to die, if he wanted to. Tim continues to be cheeky to John, saying that it is better to die than to wander at his feet for the rest of his days. John leaned towards him, which indicated that he was clearly in trouble, as he had made him very angry. He looked him straight in the eyes and asked when he would die, how quickly it would happen. Tim was surprised by such a question. He could not expect anything from the once merciful, once cruel John. John's cruelty has taken its toll. He is ready to crush his skull against the walls of the cave, turning it into bone meal so that at least his bones can become fertilizer for new plants. John's hand is already very close to Tim. He will be in serious trouble from such a blow. What will happen after such an attack on Tim? What will happen to Tim in the future? Does he have a future as John's main opponent? No one could have expected this from John, since only recently he had forgiven Tim's antics time and time again, and now he had smeared his head, leaving cave paintings with his blood. In the cloud of dust, only Tim's legs are visible. It is unknown whether he is alive or whether his lifeless body with porridge instead of a head is already ready to leave the remains to his ancestors. Shaven burst into tears over the death of their brother, since it was he who had always protected them from all misfortunes, no matter how ugly he was. Tim's screams came out of the clouds of dust, which meant only one thing. John had spared him. There was no other way, since he simply could not miss. Tears of sadness were replaced by tears of happiness. The shaved one and the sixes can no longer help but rejoice, as if their brother was reborn after death. Still, Tim is afraid of his death, because he worries about himself the most. His life is the most precious to him. The pupils narrowed very much. He was very scared. As he was on the verge of death, his whole life flashed before him. It was like a rebirth or a second birthday for him. John stood up effectively and prepared a second blow to teach Tim a lesson once again. Maybe right now Tim is afraid of death. Right now he will be afraid to look her in the eyes. Tim feels like he's on a roller coaster, and every time he goes down the high part, he squeals like a little kid. This is already the third descent for Tim, but he still can't understand that it's better to obey, and even better to be useful, otherwise death. When will it dawn on him? It must dawn on his stupid head someday, that his pride will only destroy him. And again a fist flies at him. Like the scythe of death itself, it takes his life. But he is already running away from John's attack. What is he so afraid of? He used to speak completely differently, so as not to die for real. What keeps him in this world? Tim falls to the ground and falls towards his sixes, who can only shout brother and brother. Another crack has spread throughout the cave, and John is so strong that he cracks the walls like an eggshell. John explains that Tim has no idea what death is, and he's even puzzled by how insidious it can be. Tim thinks that he is the most fearless and can easily fight her, but this is definitely not true. John even tries to teach his enemies what they lack. He even tries to teach the stupid Tim. Real death acts very insidiously. It silently waits for the moment when you stop expecting it, and it attacks suddenly. When you don't even have time to grieve, that's how terrible it is. Death overtakes everyone, and everyone's path will end at a different time. One person's path is full of thorns, another's is full of wealth, but the end is the same for everyone: a rope, soap, a stool. Everything that you can admire forever is torn to pieces before your eyes, and death is to blame for everything. He grabs Tim by the shoulder, which makes him even more scared. Tim is not afraid of death because he considers it a moment, but he knows nothing, while John is not the last in matters of death, and, like no one else, knows everything about it. John realizes that Tim doesn't care at all about his words. He turns away from him and leaves. Even if he is not patient, He promises that he will not beat him to death. For John, there is not much joy in his life, but he enjoys it sincerely. He does not demand more, since he will eventually lose it all in greater quantities. He understands that Tim will not give them any peace and decided to send the girls to sleep on the bus, keeping an eye on them. Meg is very happy about this news, as her brother hasn't put her to bed for a long time. All the inhabitants of the cave watch as John silently leaves with his girls. Even Leo was scared by John's speech. He kept it quiet until he was far away from them. Clint orders Leo to shut up. It is not known why he does this to Leo, but for him it is strange. It turns out that Clint admires John with all his heart for his reasonableness and coolness. Clint's admiration was stopped by a voice coming from behind him. Tim is not Tim if he does not remain silent and does not try to turn the crowd against John. Tim says that John is playing along with everyone, but in reality, he is waiting for the moment to kill everyone. His own blood had only just dried after such a disgrace, and he was already preparing his Protestant speech. Clint liked Tim's speech, or rather, he was very tired of it. Clint was impressed by Tim's persistence and fearlessness. John was right. He didn't care at all. He thinks Tim is a dog who just can't shut up, and he's just one of a kind. Who does Tim think he is when Clint is considered the boss here, and he gives him a slap in the face similar to the slap Tim gave Meg? Clint sends Tim to the corner for punishment, but he's not a kid anymore, so he still needs to get a kick in to get him to his corner. The little sister splashes in the cold, truly sincerely enjoying every second of her mischief. She notices the beauty that the river reflects, the moon and the stars that are caught behind the river's reflection. Meg calls her friend Alice to show her endless joy. Alice takes care of her so that she is more careful and generally behaves like a real mother. Meg, in turn, expresses her consent, but her childish pranks have no limits. It is impossible to set boundaries for her. The girlfriend smiles sweetly back, waving at her in greeting. John was silent, and this somehow bothered Alice, so she decided to examine him in detail. She thanked him, for which he never understood. He was left confused by just one thank you, since he could not have expected such frankness so suddenly. Now everything is clear. She thanked John for looking for her and eventually finding her. Wasn't it fate? Even after such gratitude, she herself shone brighter than the moon in the sky. Finally, a bright smile appeared on John. He was confused at first, but his chest felt warmer because of the pleasant words of such a beauty. John has hidden something in his pocket and is trying to find it to show Alice. What was this? It really shocked Alice. She was very confused, as if someone had taken out her wedding ring. This is the same bandage that Alice had on before the apocalypse, which was stolen from her by a zombie, and John carefully kept it, as if it was leading him to it, as if a guiding star leads to the north. After waking up, the first thing he saw was a bandage that was eerily similar to Alice's bandage. Maybe that's when he had hope of saving her. John, without any regret, rips the bandage out of the dead man's bloodthirsty mouth, not giving him a chance to survive. Still, he was hurt by the news that came to his mind. He could not believe that his loved one could so easily leave this life without leaving a trace behind. Later, one of the survivors made it clear that John is definitely not a human anymore, and a zombie, he is something in between, a zombie with a human mind. His soul was divided into two parts, a dead man who had the mind of a human and a human with the power of a real dead man. His life was divided into before and after. His despair knew no bounds. He tightly squeezed the bandage to get rid of such thoughts. John is not pleased to admit that fate has rewarded him with such an opportunity for survival. It has turned him into another dead man, and it is unclear whether it would have been better for him to die or wander in the body of an intelligent zombie. Alice puts her hand on his strong shoulder, trying to encourage him in every way. His desire to find his little sister and Alice knew no bounds. His heart could not roar once, and it would calm down meekly. He searched blindly, went where his feet carried him. The worst possible scenarios were going through his head. Alice was very scared of what John had gone through, what he had to overcome on the way to them. John hugged his beloved tightly, fully expressing his affection, his sincerity, his joy that they were found alive and not as remains on one of the streets. She didn't expect such sincerity from him. She was also shocked. She was confused. She could never have thought that she would be able to feel the warmth from her beloved again. He is on the verge, as if at any moment he will burst into tears, and all these tears will fall on the shoulders of the beauty. He thanked her again, and she silently smiled, and was also very happy about this opportunity. Alice stroked his head, running her fingers through his silky locks, calling him puppy, which was very, very sweet. He doesn't really like it when people call him a little dog or worse. Her kind smile never leaves her sweet face. She continues to delight him and charm him with her unearthly beauty. Even here, John is despondent, as if he cannot be like a cute dog since he himself is a dead man. She doesn't think so. She doesn't see any downsides to John being a zombie. She touches his cheek, expressing her sincerity in the words she says. Even if he is a zombie, he does not stop being kind, strong, and most importantly, even in the body of a dead man, he remains human. The kindest feelings are written on his face. He hasn't heard such words addressed to him for a long time. His heart beats faster. These are the very words that give endless motivation to protect what is dear. Everything around was shining. Wet lips were reaching out to each other. The most significant moment was about to happen any minute. It could not be avoided. A couple of centimeters separate them. Even on a dark night, they shine like the dawn in the early morning. But here it is, an eclipse. Meg stops this spectacle and points out that John wants to bite Alice. She has no idea what is going on here. It seems like she wanted to help, but she stands there in complete bewilderment, silently. John asks her to go play a little, and Alice, embarrassed, cannot even glance in Meg's direction. The little sister will not stand aside and will always give good advice, and then she warns Alice not to let John bite her. You see, a foul smell will come from her mouth. John doesn't like this news and is completely furious with his little sister's words. Suddenly, a knife is flying from the side, an enemy or another joker who decided to stab you in the back. John is not so weak as not to catch such a childish attack. Even in complete ignorance, he is ready to catch a bullet that flies before his eyes. There's Clint again. His ability to get involved in the most inconvenient moments is amazing. He came in time to throw a knife at an ally, during a moment of privacy with his beloved. Elia and John recognize the familiar silhouette. He can be recognized among 1,000, and his impudence among millions. He clearly doesn't care, but he still asks them for forgiveness for interrupting their intimacy. Even when he wants to sleep, he will pay some attention to his friend to make fun of him a little, that's all, Clint. John asked more than once for him to give him at least a little free space. Clint took the scissors with him for some unknown reason. Something crept into his head again, and John might not like it. There it is, an evil grin, all his evil intentions revealed. He wants to deprive John of a couple of silky strands from his head. John can't react to this in any way other than with apprehension. When Clint has scissors in his hands, nothing good can be expected from him. What has gotten into his skull? The hair is already lying on the cold stone floor, which means that the haircut is already finished. Clint wanted to do one thing, but it turned out to be something completely different, which left everyone standing nearby in shock, as if they would burst into laughter any minute. What a transformation John has had after Clint's masterful haircut. What will make them all laugh out loud? Apparently Clint did as he wanted. It turned out very funny. The brutal zombie turned into a cute long-haired teenager. Everyone is already holding on with difficulty, so as not to laugh at John, they are trying not to show their emotions. But it does not help them, since literally everything is written on their faces. Everything is in vain. Sam and Michael are already bursting with laughter. Such a reaction is typical. Anyone in their place would not have been able to hold back. Alice, Leo, Meg, and Clint hold back their emotions, clutching their own mouths to keep from laughing out loud. Since he received only ridicule from his friends, he can only admire himself in the reflection of the river. What's going on in his head? What has Clint done? Clint is not a master hairdresser. He is a master of mockery. He has a talent for it. Even John himself burst out laughing. What an irony. Clint is very good at this kind of activity. John turns towards Clint. He's definitely in trouble soon. And Clint had already prepared the camera to capture such a moment, in order to visit the phone gallery in the future and find himself at that very time with the warmest moments that would give warm emotions after decades. As expected, John doesn't like sneaky photos and immediately reacts to it with a hard slap to the face. The walls of the cave are covered with the warm light of the flames of the fires. But the cozy atmosphere is undermined by bad news. One of the cave's inhabitants has fallen ill. He is clearly unwell and needs urgent help. He is very unwell. Is it possible to help him anymore and quickly? Otherwise, it will be too late to help him. Everyone around him is wary of what a sick person might throw out, since such symptoms can only mean one thing. Hunger is to blame for everything, but he himself is also to blame. These symptoms are similar to the symptoms of someone who has eaten the flesh of the dead, or rather, someone who has not eaten it for a long time. All his strength was gone. He fell on the cold floor, but he couldn't die. Still, everyone is of the opinion that the man died and it is no longer possible to save him. Tim was scared by this. The theory about zombie absorption turned out to be true. These are the symptoms after his experiments on people. He feels guilty before him, or it is just fear. Shaved is talking about the consequences that arose as a result of eating zombies. Zombie meat kills in any case. It doesn't care that the consumer has stopped eating it. It won't make him its slave. It will just kill him. That's how harshly the virus treats people. Leo wets a rag in water and says that zombie meat should never be consumed as food. It will definitely not lead to anything good. Even those who did not become zombies after being absorbed by zombies will die in the future without any obstacles. Many people have already fallen victim to Tim's insidious experiments, and now he will be in trouble. No one will take his side. There are many people in the cave who have at least once eaten zombie meat, and it frightens them, plunges them into fear. The worst thing about this food is that it is addictive, and for good reason, because everyone enjoys it as if they have never eaten anything more delicious. They are immersed in ecstasy, as if on the strongest drug. Anyone who receives a certain level of toxins will die or become a zombie. It's only a matter of time, and such information instills horror, because no one even felt the consequences after such meals. Some people are already scratching their heads, wondering what could be causing such an itch. It can't be. Where was everyone looking when they were already rotting alive and turning into corpses, and the skin under their hair had already darkened and looked like zombie skin? What did they all hope for when they fed on the dead? Or their brains were controlled by the foul smell that enslaves their minds? The screamer, in fear, began calling out to everyone in order to identify the next madman who had tried zombie meat. Everyone passed the screamer test, after all. Most of the cave dwellers have already tried zombie meat, and without quick decisions, things can only get worse and lead to tragedy. Finally, Tim himself understands that the situation is heating up and that soon accusations will be directed at him, which means that nothing good will come of it for him. Everyone in the cave is like a Trojan horse. Some have zombie meat with them, some don't have meat, but they become zombies. Even one sick person can infect everyone in the cave. It's strange, but Clint is happy that the situation is heating up, while Michael doesn't like the fact that there are so many sick people. Clint thinks sensibly, but not fairly. He believes that there is no other way but to leave everyone to the mercy of fate, to hope for fate, only to leave everyone here to certain death. Clint has already made up his mind. His decision may waver, but in the future he will always find a reason to get rid of unnecessary people. Clint doesn't hold his men. He waves his arms and indicates that everyone should gather their things. They split up. He is already looking for a candidate for the position of leader in order to hand over all the patients to him, since our boy is not going to bother with solving the problem. He runs into the strong chest of John, who has already arrived and just in time to start solving the problem and not leave everyone here. Clint didn't like who he crashed into. Any collision would have caused him to react like that. John despises Clint for this way of solving problems, even humiliates him a little for such cowardice, since the commander is the last to flee the ship, no other way. Clint doesn't like such impudence. He is furious because he didn't expect his friend to stand up to him. John understands the difficulty of the situation. Most of them ate zombie meat, and if he took on the responsibility of leading them, let him take it only on himself. Clint can only rub his nose and remain silent in response to John because he is truly wrong. Most of those caught trying to eat zombie meat were found to be alive, which is a real blessing, as many were instantly transformed into zombies. John clearly wants to back down from Clint's decision, as John's conscience is much clearer than Clint's. John believes that Clint has no right to leave those people alone. He must help them, even if they will be useless in the future. Clint is only concerned with John's visual component. Only here does he want to find a common language with him. He exhales and even thinks that John has become nicer. And it's true. John's new image is good. Whoever did this has taste. Clint still listened to John and decided to help the others, and also asks Leo for help. Leo didn't expect that he would be forced to treat everyone, although it's stupid. He's a doctor. The people from the outside were immediately delighted that they could be helped, since among them was a doctor who was highly valued at such a time. The lack of calories and food is to blame for everything. The body lacks them and it begins to crave meat. In our time, the meat of the dead, which should be replaced. John adjusts his glasses and realizes that to sustain life he needs to bring animal meat, which is quite difficult to find these days. Clint immediately becomes indignant, since meat of animal origin is very difficult and almost impossible to find. Still, there is a stinking pile of something lying on the ground. Perhaps it belongs to some animal, which suggests that those people can still be saved. Clint hints that this pile could lead them to a lot of meat. John tries to examine the whole pile in detail in order to quickly find this animal that will save people from inevitable death. Clint notices a haze creeping across the surface of the pile, indicating that it was made not too long ago. John finds Clint disgusting because he only wants to talk about the stinking smoke over the pile. He can't take his eyes off such a sight, smoking with its disgusting smell. Clint realizes that the chances of finding the animal in such a large forest will be difficult, even impossible. John points in the direction of the tracks that do not look human. Clint realizes his stupidity, and they begin to follow the tracks. Clint orders Tim to be tied to him, and they should be on their way. As soon as Clint turned away, his face changed and turned into a face of shock. What brought him to this? Sam and Michael aren't far behind Clint, both looking at the pile exactly like him and discussing it in exactly the same way he does. Tim waits for him to be tied up and for them to head out to look for the secret animal. Clint won't spare such people. He immediately hits each one on the head so that they don't behave stupidly. Everyone got it, even Tim, who did nothing extra, but fell under Clint's hot hand. John tries to cheer Clint up, as after such a disgrace, it will be difficult for him to forget him. John's gaze changed abruptly. Something had aroused his strong attention. Perhaps an enemy, or perhaps that very animal had been found. He grabs Clint's arm and makes him stop. Something is still wrong. Clint doesn't listen to him and continues walking, not seeing any obstacles in front of him, like a bull at the sight of a red flag. Clint looks down and sees something that scared even John, as if they hadn't noticed and were walking towards the abyss. There were a lot of remains of blood and rotten flesh under Clint's feet. It was clear that a crowd of zombies had already been here. This whole picture shocked everyone. Something incredibly disgusting fell under their feet, something that did not bode well. Piles of bones, flesh and blood, and most importantly, a disgusting smell that makes it impossible to even take a breath, as if clogging the nostrils. The meat was already decomposing. Grabbing a little meat with a stick, it began to flow like some kind of sauce. Such horror can only be encountered during the apocalypse. Such a smell comes from rotten meat. Clint can't believe that zombies could do such a thing, that they could kill every single animal and leave only rot behind. John confirms that these definitely cannot be the Walking Dead, who even enjoy animal meat. John examined everything in detail and noticed some traces that belonged to the killer of all these animals. John's attention span is enviable. He is the only one who time after time finds all the traces that no one else in the gang can see. Clint immediately guesses whose track it is, since it was very large, which means that the animal must be of amazing size. John silently ponders who the giant monster could be that left such marks. Clint was distracted by some sound from the side, which was coming from behind everyone. The giant boar turned out to be the very same animal killer. But from what moment did boars become predators? The giant, in order to demonstrate his strength, screamed at the top of his voice. He was in a hostile mood, which is quite strange for an ordinary boar. Everyone was already running in different directions, but Clint froze, as if in a deer stupor. Nothing could move him from the spot. A strong stench was emanating from the hungry monster, confirming the boar's involvement in devouring those animals. Clint can only stand in front of the monster and silently look at it. There is no way to even run away, since it is already too late. He puffs out his cheeks, and John grabs him by the collar and tries to save him from the boar's attack. John is not a weakling after all, and easily saves Clint from the charging boar, as if he had stopped a train in motion with his strength alone. The boar could not have expected such strength from the dead man, but John gives him a strong kick so that he runs away in fear in search of truffles. Clint is so sick from all the stench that all his food is coming out. John is irritated by Clint's carelessness and sends him flying so that he doesn't get in the way and underfoot. Clint already felt the ground with his whole body. John threw him to the side quite forcefully. Clint can only crawl and complain that John abandoned him, while he spits out the remaining pieces of food. Everyone is in a hurry to run away from the boar so as not to get hit, and also so as not to get underfoot and get in the way. During the battle, John even manages to express indignation while he is attacked by a giant zombie boar that has eaten all the animals in the area. Clint didn't like the way he was behaving in battle. He lost his vigilance and released a stream of food on his friend as well. Clint, warning John about the danger from behind, screams as if his ligaments are about to rupture at any minute. John quickly casts his gaze at the enemy and prepares for his attack, which will clearly not be weak. Our hero takes the entire blow with his chest, like a real man. But such an attitude towards battle cannot lead to anything good. They are heading towards Clint. Will he again just stand and watch the battle from the sidelines and expose himself to blows? John felt the full mighty power of the boar. You won't find such animals in any zoo, even with fire. Everything worked out for Clint. The boar and John flew past at high speed. If Clint had been in their way, he would have already been leveled to the ground. The boar slammed John right into the tree. The boar's strength is also impressive. This is the highest level of evolution. John can't answer the giant boar, because he is definitely not weak and is ready to fight to the death of his opponent. He takes advantage of the situation and prepares to bite off John's head, opening his large mouth wide. John is no weakling and easily grabs the boar by its fangs. The boar's mouth will only close when it dies at John's hands. Clint won't stand by when his friend is being devoured by a giant zombie boar. He grabs the sheath to pull out the knife and jumps towards the boar to wound it in its weakest spot. Clint takes hold of the knife handle, preparing it for the large boar carcass, but it will probably not be enough. Clint is already flying towards the boar and makes a powerful swing with his knife to deliver the strongest blow possible. The knife entered the boar's carcass with ease, and it is unknown whether it hurt him at all, whether he felt anything. Still, the boar felt unpleasant and even hurt, and he growled loudly at them, showing his displeasure. John is trying to take care of Clint, but he himself is in much greater danger, even mortal. Clint points out that he is better off worrying about himself and helping himself first. He cuts his hand with a knife to share his blood with John, so that it will increase his strength many times over. Clint throws a little of his blood at him and says that even if John becomes a zombie, he will not stop being truly human. The drop of blood is almost reaching John. Such a boost for him just from a drop of human blood, an incredible ability. John's eye lights up with its own unique flame, as if such a flame burns through the soul from within, covering the victim with eternal fire. Clint challenges John to beat the pig instead of standing in a corner. Here is John's incredible strength. Finally, the impudent pig will fly away to another forest and leave all the living creatures alone. Clint and the boar are already turning over. The size of the boar is amazing. A couple of truffles that he will find in the forest with his keen sense of smell will not be enough for such a little boar. John's strength is also amazing. One kick to the pig's neck made it stand on its hind hooves and spit blood. Clint is already asking John for help at the top of his voice, so that he can quickly save him from such death. John is already jumping from his place and heading towards the boar, since the battle is definitely not over yet, and he still has to help Clint. He grabs the animal's tusk and directs its fall in the opposite direction. Still, he wants to deliver the decisive blow to the head and jumps on her. He subdued the giant creature. Now all that was left was to send it to animal heaven so that it would no longer eat animals in the area and would not kill all strangers in sight. John helps Clint and grabs his hand. Here he is, our savior, a dead man, a hero. Clint holds on to John with all his might and tries to climb onto the boar's head in order to at least get out of the battle alive. John asks Clint for help while he can still move and continue fighting. Clint hasn't fully woken up yet, and he's already being asked to hand over a stick, like a dog that will humbly obey and hand over that very stick. Clint notices the stick and aims his gaze and himself to grab it. He deftly, holding onto John's hand, snatches the stick from the ground and prepares to hand it to him. He throws it to John, and it flies straight into his hands to finally finish off this giant creature and cleanse the world of another zombie. The stick is already in his hands, which means all that remains for John to do is to plunge it into the creature's head and send it to the guardian of the scales. Incredibly, John throws Clint headfirst to the ground for the second time in the battle, a personal record for him, and it takes a lot of strength, since not everyone can throw away friends. The frightening creature screams at the top of its voice in pain. Apparently it doesn't have much longer to live, or rather, life has already left it. John swings his stick like an executioner swings his halberd before a beheading, in order to most likely take the life of his victim once and for all, leaving him no chance of further survival. The stick went in very deep. The monster has no choice but to leave this world and leave behind only its horns and legs. The animal's eyes rolled back. Another monster fell at the hands of John, who cleanses this world of evil creatures, putting his life on the line, betting on the future. He pulled the tip of the stick out of the pig, as if pulling a holy sword from a stone that had lain there for hundreds of years waiting for someone worthy, sending her to another world. The creature was truly strong and fell in battle as a hero. Fighting until the end, it left many wounds on the enemy, but was able to stand up for itself as a true warrior. Meanwhile, Sam and Michael try to wake up Clint, who was abandoned by Joe while he was trying to help him. John approaches them to find out if everything is okay with his friend, who can always be thrown aside so as not to interfere, and when brought, serve, go, and don't interfere. John brazenly approached and decided to worry about his friend. Maybe he was feeling bad after he threw him out somewhere far away so he wouldn't get in the way. Clint lies silently on the ground, and Michael is surprised by John's impudence since he didn't even apologize for such impudence. Clint didn't like the way he was being thrown around when he was trying to help in every way and even offer a helping hand. And he was being thrown around as if in gratitude. Tim hears grunting to the side. It can't be that another creature crawled out stealthily. Clint definitely won't be able to withstand a second attack. A strange rustling sound from the bushes. Is the enemy coming out from there? What is there? What awaits our heroes again? What is the danger? Tim had already started warning everyone about this sound that was waiting for them on the side, as if a new danger was threatening their lives. John and the whole company are sent to check, and they are already clearly ready for anything. Even if the sky falls on them, John will catch it and raise it back. He pushes aside the thick grass to find out everything about what is hidden behind it. Probably the real food is hidden there. John's eyes lit up. Whether it meant that there was an enemy behind the grass or animal food, the joy in his eyes said that they were lucky after all. Finally, they found little piglets with little doll-like eyes, which make you not even want to eat them. You want to squeeze them, hug them with all your strength. They found a treasure hidden by the creature that retained its maternal instinct to protect its young. John looked down as they had killed the mother of those boars, who had protected her little boars with all her might, and they, out of ignorance, had killed their only protector. Sam showed his sympathy towards the boar and his children who were left alone and would soon go into the soup to cure people. He understands that everything has a price and sometimes no one pays off. Clint was wounded right in the heart, because even a boar has a maternal instinct. But even his mother did not have it. Even a boar fought to the death for his children, and his mother allowed all the most terrible things to happen. Sam shed tears after Clint's words, because their mistake cost 5 lives, 4 of which could have lived on and produced offspring. The only fate that awaits the little boars is boiled broth, which will be a medicine for useless people. Everything flew into the pork soup at once. The fragrant smell filled the entire cave, enchanting with its aroma. The broth was saturated with the taste of an animal that it would still be ashamed to eat. The cave dwellers are already wiping away their drool to try the meat of real animals in a long time, and not the toxic meat of the dead. Clint, before starting to eat, prays and thanks God for the opportunity to taste such food. Sam can't stop his tears. Even Michael can't calm him down. Our guy's feelings are so affected. All the madmen are already starting to have discharge from their mouths due to the aromatic smell that comes from the cauldron of soup and spreads throughout the cave. Everyone is already rejoicing and celebrating. They will be able to survive. They will be able to continue to support their existence. The mother rejoices her sick son that they will be able to save themselves. The meat has already arrived, and they only have to wait a little longer to be cured of their addiction to the meat of the dead. John didn't forget about the girls and grabbed a couple of fruits for them to enjoy. And Meg loves fruits more than any meat, so she's very happy about her brother's attention. Tim and his gang are sitting with empty stomachs when a scent wafts past their noses that intoxicates the mind more than any medicine. Tim realizes that there is not enough meat and they should ask for a little for their people, since there are many more of them who have tried zombie meat. Shaved reminds Tim about the meat, but he clearly already understands everything. But it won't make things any better. They urgently need to ask for some, for their gang. Another one points to the guy who is already drooling and who also urgently needs help. Otherwise, it will be too late. One of the gang is almost dead. He either has to be saved or die. Just look at Clint's mercy. Tim swallowed his own secretions out of fear, since it was his fault and his alone that such consequences were lurking, and he alone was to blame for them. Tim suddenly walked up to Clint, probably to borrow some meat, but judging by Clint's behavior, he would never in his life share even the crumbs from the table with him. Tim is ashamed to ask for something, but he asks for a certain deal for which he wants to get some meat. Clint finally started listening to Tim carefully. He was interested in such sincerity on Tim's part. Clint burst out laughing at this statement, his smile stretching from ear to ear, as if he wanted to gloat at him so much that he couldn't stop. Clint thought Tim was brave because after everything he had done, he still had the courage to approach him and even negotiate a deal. Clint brazenly grabbed Tim by the chin as a sign of his humiliation. Tim is very afraid of such a reaction from Clint, since after killing his brother, one can expect everything and more from him. He never stops mocking the helpless Tim. He continues to humiliate him, even when he is humiliated so much that he can be called the lowest man. Clint controls Tim with his actions. He shuts his mouth without even touching him. Just grabbing his chin, Tim's mouth goes numb. Clint points out that Tim is a dog and he should behave appropriately. He should whine and bark on all fours to ask for something. Tim just silently watches as he is humiliated in front of everyone. But he cannot do otherwise, since he will pay for his resistance with his own life. Clint puts Tim on his knees to beg for mercy, to whine like a puppy waiting for food, to finally understand his position here. Baldy and the whole gang notice such impudence on Clint's part, and they all order him not to overdo it, because they think that he crossed the line of what is permitted. Michael and Sam are already in combat positions. One extra move and extra teeth will fly in different directions. Clint's ability to mock his opponents is something to be envied. He smells the aroma of fresh meat right in front of Tim, and the same feeling comes from trying to shake hands with a man without arms. Clint suggests that Tim bark to earn that piece of meat and share it with his boys. He mocks Tim because it brings him endless pleasure, like the most powerful drug. In an instant, the meat disappears from Clint's stick, and his laughter turns to a silence filled with fear. Clint was shocked by such speed. After such joy, there was a moment of fear that gave goosebumps on his skin. John grabbed the meat thief by the neck as if he was trying to attack him, and John defended himself masterfully, as if he were swatting a mosquito. This madman turned out to be one of Tim's gang. He had already gone mad from hunger and had become just another dead man who thirsted for meat and only meat. Clint is still in shock. He can do nothing but stand and silently watch everything that is happening. John grabbed the madman's neck with his hand, and he only growled something unintelligible in response and continued to bite off a piece of meat. The capillaries in his eyes swelled. Saliva flowed and fangs became visible. In addition, the skin darkened. All the symptoms of a dead man were on his face. His death was inevitable. Tim and the whole gang are shocked by all of this. You can tell from Tim's eyes that he didn't want this outcome. He wanted to achieve this outcome, but the risks were not justified. John is reasonable, and yet before killing, he asks Leo if it is still possible to save this guy. But his face makes it clear that the only salvation for this guy will be death. Everything turned out to be true. No one will help him anymore. Only wander in the boat of the guide of the eternal guide of souls to the underworld. No matter how difficult it is to make such a decision, John should make it calmly. Since it is no longer possible to help the man, it means that it is better to spare him suffering. John grabs him even tighter, squeezing his throat tighter and tighter. Only he can decide death or life in a mindless body. Tim is worried about his subordinate and does not want to let some John kill him. No way. Tim already starts yelling at him in an attempt to stop him, but everyone understands that it is no longer possible to save him. Shaven is very agitated, as never before, as if it were his body hanging in John's arms. It was he who could not even take a breath of air. The second one screams the name of the virus victim. He can't believe all this, that his friend will go to the other world at the hands of the enemy. Tim even remembered about promises. He himself never kept them. But as far as it concerns him, a promise is the most valuable thing. John doesn't listen to this fool because he is the only one to blame for all this. Only his guilt lies in his death, and the infection of all people also lies on Tim's shoulders. He still continues to beg John to stop torturing him, so that he doesn't kill his comrade and friend, whom he would easily send to be eaten by the dead, just to save himself. However, John did not listen to him, and his life ended there. Blood splashed in all directions and the end of the man's life. Here are Tim's sincere emotions. Finally, he can show compassion for his people. Something human has awakened in him. Even a tear rolled down his cheeks. His eyes became very wet. After all, he was a freak. But John's words awakened something human in him. Tim bowed his head, all because of one subordinate, and you could never expect such a reaction from him, since he was not so worried even about his beloved. Clint stands in front of the gang, arms crossed, as if what he had been seeking had happened. He had emerged victorious in this battle. Tim is in complete despair. For him, this defeat will become an eternal lesson. He's unlikely to risk his allies, comrades, and subordinates anymore, but as far as he can go. Meg and Alice could not expect this from John. He was cruel, but he made sure that he did not suffer, so that he did not go wild and start attacking the healthy, since one sick person means death to everyone else. A killer and a savior, two in one, John is like an executioner. With a swing of his axe, he sacrifices one, saving the majority. But the world is not without losses. Regret and compassion can be seen in his eyes, but his hands are already stained with blood and it cannot be washed off. But still, he is not guilty of anything. All the blame lies on Tim's shoulders. John remembers the meat and asks Michael if it is ready, and he replies that it is ready. John is generous, even after killing. He is calm. He is ready to share his loot with fools who only think about how to eat and listen to their boss, who puts their lives on the line. Clint was instantly outraged at how they were going to share the meat when they had worked so hard to get it while they were warming themselves in the cave in complete safety. John thinks strategically. He understands that one mutated person can lead to tragedy. If they don't help, death to everyone here and even important people can be at risk. Our hero explains everything clearly to Clint, but his eyes show some kind of self-interest that was never there before. Something was definitely wrong. He clenched his fists tightly, gathering all his fingers into a fist. Was this all because of John's decision? Was everything to our Clint's liking? Here is Clint's angry look. Everything was red in it. His intentions are not clear, but the fact that John makes such decisions does not please him. He put on a mask. Everything is clear with him. He most likely wants to throw away all this burden of responsibility far away. Everything in the cave is a burden for him. He only needs John. Clint wants to get out of a difficult conversation and says that he will go eat sour berries while his people eat his meat. You can see this nervousness in Clint's movements. Sam tries to slow Clint down so that he eats more slowly, but his anger does not allow anyone to be heard. John probably understands what is happening to Clint. He silently looks at him, because he wants to understand what is happening to him. But still his gaze breaks, and he casts it towards the people he saved with his generosity. Finally, they were able to escape, and it was all because of John, who showed mercy, solved Tim's problem, and, in general, saved many lives. You can tell from John's expression that things aren't as good as everyone thinks. He noticed that strange reaction in Clint. There was no sincere joy for the survivors in his eyes. He wanted them all to die. Alice wants to cheer John up, thinking that all problems are solved for the near future. John soberly assesses, it is not without reason that there is a downcast expression on his face. He refused Alice and her decision, since the decision was only to delay the inevitable. John's gaze examined everyone in the cave, who ate how they looked, and most importantly, who wanted to throw all their people into the abyss. Clint nervously eats the berries that he, John, and the gang collected after the hunt. Tim and the whole gang greedily listen to the delicious aroma of meat and perhaps wait for someone to share it with them. The rest of the people eat piece by piece, and in order to survive, they only need ordinary meat, which in their time is considered more valuable than all treasures. John understands how harsh reality is, and he also understands that this decision is only a way to postpone the inevitable, to just leave everything as it is, postponing it. Sam looks at it from a different angle. He thinks that everything is fine, since all the people got better. But the worst thing is not in their illness, but in the one who wants to abandon them. People are rejoicing. They are feeling better. All those who ate zombies have become normal. Their powers are returning. Finally, a small salvation has been found for them. Clint's berry falls to the floor. Whether he is happy about all this or just pretending on his part can be seen. Sam didn't even notice this in him. He didn't think of Clint like that. He didn't understand that Clint didn't care about their lives. It was hard for him to lead them. He would definitely get rid of them all soon. He greedily licks his lips and fingers from the juice, like a bloodthirsty predator absorbing the blood of its victim. Sam is scared by Clint's reaction. He realizes that he could be next after the people he considers useless. Clint doesn't want to take care of people. He wants to live a quiet life, not to get food for people who won't even thank him, who can't give him anything. It can't be. Another sick person has shown up. Again, the symptoms of someone who ate zombies. Again, problems. New sick people began to appear among Tim's gang, as if one was already on the verge. Tim would again have to beg for help from John and the others. One of the gang tries to wake up his comrade, but it is already clear that only the Almighty can help him. The hope that the man could still be saved had already disappeared from the eyes of the six. His eyes became like small beads. Here it is. He has almost mutated. His skin has started to darken. The virus is taking its toll. Now he doesn't have much longer to live. Tim understands the seriousness of the situation. He urgently needs to make a decision that should solve this problem in the shortest possible time. Tim's people are in despair. They all think that soon they too will become dead or die in front of everyone. Tim is very scared. He is confused. When he risked their lives, he could not think that he would be so brazenly forced to sit on his knees with the thugs tied in a knot. He casts his gaze towards those from whom he can ask for help, and he will have to disgrace himself in front of them again. Incredibly, Tim decided to turn to Jonah, his old enemy, the one he had despised all his life, this desire to solve all his mistakes. John remained silent, because he did not expect such determination from Tim, or rather, he could not expect him to understand his mistakes and try to solve them. He tries to make a deal again, only this time with John. Since he couldn't find a common language with Clint, now he ran to John. Tim offers in exchange for the meat. Anything John asks for, anything he would want from him. Again, this loudmouth interrupts the conversation. Again, he can't sit still. He doesn't seem to decide anything, but he points out that John has no right to share meat with Tim. He believes that their people are not full at all, and they need to share with Tim's gang, who did not consider them valuable, but now wanted to atone for his sin. He accuses Tim of forcing them to eat zombies. It's all his fault, but they themselves happily stuffed their cheeks piece after piece. Tim is also furious. He's not happy to hear this, but he is also guilty and even more guilty than anyone else for everything he has done. In the distance, you can hear the screams of those people asking for the entire gang to die, and Tim continues to talk about the deal. Now he began to speak not in requests, but in threats, saying that it would be better for John to give meat to people for the sake of their lives. Earlier, John was told that Tim was the son of the ruler of City B, and that he had better be given some meat. Otherwise, they would not get into the city, even through a fight. John started the dialogue after all. Now Tim will definitely not have the words to continue the conversation. He stood in front of him so that he would not look down on him, so that he could be above him and put pressure on him with his charisma. Tim fell silent, still overwhelmed by his strength of spirit. He had no choice but to silently listen to everything John told him. John points out the reality to Tim. If his people don't eat their fill, they won't survive until tomorrow morning, and only their horns and legs will remain. Will people care about City B if they don't know whether they will die, whether they will eat their fill today, whether they will live to see tomorrow? John says that there is no need to remember such things. Their priority is that they and their families live to see tomorrow, that their bellies remain full and do not need food. John walks away from Tim, not taking his eyes off him, showing him his strength and capabilities. Tim silently looks at John's back, since nothing he says will matter. Was John really going to negotiate with his captain to share some meat with them? Would he even show mercy to him? Tim continues to watch John go, thinking that he will give them some of the rarest medicine, meat, which will save the lives of many in the entire gang. Shaved is very worried about his elder, because last time everything went badly, and he cannot guarantee that everything will go well this time. Tim looks at him and understands the reason for his worries, since he himself is in this situation, and yet once he easily managed them. For some unknown reason, John asks Clint for his dagger, and Clint assumes that John needed it to kill the impudent Tim, who was brave enough to even threaten him. John orders them to prepare for the fact that after everyone has eaten, he will wait for them in the car since they will be moving out soon. The people agree with their leader, and even the majority have already had something to eat. However, almost everyone is ready to move out. John decided to continue the conversation with Tim, and it was not without reason that he asked Clint for a knife. Something had crept into his head, but he certainly did not intend to kill him since he had made a promise, and he keeps it. Tim became very tense. He was frightened by John's strange decisions, why he needed the dagger, who it was for. All these thoughts visited his head, and this is what frightened him. With every step John took, he got closer to Tim. So many times he pretended to kill him but didn't end his life. Now would he be so merciful? The knife is already in John's hands. He definitely means business. He doesn't care that he's someone's son. He'll deal with him like an adult. John has already approached Tim. He only needs to make one move, and the life of the ruler's impudent son will end. Everything will become as meaningless for him as the lives of those people he dared to risk. Tim is already at his feet, trying to stop him with his screams because he thinks that John will stoop so low that he will kill a defenseless person. John still doesn't change himself. He threw the knife on the floor to Tim so that he could decide everything himself before they mutated, while they could still be killed. Tim's face was covered with a shadow, the shadow of his conscience. It would be hard for him to kill his people with his own hands, but throwing them around left and right was nothing to him. Otherwise, John will decide everything himself and each of them will die tied up at the hands of the enemy. But this way, they will die at the hands of the boss, who will give them a dignified death. Tim doesn't like John's decision, even if he is guilty of everything. He won't be able to come to terms with the murder of his people. John continues to put pressure on him. He knows how to press on a weak spot like no one else, even for someone as fearless as Tim. John remembered Tim trying to throw his little sister out to be eaten by zombies, back when the apocalypse had just begun, in that very store. What was it that scared him now? Tim is already in despair. He has no choice but to truly solve this problem in only one way. Only killing his subordinates will lead them to a dignified death, but not to anything good. John is extremely furious. He grabs Tim by the mouth and points out how he fed zombie meat to people, just for the sake of an experiment, putting so many lives at risk. John has put a lot of pressure on him. He is ready to kill him. Now he asks if he can raise his hand now, if he can kill his people whom he has put at risk. John didn't leave Tim to save him. Not because he was so kind and generous. Certainly not those were the decisions that haunted his head. Tim is more scared than ever. He has never felt such fear. He is an adult, which means he needs to solve problems in an adult way. And this is exactly what John teaches him. Taking off his rose-colored glasses, he throws Tim on the floor so that he finally understands his place, so that he finally understands what he has done, and that John left him alive, so that he looks at his sins. John understood that all his sins would still come back to him. He just had to wait a little, and everything would definitely come back like a boomerang. He abruptly rips the ropes off him, freeing him from his shackles, and now he can finish off everyone who is sick. John orders him to pick up the dagger, which he will not like in any way. John shows all his superiority, all the superiority that Tim himself had shown over him before, when they were still students. After some time, now Tim is crawling at John's feet. Now John is telling him what he will do. The countdown has begun. He is already reaching for the knife and preparing himself and his fortune to cut short the lives of many people. Before it was easier to send a couple to be eaten by the dead. But now he does everything himself. The countdown is over. The last second of life for all the sick. Now Tim will raise his hand to chop off the heads of his comrades. Tim began to bare his teeth as if someone was trying to cut off his limb and he was holding a piece of cloth in his mouth to ease the pain. He is already making the first swing of the knife. Now one end for all. The eternal guide along the river of souls will prepare more places, since there will be many deaths. John orders not to waste time, but he has already stood up and from his expression you can tell that he is dead inside. But he is obliged to kill them. John is rushing him into such a difficult decision. His lackeys are asking for alms so that he doesn't kill, but it's too late. One of them is already very ill, and John continues to point out that either he or he will kill. The man's eyes are already covered with dew. He does not want to die or become a bloodthirsty monster, but he can no longer be saved. Tim finds it very unpleasant to admit this. The man's tears made Tim's tears break through the layer of pride. Now he understands the price of his decisions. No one will help him, and his father is very far away. John never stops rushing him and never forgets to put pressure on him, while Tim orders him to shut up and remain completely silent. So he became a dead man, after all. He didn't have much time left. Now he's a dead man, and there's nothing good about that. Tim continues to tell him to shut up over and over again, but his face doesn't show any anger. John continues to humiliate him. Even when he has already made up his mind, John still wants to bring him to the point of absurdity. Tim couldn't stand it any longer, screaming at the top of his voice. He pointed the knife at his ally with the intention of killing. The horror for Tim is over. They have already set out, which means that the death of that man has already happened, and everyone else has gone on their way well fed. John looks around. Michael took over the controls of the bus. Tim is sitting in the farthest seat. The worst part of his life has clearly begun for him, and it's his own fault. He looks at his hand, which was covered in blood, which was shaking with fear. For him, this day will be a real lesson in life, and John has become a real mentor for him. The elder looked at his hand and could not tear his gaze away from it. He could only look at it endlessly and was afraid to encounter it again. Clint, without putting in his 2 cents, is not himself. He called his friend a dog and continued to mock him. He shows his power by mocking the ruler's own son. For Clint, Tim is a real coward who lacks the strength and fearlessness to kill the dead man he himself made. For him, everyone was disposable. But here he was afraid to kill his subordinate. The Six tries to stand up for Tim, thereby only worsening the situation, as Tim again hides behind the backs of his allies. Clint confirms that he can only hide behind the backs of the Sixes. He remembers the death of Will, Tim's younger brother who protected him. Tim is hurt by every word spoken to him, and Will's death pierces his heart even more. Six is very angry, or rather, he is furious. He is ready to cut off Clint's head so that he does not say anything unnecessary anymore. Suddenly, Tim stops him, as he's already depressed, and he definitely doesn't need any extra conflicts. The Six are in shock, but Tim has had enough that day, and he's definitely had enough. He has no face. He is completely dejected. He doesn't even have the strength to fight. He was killed morally, even if he himself is to blame. Six is confused, as he has never seen the boss in such a state. Clint's mockery can be heard from the outside, but there's no way to avoid it. Even if you cut off his hands or tie his tongue in a knot, he'll continue to talk and mock. It's not for nothing that Tim sits behind everyone and opposite the aisle, all so that it would be easier for everyone to humiliate him, so that he would be an eyesore to everyone. Everyone hates Tim for what he did, but he understands that he won't be able to say a word, because it will only make things worse. They didn't even forget to remember City B, thinking that it was much better on that same bus than in that ill-fated city. Clint, for some unknown reason, decided to stand up. What could be on his mind? John kept his eyes on the view from the window. He watches everything to be prepared for anything. Clint is delighted with John, because he did not expect something like this from a dead man, such an ability to press on people's weak points. Clint puts John in comparison with all people, and yet he becomes higher and higher than everyone else at once. Clint rubs his chin and realizes that Tim is completely dead. His soul is already crawling out of him. He feels so bad, as if soon he will sell his 21 grams to the devil and find absolute emptiness. John believes that every person must pay a price for the desire to live. If you want to live, pay. And often it is not money or treasures. He casts his suspicious glance at Clint, as if he senses some immense self-interest in him. He smiles sincerely at him in response. Some thoughts must have left his head. For how long? Suddenly they stopped. What made them hit the brakes so abruptly? Michael is worried about something. His face is puzzled. He is excited. He does not understand what is in front of him. He presses hard on the brake pedal to stop the bus quickly, because they encountered something mysterious on their way. After the sudden braking, Clint almost took off, but John managed to grab him. Michael points out what made him stop moving so abruptly. A scary van appeared on the road. Its nose was completely covered in blood. What could be there? These are the thoughts that come to all the passengers of the bus. Michael is very surprised by this. Even, according to him, the van appeared there out of nowhere. John's gaze was keenly interested in what might be in that van and who its owner was. John ordered the others to stay on the bus while he went to scout out the area. John's feet are already stepping towards the van. With each step, he gets closer to solving the mystery of this van. There is no surprise in John's gaze, which means he hasn't noticed anything wrong with this van yet. The van wasn't destroyed. It didn't show any battle experience. But the blood on the bumper told a completely different story, whether its wheels had crushed many dead people while the owner was driving away from them. Initially, John decided to inspect the interior. Perhaps it was there that the whole secret of the mysterious van in the middle of the forest was hidden. There is not a soul behind the wheel. No secrets are revealed, but many more questions have arisen. Suddenly, someone rushed past the van, whether it was the owner, an enemy, or an ally. John noticed him instantly and fixed his gaze on him. He definitely needed to hurry to catch up with him. The unknown person is trying to hide in the shadows of the bushes and trees, and he is definitely not a zombie, but the same as John, with a mind. John looks at the stranger and listens to every rustle and even manages to hear the ringing of the links of the iron chain. Our hero decides to immediately move towards it and find out what kind of vans are standing in the middle of the road in a dense forest. John intends to catch him and even points out to him that he should stop. How long will he run from him? The stranger doesn't have time to leave and get beyond the horizon for John, but he's not such a weakling. He tries to catch up with the stranger at full speed to find out from him who he is, why he is running away, and what kind of van he is. The stranger is not a weakling and is not going to give in to John in speed, which is very strange, since previously John could catch up with anyone, even a bus at full speed. John is hot on his heels, and his target's heels are sparkling with his speed. Even John acknowledged his speed. He had never met such a fast person. Who is he? Only one thing is clear. He is definitely not a weakling. The speed of our stranger causes leaves to fall from the treetops right onto him and John. It's incredible. Who is he? A monster, a man, or something in common? Why is he bandaged and running with such force? What are the chains on his neck? All these thoughts visit John. After a short laugh, he suddenly stopped. Does this mean he is going to attack our hero? John was puzzled, and it was clear in his eyes that he really wanted to ask him a lot of questions. He stopped for a break. He must have run out of strength to run from John, since John doesn't let him run even a meter. Will John really catch up with the fugitive? But that's not all that worries him. He worries about the chains in which his hands are shackled. John hopes that he has finally caught up with him and no longer needs to chase him to reveal a couple of secrets. He jumped up from his seat as if on springs, heading towards him. He grabbed hold of a tree branch tightly, like a monkey jumping on vines, to get to his prey faster. John wants to get to know this guy better as soon as possible. Who is he, if he is so fast that he hides that van? He examines a potential enemy in detail so that when attacking, he can counterattack at his weak point. The sudden stop of that stranger seemed very strange to John, because this is only done when preparing a treacherous attack on the enemy. John attacks first and tells him to show his true face, which he hides under a hood. He turns his attention to him. Finally, his face will appear on the eyes that are hidden under the hood. It will not be possible to see the whole face because of the bandages, but the outlines will be known. At least it will be possible to find out what gender he is. His entire face is hidden behind a mask of bandages and hair. Only his emerald eyes and malachite-colored hair are visible. John was in shock. Even after removing the hood, the questions didn't diminish. His eyes were not just scared, but puzzled by who was hiding behind all this. Suddenly, the stranger dared to grab John's strong hand. He would not tolerate such impudence. His whole body is covered in bandages and chains. He is a prisoner or an unfortunate experiment. Having such wounds, has such powers. John couldn't expect such strength and grip from him. He can't even move from the spot. The stranger found John interesting. Something about him captivated and inspired him. Our emerald is still a human, which can be said by the color of his skin. But his strength is shocking since John has never lost to anyone before. He traps John in a castle, preventing him from moving. The stranger is so strong that he can easily move John himself, who is moving the bus on his shoulders. He is stronger than all the enemies John has ever met. Never could he meet such a force that could move him at such speed. The second enemy has already driven John into a tree, but the first time he was being chased at full speed by a giant zombie boar. But now it is an ordinary person who, without gaining speed, pushed him into a tree. John has already put all his strength into it, but he still can't move from the spot because he is too strong. The stranger began to put pressure on him by saying that he himself recognized his strength, but was not going to give in to his strength in the slightest. John had already begun to put in excess force to at least push his opponent aside. Unheard of impudence, he grabs John by the hair, but if John is allowed to free himself, this impudent fellow will not live. But John still needs to free himself from the scoundrel's hands, but he can only stand pressed against the wall and grit his teeth. The stranger doesn't even forget to mock. After all, he wasn't taught manners where he came from. He pressed him against the wall for a reason, but here's what crept into our stranger's skull. He decided to explore John to the fullest, even to sniff out everything that was hidden behind the pile of muscles. He needs to see John fully, what exactly he wants to know from him and his body. The impudent man's hand even got into John's mouth. Even his mouth was not left untouched by the impudent man's hands. While examining the teeth, the impudent fellow decided to try the fangs, which were as sharp as a razor. The stranger thought John's teeth were very healthy, which he thought was strange, like for a zombie. Finally, he took his playful fingers out of his mouth, which had been in his mouth for quite a long time. John reacted instantly to this and clenched his teeth like a bear trap. The stranger was very surprised by his speed and even mockingly called him cruel. John is very angry at his opponent, and he is even more angry because he constantly puts his hands where he shouldn't. He thinks of John as a weakling because he is not strong enough for him. Even if that is true, he shouldn't have spoken about him like that. Suddenly, an arrow flies from the side, aiming to pierce our heroes, who are pressed against the tree like a sweet couple. The stranger is no weakling and easily catches the arrow in flight, just like John did earlier, which suggests that his reaction is the same as John's or even better. For our emerald, everything around seems interesting. Everything around awakens delight in him. John's entire team came running to his rescue, but it's unlikely they'll be able to help him in any way. Clint orders the stranger to let John go, holding him at gunpoint with a crossbow. The others are very excited, because no one has ever been able to corner John, and yet some man took him hostage with such ease. The stranger is surprised that John has friends, and that they are not even food or a snack for him, but comrades who will come to his aid. He thinks that this is very bad and that it will be very difficult with John, even for such a strong guy. He squeezed the arrow until his hands bled. What came into his head? What his insidious plan was? He decided to kill John's friends and sent a bloody arrow in their direction, but it is unknown why he wet the arrow with blood. The arrow is already flying towards Clint. Any minute now it will catch up with him and send him to another world. He froze. The speed of the arrow amazed him. He didn't have to use any devices to throw the arrow with such force and speed. John immediately freed himself from the enemy's grasp and rushed towards Clint to save him. Everyone nearby shouted his name, fearing that he would no longer be saved. He stood there and watched all this, as if he had done all this just to see John's reaction, whether he would try to save his friend. Still, John manages to save Clint, grabs him by the head and takes the entire blow on himself. Clint can only say his name as the arrow pierces him and seems to already touch him with its tip. It really hurt him. Even the strongest bites of the zombies, the blows of the giant boar were ticklish for him, and now one arrow made him clench his teeth until they cracked. What would have happened to Clint if he hadn't been saved by John? The arrow would have pierced him right through and others would have gotten it too. Everyone is surprised by John's speed, as even here he managed to catch the arrow with his whole body, but saved Clint. The stranger silently watches as the dead man saves the man. For him, it is the most amazing experience in his life. Still, he considers John problematic because he has a conscience, or because his friends turned out to be very important to him. A certain rumble from the side caught the attention of our impudent fellow, and he even turned his gaze in the direction of the noise. The rumble spread throughout the forest, as if something more terrible was heading their way. It can't be. It's that same van. It's the one that's making the noise, and it's so loud that it spreads throughout the entire forest in a matter of seconds. The noise never stopped. Everything about the van was strange, and the fact that it had never been hit, but there were many bloodstains on its white paint, terrified those who saw it on the horizon. Something was trying to get out of the van. This something was hitting the doors of the van, and blood was gushing out of them in all directions. This creature forced the stranger to leave them and go deal with it. The last phrase made the situation worse. He said that they would definitely meet, since they still had eternity ahead of them. But now he had to go. Clint is still scared, and John is trying to get up from his knees and continue interrogating our stranger. The enemy whistles at someone, as if calling his puppy or his ally, whom John and the whole team would definitely not be able to defeat. It got out, and right next to the bus with passengers. What is this that is going to the whistle of our impudent fellow? What kind of a pile of blood, flesh, and rot is this? From inside the van, piles of bloody hand stains are visible, as if the van were a Pandora's box containing something very horrific. The giant creature crawled towards our heroes and left a trail of blood behind it. A stranger is waiting for his dog, a rather strange pet, but they are similar to each other, two oddities in the middle of the forest. The monster was as fast as its owner and covered the entire distance in a couple of seconds. He is very dangerous. You rarely meet such a strong enemy in the middle of the forest, who also has such a strong pet. He points out that John can still enjoy his life, but he will definitely return later. He glances at them, making sure their connection is genuine. They leave with the creature and leave them all alone. John's blood was dripping from the wound the wanderer had left him with. That arrow had hurt him badly. John easily pulled the arrows out of his back, which was bleeding heavily even under John's strong regeneration. Everyone was very scared when John was pierced by that arrow and even thought that he would never pull it out again. John rises with difficulty after such a battle, yet the strength of the new enemy is too great for the current John. Clint is most worried about John, since it was his fault that he was hit. John finds it hard to even breathe. That's how strong the enemy is that he will meet soon. He's still okay. He's all battered and badly injured, but he gives everyone hope that he's okay. Even now, John assesses the situation sensibly and remembers the people and the bus, since that is where that terrible creature came running from. John hurries towards the bus as if he doesn't care at all about that arrow wound. Clint won't forget about this and will remind John that he should take a rest and treat the wound. Suddenly, someone stops Clint, grabbing his hand, realizing that it's better not to stop John now. He turned his attention to the one who stopped him and was surprised by the reaction, since it turned out to be his beloved, who should care about him the most. Something told Alice that she shouldn't stop John now and let him go in their direction. John is furious. His wound is bleeding, but something is bothering him. What was the catch in that attack? Why did that guy wet the arrowhead with his blood? He was uncomfortable with the wound, which was so serious that it was through and through that the wind could walk through it. Finally, they came back. Everything is fine, everyone is alive, and the bus was not damaged, as you could expect anything from such a pet and its owner. The passengers are jubilant. They have returned, and everyone is only happy about it. Well, not without reason, since without them they will not survive even a week in this harsh world. John glanced to the side as if something very important had drawn his attention. Still, it was something much more important than a squirrel running past that attracted such attention from John. In the end, everyone was in shock, something incredibly dangerous or a new enemy. They were just emerging from the thicket of the forest and onto the road they were driving on when they came across a strange van. There it was. They were scared by the giant trail of blood that came from that very van that was smeared with the blood of that creature. The tracks were similar to human handprints, and the campaign acknowledged that they were indeed human-like. Leo stops them and asks them not to touch the trace of that creature for now. The doctor orders everyone to get on the bus so that everyone is on it at the same second. At the moment when the Wanderer called that creature, every single one of those who had ever eaten zombie meat began to behave strangely, and all showed some symptoms. The boy they had cured was sobbing and screaming at the top of his voice in pain, asking what could have happened to them. What was the strength of that Wanderer? The veins on the boy's neck were bulging, and his mother tried to calm him down, but she had no idea what was happening to him. John immediately tries to find out the reason and whether the boy will become a zombie. Leo points out that the boy will never become a zombie, it's just a temporary symptom. Everyone who ate zombie meat had the same symptoms as my son. The situation is absolutely horrific, and they, like no one else, understand this better than anyone, and that van that is inside is full of blood and everything else that is most terrible. John remembered that some kind of creature had crawled out of that strange car. What it was and what it looked like, such questions appeared in his head. Leo is confused. The creature disappeared from sight, but he believes that the creature could not have been human. Someone did shout out and opinions were divided. One said that the monster was a man. John and Leo instantly glance in his direction. The screamer turned out to be our Tim. He grabbed his stomach with his hand and pointed out that that something was a person. Tim did not consider him a monster or a mutant, but still he was scared to the point of trembling all over his skin. And this is typical, since the creature, like a shadow, is dark and like a nightmare. Terrible. His eyes narrowed to quanta, and to see his pupils you had to look at them under multi-million magnification. That creature also smelled terribly, which blocked up your nose like barricades and killed you from the inside. Clint doesn't even think about making fun of Tim after he nearly squirted under himself. John has received the information he needs and goes to reconnoiter the van, and Leo says that Tim's fear is typical and they could suffer the same fate. Clint followed John, asking if he had found anything that could solve a few secrets. John looked closely at the inside of the van and apparently noticed something. Despite Leo's orders, John still touched the substance, which was a mixture of rot, flesh, and blood in general, everything that was left over from that creature. John understood that the creature was decomposing and bleeding, but how could it be human and not die with such problems? Everything contradicted each other. It was decomposing, bleeding, but it had inhuman strength and speed. This gave Clint some good food for thought, which makes him think carefully about how to defeat that creature and that Wanderer. Clint couldn't even imagine that apart from John, there were no people left in the world who had survived a zombie bite. Blood was pouring out of the van in streams, and the darkness inside made it clear in what conditions the creature had been kept. Clint realizes that the situation has gotten worse and points out that John himself realizes this. John's gaze was empty. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he was not given an easy choice. Clint insistently explains the strength of the Wanderer who cornered him and sniffed him out, putting his hands into his mouth as if he had seen a strange animal. John's mouth opened wide and he began to understand what Clint was trying to tell him. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the shoulder to call him or draw his attention to themselves. It turned out to be Leo, who pointed out that the boy was getting worse and worse and that he urgently needed help. His eyes became empty. He begged for help, and Leo asks to get some meat for him. However, Leo comes with bad news. The symptoms are getting worse, and even those people on the bus may not last more than a few days. That's it. Clint decided to start the conversation that he had been keeping inside for a long time. Keeping these thoughts inside for a long time. Keeping the conversation that John would definitely not like in any form. Clint points out the harsh reality that he can't be sure he'll live to see tomorrow, and the creatures they met today could come again. The wanderer and his pet are like two shadows that leave the thicket of the forest. Like guardians of the forest from whom permission must be obtained for further travel. Clint can't sit still. He tells merciful John that he can't carry so much responsibility on his back. He can't solve the problems of all those useless people. Leo tries to shut Clint up, even raising his voice at him, because you can't take responsibility for people and abandon them at the most difficult moment. Clint orders Leo to shut up right now. Clint has long since taken off his rose-colored glasses, but has not stopped being a child who will throw away an unnecessary toy when it is no longer needed, like a disabled person throwing off crutches after treatment. Clint grabs John by the collar and reminds him of Alice and Meg, who also need to be saved, and how he needs to keep track of everyone. Nothing can be more important than their lives, so why don't they just abandon those people to their fate? These are the thoughts that have been going through Clint's head for a long time. The child's mother ran out of the bus with tears in her eyes and asked them not to abandon them, as she herself understood her hopelessness. It was a mistake for her to butt in between the conversation between the furious Clint and John. She could definitely get into trouble, since Clint does whatever he wants when he's angry. She nevertheless approached them. They turned their attention to her, and soon she would drive Clint to the point of absurdity. She walked up to John, grabbed his hands and begged him not to leave them. She grabbed his arms very tightly, letting him know that her requests were sincere. She laid her head on his chest and continued to beg, but John couldn't even say a word. He had a very difficult choice, as if the captain's place was occupied by two people, Clint and John. Only Clint had already decided everything. She understands that they cannot watch their loved ones turn into dead people. John is immediately reminded of this situation, the moment from memory when his parents became dead, and each time these images pop up in his memory and lead him into darkness. Here it is, the grimace of fear on the fearless and valiant John, who cannot move his tongue after such an influx of problems. Unbelievably, now Clint is definitely furious. He's ready to tear and throw. He grabs his mother by the hair and she's unlucky enough to fall under Clint's hot hand. He throws her to the floor, absolute fury. Even after his arm was injured, he wasn't this angry. The boy was already becoming a zombie, and his mother was being thrown to the floor before his eyes, and with such force. Clint grabs her by the collar and makes her understand why they want to leave them. They are weak and useless, that's what an enraged Clint thinks, full of rage. He points out that they can only cry, without any help or gratitude. Clint's words scared even Alice and Meg. It was hard for them to hear such things, but it was much harder for the other passengers, since they were the ones who were going to be abandoned. Everyone started to leave the bus. All the passengers understood where this was all going and saw no point in being a burden to them. All the patients heard Clint well. Everyone began to leave their seats. The bus became lighter and lighter. This was exactly the kind of load that was too much for Clint to bear. Alice agreed with Clint, because even she, without a leg, protects John's sister and manages to bring him joy. Clint had already pulled out his dagger and was ready to chop down that impudent mother who dared to climb where she shouldn't have. Clint is pushing them hard, even if he is partially right, but he shouldn't get away with such madness. Clint is cruel to those who do nothing. Everyone is equal to him. Be she a mother with small children, be she a wise old woman, he will not take them into account and will put a knife to their neck. John remains silent. Something in his character doesn't add up. He would never allow Clint to do whatever comes into his head. Clint was determined to send every burden to the four winds, so that they would never cause trouble again. Mother prays for help, and wrinkles have appeared on her face from fear and pain. However, one of the passengers decided to show his character and hit Clint really hard to make him stop doing all this. Michael tries to catch the falling Clint, and his offender brazenly stands and watches as his enemy, and once his boss, falls from his blow from behind. They are real impudent people, doing nothing, demanding more than anyone else. Like important people who are served everything on a platter, and they even dare to beat their defender. The man decided to mention some rescue once upon a time when Clint saved them. Clint is also wrong, giving full protection. He himself taught them not to do anything, when he himself solved all their problems and allowed them to sit under his wing. The beginning of the apocalypse. The dead literally walked under the peepholes of doors and looked for their future victims behind every door. That man was very scared at that time. The trembling and sweat running down his face confirmed all this. It was as if he was a rooster whose head was about to be cut off. It seems that the dead have no mind, but they were able to find out about the people in the apartment, even behind the door. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. A small lightning bolt passed through the nerve endings. Adrenaline played at full strength, and the body froze, as if wrapped in chains. The body could not take a step. The man grabbed a knife from the closet. How could it help him against a crowd of zombies, just not to give in to them too easily? He was very weak in spirit, literally. Before he had even fought back, he decided to commit suicide, but his wife stopped him in time. The dead were already on their heels and peering out through the cracks in the doors, showing with their whole appearance that they wanted to devour everyone here. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appears behind him. Perhaps it was the shadow that saved all those little people from certain death within 4 walls. The corpse of a dead man falls face down into his own pool of blood. They are saved. This is the salvation this man was talking about. People still can't believe that they were saved, and it turns out that they even tried to find them. Clint pointed out to his people that there would be people in this house, and he was right. Clint didn't expect there to be so many people here, which made him very happy. He brought the pipe to the man and pointed it at him, which made him very scared. That's when Clint said they could follow him. There was no self-interest in his words, but now he's driving them away without even giving them a chance to show themselves. Clint made them a promise that they could be under his protection, and now people are pointing out to him that it was his fault that he saved them. Clint was furious at such impudence. He could not believe that such a useless burden began to contradict him and talk about justice. It's obvious. Clint slowly said the man's name, which means that something big is planned, so that man doesn't lose his life after such words. Clint says that he is too good, but he has never seen such impudent people who blame their breadwinner without doing anything for him. His veins bulged with anger, his fangs sharpened, and his gaze became frightening. He was ready to send every rebel to the next world so as not to meet them. Clint doesn't do charity work. If you want a roof over your head and food on your plate, be prepared to give at least some benefit to the boss. He throws the impudent fellow down and shows him his place. Since when did Clint have the responsibility to support their every whim? The following impudent men are not far from the man. They all want to get their share, and they are ready to kill Clint, considering him equal to themselves. They pulled out their knives and quickly rushed towards Clint. Michael and Sam take all the brunt, and the entire fight falls on their shoulders. Sam was already grabbed by the face. The battle was both ridiculous and serious at the same time. Michael is surrounded on all sides. The battle is quite tense for both of them, especially when the fight is not on equal terms. They didn't turn out to be weaklings and even showed themselves well, since even Sam had probably already lost a couple of teeth. Sam flies away to the onlookers after a strong blow to himself. Everyone around is surprised by the fight in which both sides are in the wrong. Meg is very scared and holds on tightly to Alice. No one could have expected such a fight in the middle of the day. The mother of a sick child asks them not to fight. She's afraid of the consequences. She dares to beg for help, but is afraid of fights. In her place, she should hide in a secluded place and not stick her head out for a while. Suddenly, her doll-like gaze turned its attention to something else. She does not lose hope that John will help her and calls him again and again, asking for help. She addresses him without using his name, as if she never cared what his name was, even after what he did. Still, Clint will not leave her alone. She will always get what she deserves for every insolence she shows. The sparkle in her eyes instantly disappeared. All her hope evaporated the second Clint grabbed her hand. Whether all was lost for her depended on his mercy. From Clint's face, you can tell that nothing good is in store for her. Only more pain, fear, and horror. Clint explains to John that these people don't give a damn about him when they don't need him. But when they do need him, they will always ask for help. He believes that they don't value anything that is given to them on a plate. All they want is constant protection and food right on their plate. Clint tries to reach out to John, but in response, he gets unanswered silence. Something is definitely wrong with John. The words of that mother were too painful for him. He remained silent, as if the entire outside world did not matter to him. Perhaps the attack of that wanderer, the arrow whose tip was smeared with his blood, was to blame for this state. Clint endlessly explains about the personalities and character of those people who at that very second beat up Michael and Sam. Explains to him that for all of them he will always be a monster, whom they will honor as a god and pray to when necessary. John's eyes showed alarm. What happened to him was known only to him. The Wanderer's blood began to act and metastasized. There was an uncharacteristic tremor in him. The poison had begun to spread, but John's behavior had already told the whole story. Clint is worried. He only now noticed the oddities in John's character and began to ask him what happened to him. Blood gushed from the wound. Clint's eyes showed all his fear. They had the same fear as 15 years ago one night. John was spitting blood. Clint was trying to catch him and somehow help him in his condition. John's fall could not be stopped. The poison was very strong. That Wanderer was very dangerous. Even his blood brought a lot of problems and disabled even John. What kind of power is hidden in that stranger that was able to send John to a hospital bed with his incredible regeneration? Clint is in shock. He could have previously understood the strangeness in John's behavior, but he reacted too late and may have lost a friend. Our hero fell to the ground. His face was gone before, but now it was even worse than before. His powerlessness and malaise, the blood of the Wanderer was to blame for everything. What were his goals? John lost consciousness and was bleeding. It was very strange for him to lie in such a state. No one could bring him to this. Mother immediately reacts to everything with screams and shouts. She's more afraid for herself than for our character, since without him, Clint will abandon them, which means that they will all die. Alice is genuinely scared for John. What is wrong with him? Is the Wanderer to blame for this? These are the questions that come to her mind. Finally, everyone stopped fighting and looked towards John. Oddly enough, they were scared, but some were scared for John and some for themselves. It is clear that only Clint's team is afraid of losing John as a friend. John didn't want to wake up. Nothing was written on his face, but the pain he was experiencing now was known only to him. Clint was shaking with fear. His hands were shaking. He didn't understand why this happened to him so suddenly. He lay at his knees like a lifeless corpse, not reacting to anything, not responding to calls, and not showing any signs of life at all. Clint, afraid to do anything unnecessary, lightly touched his face, as if he were a museum exhibit or an archaeologist with a new fossil. Clint's face showed his concern. He didn't understand what had happened in such a short period of time. After a while, the situation became calmer. The countless fights ended, and all attention turned to John. Alice tore out pieces of gauze with her gentle hands to bandage John. They had already tied him up tightly, laid a mat under him. Everything was sterile and safe. John had been well taken care of, but it was too late. Clint scolds Leo for his negligence since he did not notice the injury, even though he was a doctor. Clint scolded Leo completely, but Leo refused his words, since he was always there and was in the dark himself. Leo clearly indicated that he was a specialist in treating people, but he certainly had no experience treating the dead. Everyone was badly beaten and seemed to be placed in a corner nearby, but one man decided to leave without asking, silently, in an unknown direction. Clint responded to it immediately, and his only intention was to go to the bathroom to relieve himself. He immediately screamed and ordered them to sit still and be patient, while he mumbled something like an apology. Clint was very angry with them, and even any need did not bother him. Our boy calmed down instantly since he can't scream in front of John so as not to worsen his condition. Everyone gathered around John and closely monitored his condition, but now they would not miss anything. Clint put his hand to his forehead and realized that his temperature had jumped. Clint finally understood the reason for John's condition. The Wanderer who smeared the arrowhead with his poisoned blood was to blame for everything. However, the fears were confirmed. The stranger squeezed the arrow until it bled, wounding himself in order to finish off his enemy. John saved Clint at the cost of his own safety. The speed of the arrow alone would have been enough to kill Clint, but the Wanderer was serious and decided to kill him without mercy. Clint's hand was shaking. He was afraid that it was all his fault and his carelessness. It was he who was attacked, and it was him that John saved, covering him with his body. He felt guilty. There was sadness on his face. What he would have to do to atone for his guilt. John's sudden cough pulled everyone out of the depths of despair, and he finally woke up. Clint immediately started peppering him with questions about whether he was alive, how he was doing, and whether he was awake. John opened his eyes. After all, he was alive. He was not such a weakling that someone's blood could kill him. Everyone rejoiced. shouted his name. Bright smiles played on their faces. The world was filled with new happiness. For John, it is a joy to wake up and see familiar faces in front of him. His smile begins to shine better than any star in the sky. But still, this doesn't make his condition any better. He needs to ask for help just to get up, but still, no one will refuse him here. John's gaze became clearer. It was no longer so empty and drooping. Finally, an answer could be expected from him. He touched his face and wondered why his face was so dirty, as if he were with his little son who had gotten dirty in the sandbox. John's behavior was just as strange. For some reason, he cared so much about Clint. John noticed the freeloading passengers sitting nearby, whom Clint had left alone while the hero was in oblivion. Clint didn't like the way John acted. He saw excessive care in his behavior, as if he was not of a traditional orientation. John never stopped praising him for working so hard to keep order. Clint began to be cheeky in response to John's affectionate remarks, because in his opinion, he was disgusting. He explains everything by saying that he had to do it this way. If everything had been different, Clint threw overboard all the unnecessary ones. John remained silent. He beat up every single rebel. Every single one of them got what they deserved. Each one got a couple of bruises and contusions. Clint pointed out that John would never get the chance to save him again and appear so holy. Clint even condemned him for taking care of everyone, but always forgetting about himself. John began his speech again, which was supposed to touch Clint to the depths of his soul. He explains to him that even if he went back in time, he would save him again. Even knowing that the arrow was poisoned and could kill him, he would put his back in harm's way. Clint stopped. John's words pierced him much deeper than that ill-fated arrow, and it remained deep in his heart. For Clint, this arrow of John was not in the back, but in the heart, and he accepted it into himself, as if it were medicine. He was so captivated by this praise that he couldn't even finish his sentence before John showered him with compliments. John stands up and explains that Clint doesn't owe him anything, since they are not just comrades, but friends. Clint protected John's little sister as well as Alice, and that's what makes him stand out above everyone else, and that's why John considers Clint a true friend. Even when that wanderer attacked him, Clint did not leave his friend in danger. He went into battle with a stronger opponent and threatened him with an ordinary crossbow. Then Clint was the only one who stepped forward to help John. Clint was touched by John's words, and his eyes showed joy that he was praising him like that, praising his virtues. John stands up and finally lets Clint understand that all his good deeds mean that neither of them owes anything to each other. John considers such signs of relationships to be the characteristics of a sincere friendship. Clint froze in place. John's words struck him so hard that he froze in that very second, as if he had been standing in the bitter cold for a very, very long time. Clint's mouth dropped open very wide. He didn't know how to react to such praise, since he had probably never heard such words from anyone. Here it is. Clint's real smile, full of joy and happiness. He finally heard what he wanted to hear. He was very embarrassed, but continued to pretend that John's words sounded disgusting and vile. He never stopped praising him, but others responded to this with their contemptuous silence. Alice was the most unhappy of all about this reunion, and there was no joy in her face, only obvious disgust. What good did that blood-stained t-shirt do for them, that made their hands shake just from looking at it? Clint's entire team can't even put on bloody clothes, but why would they need them? Sam wonders what's so special about these clothes, why they were smeared with blood from the van. Clint again listened to John and ordered them to do as he told them, because if he said so, then it must be right. One of them decided to express his dissatisfaction and explained that under no circumstances would he be able to even put it on himself. John coolly pointed out that if they did not put on these things, they would meet death much earlier than fate had predicted. They immediately became worried, because death is no joke, and John is even worse. John's decision is driven by the fact that the slime on his clothes will delay the transformation of those who fed on the flesh of the dead earlier. Even this useless slime and rot John found a use that would save many lives. Michael and Sam looked down at their clothes, knowing that John had no point in deceiving them and they could trust him, but putting on such horror was beyond their strength. Could it be that Tim is up to something again? His strange mooing can only mean one thing, that a new idea has crept into his head about how to annoy John and Clint's entire team into the bargain. Shaved and the whole gang reacted to their boss's mooing and were also sure that he had come up with something again. Answering a question with a question without even turning around indicates that Tim's cunning plan has begun to work. He wants to survive, although this is not strange for him, But there is a hidden intent in his words, since his methods of survival can reach the point of absurdity. Tim's gaze was as determined as ever. He was excited, but also cool-headed about everything and everyone. His feet stepped towards all the people and passengers to take his clothes too. Something about this van is definitely wrong. A lot of rot, flesh, and blood. This whole mixture of everything kills the desire to approach it. Tim had already approached Sam. He tried to push him aside to get to the van. What happened to Tim? A minute ago, everything was normal with him, and suddenly his look changed. You could tell from his eyes everything that was bothering him. The capillaries swelled and colored the whiteness of his eyes blood red. Stench and disgust. That was all that was reflected in the inside of the van, all the worst gathered in one place. Tim was suddenly plunged into memories, as if his head was filled with old photographs, which prompted him to return to the past. In these memories, he was defeated in fencing. Whether his opponent was strong is known only to Tim. It is clear from his face that he is not happy about the defeat. Otherwise, he was afraid of something. Defeat is not a one-time thing for him. He will constantly remember it and torment himself. Everyone was praising the winner. All this was a lot of pressure for Tim because they were obliged to praise him and not some winner. The stands rejoiced as if their biggest bet, which they had placed on Tim's opponent, had won. They praised him and called him the most pleasant words. Only one was not happy with the outcome of the fight. He snorted contemptuously in Tim's direction. The one fan who was not jubilant was Tim's father, and it was he who brought him the greatest fear. Defeat frightened Tim, since his father's reaction would be too cruel. Father stood up from his seat and went in his own direction. There was nothing holding him here anymore. His cruelty was too extensive. Even when Tim shouted at him, he did not react to a single word of his. Tim asked his father for forgiveness, asked him to give him another chance to prove his worth. He calmly replied that it was not worth it, since it had no value for him personally. The most terrible and influential person in Tim's life was always his father, who was influential for everyone and not only for Tim himself. The father did not have any hope for his son. He initially considered him a weakling, and nothing could change his decision, not even an ill-fated victory. All hope of rising in his father's eyes had disappeared, and his eyes were filled with emptiness in the same equivalent as his strength of spirit. All efforts were in vain, all hopes for elevation before his father fell to the ground. Hope left him first, then everything else. Even if it had been a real fight, even if Tim had been pierced by a real blade, it would not have brought the same pain as the pain of disgust from such an influential person as his father. It made his bones tremble. He bent his knees and did not stop shaking, as if one defeat had stopped his life. Time flowed more slowly for him. He suddenly shouted towards his opponent, as if winning would change anything. Behind the mask, the face of the opponent who had deprived Tim of such a good opportunity to rise at least a little in front of his father was not visible. He grabbed him by the collar of his suit and began to blame him for all his failures. Tim was furious. His opponent was his pillow to vent his anger. He was ready to chop off his head. Our lover of winning does not let his opponent enjoy his victory and sends him to the floor with one blow. Tim is trying to improve himself so that his father would be happy, and this freak stood between him and his father and prevented him from achieving his goal. His opponent paid in full for his insolence and got what he deserved. Tim has torn off his offender's protective mask and continues to blame him for everything, like a real child. Screams, cries, attempts, everything came from Tim. He cannot accept defeat with dignity. He cannot achieve recognition from his father in any other way. For Tim, this is no longer just a dream, but a real nightmare, since even in his memories, his main enemy turned out to be John, who does not give him peace even in oblivion. Tim's screams and fears were awakened again. The one he never wanted to see again appeared in his dream. The dream turned into a real absurdity. Now he, an adult, met an adult John. He decided to look around, since nothing could be expected in this place. Everything was new to Tim. Now the stands are filled with the dead. They have driven him into a corner like cattle. He is surrounded. There is no hope of salvation, and only inevitable death awaits him around the darkest corner. Tim orders them not to come closer, but it is unlikely that any of them will hear him. Everyone will reap their peace and not leave a single living place on it. The lifeless bodies of the dead whirled around in a circle, like a dance with the devil under the moon. Selling your soul weight, you receive temporary bliss. Tim was shaking all over. Fear had completely permeated him. What he saw horrified him. In his dream, John considered Tim only food. He saw only food in front of him. Pinch Tim already. Free him from this nightmare. Show him the way out, because no one can withstand such pressure. Tim tried to push everyone and everything away, but it was unlikely that the mindless dead, who furiously attacked and saw no obstacles in front of them, would listen to him. While the boss was sleeping, it was already night, and his nightmare made him shout throughout the bus, which disturbed all the passengers in the middle of the night. He woke up in a cold sweat, as if he had been doused with ice water, which pulled him out of the depths of that nightmare. Everyone was surprised. No one could have expected Tim to awaken so suddenly. Clint and John are back together, and they too have decided to show their attention to Tim, who is having nightmares and will soon start teething. The sixes ran up to their eldest and began to explain everything that had happened to him while he was unconscious. They began to speculate about the cause of the fainting spell and pointed out that the foul smell of dried blood from the van had caused Tim to pass out and fuel his nightmares. He grabbed his head. It clearly hurt a lot, since the dream was truly terrible from beginning to end. Tim's mind flashed to the silhouette of his father from his deep past, a past that had appeared to him in a dream and plunged him into even greater despair. He sighed with relief and said that his father would not treat him the way he had done before. The night continued. The stars shone like tiny bulbs, but they could not outshine the moon with their light. They suddenly stopped and were ordered to hurry up and vacate their places. Shaven continued to explain what had happened while Tim was unconscious, and he said that all the women and children were hidden in the washed van, as it was safer. They stopped here to wait out the night and live until tomorrow, and for complete comfort they lit fires and began to warm themselves. It wasn't so gloomy in the dense forest. It was quite light, and the light from the fires provided not only this light, but also warmth and comfort to boot. The boy is getting worse and worse with every second. The scar on his mother has healed, and the man is trying to ask for help. He asks to get some meat, but Clint immediately reacts to him with aggression. John doesn't care anymore about how Clint behaves. He goes towards his goal with complete indifference and doesn't see any obstacles. Clint is absolutely right, as he orders them to find a way to get the meat themselves, rather than endlessly hoping for rescue from John and Clint. John's vision with Clint's blood gives him an incredible advantage. He's able to see the body heat of his victims and know their location in advance. John gathers everyone who is dressed in bloody clothes, and apparently he is going to teach everyone to hunt and get food on their own. They were very surprised. They were hoping for free help, and John is not a fool, and to prove that the men among the passengers are hunters, not cowards, John came up with the most correct solution, didn't throw anyone overboard, but found a method to train everyone and get rid of a lot of problems. It is unclear whether Clint is happy with such a fair decision, but John is right, as he gave them the opportunity to prove their worth. All the others were desperate because they were heavily criticized. Even if they were wrong, they certainly did not want to hunt. Tim and the shaved man glared at John, but remained silent as they were given the opportunity to feast on the animal's meat. The boy was already coughing heavily. His condition was getting worse and worse with each passing minute. He urgently needed help. The man began to understand that his son urgently needed help, and he had better hurry to get meat for the family. Otherwise, he would lose his offspring. He gritted his teeth. There were many contradictions in his head. He could not decide to hunt in the dark forest, but at the same time, he really wanted to feed his son and cure him. Still, he pulled himself together, clenched his fists, and made up his mind to get some meat for the family. John clearly knows how to manipulate people. He is good at creating contradictions for them, putting pressure on them and making them dance to his tune. Everyone instantly gathered their courage, took their will into a fist, and headed after John. Clint, Michael, and Sam were very surprised by the activity of these hopeless people. They certainly could not expect such a reaction from them, but it was as if someone was holding them. Clint thinks their behavior is crazy, but Michael contradicts him because he believes that they should stick together. Tim remained silent again. His intention to survive had disappeared somewhere, or it was a trick to show his desperation. He decided to go with everyone. The shaved one tries to call him, but he seems not to hear him. The meat will be given to those who took part in the hunt, and Tim's henchmen understand this well and also decide to follow the boss. One of the survivors noticed something strange on his clothes. Something vaguely resembling a sticker or a photograph was stuck to them. That picture caught Tim's attention. It reminded him of something familiar, as if he had seen it before. He decided to take her with him and check whether she really was familiar to him, or if it was just his imagination. The hero brought the bloody photo to his face. His reaction will tell him what is hidden on the other side. Still, the photo did not give him any pleasant emotions, but even scared him, shocked him. It covered his face with black silk. Another drop of sweat was running down his face. Nightmare after nightmare haunted Tim over and over again. Six noticed the boss's reaction. He decided to find out what had happened to him and what kind of image in the photograph had changed Tim's face so much. This photo is from Tim's childhood. It completely reflects the horror of his entire youth. Incredibly, the photo shows the ruler of City B, Tim's father, and the pervert who caused that very terrible night in Clint's life. When because of him, Clint was crippled both mentally and physically. Clint suspected something, and for good reason, because they were talking very strangely and were definitely planning something. He snatched the photo from Tim's hands, which he didn't expect at all. Would Clint be happy to see his hater? It is not for nothing that the photograph is stained with blood, as it reflects all the pain of those who have ever come into contact with the person in the photograph. Still, what haunts me is that the photograph was in the van in which the frightening creature was hiding, and how it and the Wanderer are connected to the City B. Is it true that it is a trap, and how soon they will get there? Clint's reaction is similar to Tim's, but he is much more shocked, since his childhood nightmare turned out to be the father of his enemy. In that same second, images and memories of those events that Clint so wants to forget flashed in his head. Tim wants the photo back, but Clint doesn't want anyone other than his family and John to know about it and immediately removes his hand from Tim. Tim was already furious. He bared his teeth. He also wanted to take that photo for himself. But his anger passed. Clint's reaction frightened him. Even his strength left him. When Clint realized that this pervert was his father, he changed. He became a completely different person. His aura became much more overwhelming than before. Tim suspected in his look that perhaps he had connections with his father, and from his reaction, he understood that they were not friendly. The shaved man wants to avoid conflict and pulls the elder one out of the conversation, inventing a reason for this. Six finds Clint truly creepy because he still hasn't taken his eyes off the photo. Clint had already broken away from the crowd. He had lost all desire to kill animals. He wanted to hide in the most secluded corner. He was finally able to tear himself away from the photograph, lowered his hand, and prepared to leave on the return route. He simply, silently, went to the camp to everyone. That photograph opened his old wounds and returned him again to the unhappy past. The night continued. The stars showed no signs of leaving the sky and shone with all their might. Michael and Sam stayed with Alice and Meg to warm themselves by the fire and talk about various topics. Alice asked them why they didn't go with everyone else to look for meat, and Sam explained that their zombie brother told them to stay and look after the girls. Meg noticed that Alice had a new prosthesis and asked her if it hurt and what it felt like. John did a great job, so to speak, giving her the leg that Tim took from her. She smiled sweetly in response and said something that was very convenient, and she was grateful to him for it with all her heart. Clint came back. His hunt was over. He found what he didn't want to find. Alice turned her attention to him and decided to call him, since it was strange that he had distanced himself from John and the entire squad. Michael also asked him why he was not hunting. What made him leave there? It was clear to everyone that Clint was not telling them something. What kind of excitement was he talking about? What had happened to him? All these questions visited his head over and over again. Now he turned to Alice, asking what he needed from her, since previously he had never been able to exchange a word with her. Even greeting her was a burden for him. Clint started with a difficult topic for her, as if he already knew all her motives and that she never wanted to go to B City. She was excited after all. Clint had hit the nail on the head when he asked such a tricky question. Clint understood one sad truth. John had to get along with people at the expense of hopelessness. Moreover, Alice herself understands that upon reaching the city, they will have to part ways, and this can only be avoided if they turn off the path. Clint knows how to push to get the truth out of a person, but it feels like he already knew it all. He smiled at her falsely and pointed out to her that it would be better for them to stick together, but she already knew the solution to this problem. He spoke in riddles that only Alice could understand, because even if all the problems were solved, John would not stop helping all these people. Clint said everything that was stored in her head. It was not for nothing that she agreed with Clint when he began to point out to all the passengers that they were a worthless burden. We returned to the forest at the height of the hunt, and, fortunately, everything around had already become lighter, all the conditions for a successful hunt. Tim's gang was chasing a deer with doll-like eyes, but they don't care about some eyes. They want meat and only meat. Tim is no fool and is already holding the tip of the stick and preparing it for an attack, just like I did in ancient times when people hunted with spears and bladed weapons. His strength is incredible. Even if he trains and throws a spear every time to be ready for this very moment, it is not the smartest or the strongest that survives, but the fittest. The spear hit the target and pierced the deer in the center of the belly. Now all he could do was run into the hot broth. Such a spectacular throw and such an awkward fall. Tim failed immediately after such a pathetic attack. Everyone immediately forgot about their eldest and rushed at the deer, as if they had found a pot of gold under the rainbow. Still, the deer will kick until the end of its life and will do everything to save itself from these greedy people. Six shouts at Tim to get up quickly and run to help in order to finish off this animal. The hunt is not so easy for them, Tim falls, but as never before he gets back on his feet in time to get his piece of meat. He grabs a large boulder. Apparently the deer's death will be quick but not painless. The deer continues to kick, and Tim walks a long time with his stone, but you can rely on the sixes, since they are capable of holding one deer. In the eyes of the deer, as if there was nothing and there will be nothing, the eyes of the doll have a cute appearance and complete defenselessness. Tim delivers the final blow to the deer and finishes it off, blood spurting out in all directions like a fountain. Still, Tim did his best. They realized that it was worth going hunting, since they were able to taste such delicious meat and didn't even have to share it with anyone. The sixes praise their elder for the beautiful kill and suggest not to share this most delicious meat with anyone. Shaven still can't believe that John was able to survive, and even became a sentient zombie, and all the problems are because of him. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have sunk so low. They can't trust John and want to escape in their van, replacing the wreck with a nicer car. The sixes don't have time to finish chewing, but they chatter constantly. Only Tim is silent while he eats and enjoys every piece of food he gets. Still, the six can't sit still, and he needs to ask Tim a tricky question about the photograph they saw the day before the hunt. That photo was in the truck where that creature was sitting, and the six noticed it well because it is very important information. Tim pushed his subordinate away since he didn't like such information. After all the memories with him were very terrible. Tim agreed with the plan, but asked to postpone the discussion of the photographs, perhaps for a long time. Tim had already made up his mind. His eyes were filled with confidence, and he was ready to crush them. How timely John arrived for such an interesting conversation. He considers Tim a real man of some kind of fear. All their faces changed abruptly. John destroyed their entire plan at the discussion stage and cut it off at the root. Soon, John will have the pleasure of catching Tim in the midst of executing a plan. He is about to bring Tim down from the moon to Earth and grabs him by the collar to show him where the crayfish spend the winter. Moreover, he asks to compose a song about everything that was said and perform it in tears so that he can listen to this symphony. Again and again his plan fails, and he is unable to finish it, because John catches him at the most inconvenient moment and cuts him down at the root, stopping them. John won't even let him get to the camp in peace. He'll do everything himself and drag him to the people himself. Finally, they returned. The entire fleet was in place. Every car was in place, just as it was. John throws Tim to the ground and clearly shows him his place. He must not leave the camp even a meter. He is distracted by shouts from the side. People are worried, and someone is trying to calm them down. What happened during the absence of John and the gang? Why is everyone so scared? They clutch their heads and shout that the city is occupied and there is no more salvation for them. Tim was struck by new information that they would not be able to get there, and perhaps his reaction was connected with his father. The radio says that the city is under attack by someone, and there is a rustling noise due to interference. Such news is the worst for all survivors. Tim crawled on all fours and could not believe that the city was gone, including his father. He was greatly shocked by this news, as if the sky had fallen right on him, as if he had fallen off a cliff into an endless abyss and was falling endlessly, having lost all hope even for death. In his mind, the city was burning, and his father, along with the city, was like a log among the chips. He is very upset. He cannot believe that such an influential person as his father just took and allowed his own city to be occupied. Tim is in complete denial that his father could be dead. Even if he died in his arms, he would constantly refuse to accept it. The image of his father popped into his head more and more often, as if his father was next to him every day. Tim could not deny his father's power, and his thoughts made it clear that the ruler could never, ever allow his city to be occupied. People could not know about the power of that man and had already completely lost hope of survival. Clint explains to everyone that it is too early to lose hope, and the problem is that the radio is working with interference and they do not know the full information. Because it all happened so quickly, almost instantly, Clint was only able to record this. It turns out that Clint was not the only one who heard this information and remembered Alice, as if this was all their plan to not get into the city. Her reaction makes it clear that she is definitely connected to Clint's plan. But is it true that the city was occupied? The little sister had her say. She confirmed Clint's words. Her words were supposed to make John forget about his decision to get into the city. There was no joy in her. She was completely dejected, as if even such a sweet little girl had lost all hope. She jumped on John and told him to never think about going into the city again. John seemed to suspect something. Meg's reaction seemed strange to him, as if she was doing all this on purpose. The people's reactions were sincere, as they were already completely sure that the city no longer existed, and therefore the last salvation had left the horizon. Among the people, even a crybaby appeared. Someone was overcome with despair, which plunged him into the abyss. Fate hurts Tim time after time, whether it punishes him for what he has done over time, or whether unfortunate events have come together at the same time. He was incredibly angry about everything that was happening. His father's death and the destruction of the city. He became John's hostage. All the worst things happened at the most inconvenient time, and he would not be able to find a solution to this anytime soon. By this time, it was already night. Time for everyone to go to bed. But the news did not allow them to relax for a second. People can now easily obtain food, as if it had always been at hand. They just had to open their eyes. Still, the destruction of the city bore fruit. Such power gave Tim at least a chance to stay among the survivors. But now he became an outcast for them. The impudent people decided that the city no longer existed, which meant that Tim was now an entry ticket that had expired and had no value. Even a small crumb is very hard for Tim. Now he doesn't even have those connections. Now he's not even a nobody with a capital letter. He has completely run out of strength and is being thrown around like a ball on a football field. They decided to take even the last hair from Tim's hands. Otherwise, he would also be turned into soap. The only ones who remained on his side were his team and subordinates. Only they were always loyal to him. Only they were there from the very beginning and will be until the very end. They despair, but do not give up. It is not the first time for them to lose meat and give it to those impudent people. They understood the reason for this attitude since the city was occupied, which meant Tim had lost his last trump card. And besides, Clint, who was standing nearby, heard the entire conversation. John, as always, was there and as timely as ever. He caught Clint spying on Tim, and it was no wonder he thought it was strange. Clint is not a liar and points out that John is a real spy since he approached without making a single sound. The blonde man understands that the situation is the worst. People are desperate, the city is destroyed, and the desire to find food is getting weaker and weaker each time. John still insists on continuing to follow the city, even if there is no hope left. John explains everything by the fact that with every kilometer of the path traveled, there are more zombies and less food. John's words are confirmed by the fact that children and adults were exhausted and hoping that today they would be able to taste a piece of meat. The city is quite large, and you shouldn't miss the chance to visit it, as they have already come a long way, and stopping here would be a mistake. Clint is clearly not happy with his decision. His plan is not working. No matter how much he wants to tell John that he should stop, he does not hear a single word he says. Tim seemed to notice the strangers who had been hanging around for quite some time and listening to their entire conversation. Shaved and Tim noticed them, the two gangs conspiring around each other. Clint realized that it was too crowded here, and it was worth finding a secluded place to talk about important information, since an extra word and all further actions would be wasted. Clint points out the truth, that people can constantly circle around John with his abilities. This truth does not suit John, and he remains silent. He was able to squeeze those words out of John. He couldn't protect them forever. He meant Alice and Meg, who he would leave in Clint's care. Clint was shocked by John's words, as he knew the consequences that would happen after John left them. Nothing will influence John's decision. He will leave everything to Clint in any case, so to speak, leave an inheritance. Clint is simply furious. He will not allow John to do whatever he wants and began to yell at him at the top of his voice. He doesn't like the way John thinks. He thinks the consequences will be irreversible. Tim and his whole gang will not allow his girls to live in peace. They will always plot and pester them in any way possible. Now everything is clear. John did not try to bring up something fair in Tim. All his actions were only for profit, and he is alive only because there is still hope for the city. John is not so stupid as to give a potential killer free rein to kill everyone in his path and feed everyone the meat of the dead. Tim hears the whole conversation. Now all the cards are on the table for him. All he can do is run, since he is already digging his own grave by being here until now. Tim's father is the ruler of the city, and he can give them the opportunity to enter the city without any problems. He can't do without mistrust, but he has to use it as a free ticket to the city. Tim is terribly angry at John. His ostentatious justice and mercy were just a mask. In fact, John is hypocritical for the sake of gain. Tim is only an ace up John's sleeve as long as he is confident that the city still exists. Tim would be very valuable in the city and could easily be exchanged for a quiet life in his city. But Clint was as scared by John's words as Tim was. John is confident that Tim will always follow him and will not leave him alone even outside the city. He has the right to live only when the lives of people are in complete peace and protection. Just one deviation from the condition, he will not be able to reach an agreement, and something very bad will definitely not be avoided. John puts his hand on Clint's shoulder and makes him a real promise that he will definitely keep. He swears that he will end Tim's life with his own hands if there is anything in his agreement that does not suit him. Just one hitch and he will cut off his neck and head. Tim was very scared. Because his words were sincere, he was determined, and he believed in his justice. He believed that his life would be safe. The weather completely reflects Tim's state of health. Now all the elements are raging inside him. He has one foot in the grave, on the edge of a knife. Tim runs away from here as far as possible. He no longer has a purpose in staying here. His face was covered in shadow, as if a black veil was covering him, as if every second was killing him. Even the bumps and stones do not give him a chance to escape from this ill-fated place. Everything stands against him. Every centimeter is permeated with danger for him. Tim falls awkwardly into a puddle of mud. He's already all dirty, exhausted, and weak, but everything around him is finishing him off. His fearlessness is disappearing with every minute. He grabs the dirt with his hands in rage, and his hand begins to shake. His fear knows no bounds. Failure after failure pursues him, as if lightning will strike him at any minute. Tim will not let himself be offended in any case. But these are just his words. He is weak compared to John and the others. He can only run. Still, they won't let him escape and save himself peacefully. Clint caught up with him at the most inopportune moment. Clint realized that Tim had heard the entire conversation, pointing out that Tim himself was already lying in a grave that only needed to be buried and left for eternity. Is there any point in Tim continuing to fight? Will he have a chance to save himself? Will he ever see a bright future? Tim wanted to grab Clint's leg, but he was faster and removed it instantly. Clint was amazed by Tim's strength of spirit. Even now he was climbing down the slope of the abyss. No matter how high its peak was, he climbed higher and higher. The obstacles that fate gave him, he passed with ease. Only now he was overtaken by a dead end. He bared his teeth at all his enemies. No matter how strong or dangerous they were, he always showed his fangs and claws just to survive. He rises further. No matter what the bumps, he will get up. Tim pounced on Clint, his strength not leaving him, his adrenaline constantly jumping. Clint thinks he's a fool. Even if he were the most fearless, he's very stupid. Tim's onslaught is stopped by one ill-fated umbrella, which turns out to be yet another obstacle. Clint's grin never leaves his face. He's ready to kill him at any moment and will always find a way to deal with him. Tim clearly didn't expect such a move. He attacked first and will fall first. His fighting methods are useless. He was pierced again, as once upon a time, a long time ago, the enemy's rapier did not allow Tim to win the battle, and now he was pierced with an umbrella. He no longer fights strategically, he fights thoughtlessly, simply throwing himself at the enemy, becoming cannon fodder. Again he fell. Every enemy of his brought him to his knees. He was never strong enough, no matter how hard he tried. Clint no longer had the same rage towards him. All he wanted was to punish him. He never once enjoyed it. He already steps on Tim's head with great force and shows him his place, since he cannot stand on his side to stop John. Even Clint can't convince John. He feels compassion for Tim, but can't help him in any way. He can only hurt John and mentions people eating zombie meat with the intention of using them against John. Tim is already empty inside, and now Clint is humiliating him. Even fate, which was previously kind to him, has turned its back on him. Clint is going to use him too to stop John. Even Tim's gang will be part of his plan. He hints to him that he had better find a good way to say goodbye to his people, since soon he will no longer be the boss, and his lackeys will no longer be people. Raindrops were falling on him. He had already fallen face down into the mud. There was no way to help him. The situation was one of the worst for him. The rain continued to pour down in buckets, pouring tens, hundreds of thousands of drops of the purest water onto the treetops. Tim is not swayed by the words of some people. He always finds the positive in things, a real optimist, who can only be envied for his willpower. Even now he stood up and showed all his mighty strength. Even now he spits in the faces of Clint and John. Even now he laughs at their every word, even if he is already the winner. He's already laughing like a psycho who's determined to win. Even if he's not destined to survive, he'll take a dozen like John with him. If he dies, everyone will die after him. He is a suicide bomber who will take everyone with him to the guardian of the scales, and it is he who will decide who will go where. The rain ended along with Tim's madness. The sky became completely clear and reflected that everything had gotten a little better. John tries very hard to help his beloved, whether it is all for the sake of leaving without any regret or out of genuine concern. The prosthesis is getting better and better. Now the bones will become a strong support. The prosthesis has become like a full-fledged leg. Clint pokes him with his umbrella and points out that he is fascinated with the prosthesis like a child with a toy and spends the whole day with it. He asks him to fix the umbrella since it has been broken for a long time, and he only does other things. Clint opened the umbrella and showed its condition. Now it was like a sieve and let moisture through much better than before. The umbrella has become truly useless. You can see right through it, no need. John came up with something brilliant at that very second. He would not restore its previous properties. He would add new ones. So simple and brilliant, he took some bone and put it on the tip of the umbrella. Now Clint is a warrior with an umbrella. He really liked his work. A new weapon in their time is an irreplaceable gift. John interrupted him and grabbed his hand, as his stupidity could lead to bad consequences. He warns him never to let himself be hurt by this bone, as it could become his last weapon. However, Clint was distracted by shouts from the side. Someone was very indignant about someone. A kind grandmother was sharing food with a young boy, and a man behind her was yelling at her as she handed out food. Clint finally realized that these people were also capable of helping each other. John points out that people become more expressive when they are going through hard times, even though they should have been given a chance. He is very glad that they are still human, and their humanity makes them much stronger than all the dead. Even Clint was curious about where this would lead. John did a good experiment and showed Clint what kind of people all these survivors could become. When Clint gets curious, he twirls his white silky hair and begins to wonder if he really is wrong sometimes. The eyes are filled with interest, as if every burden began to disappear, and useful people, capable of at least something, came to replace it. But the thought of what Tim would do haunted him, of where all this might lead. It's a clear, sunny morning. The birds are soaring into the sky, but looking at the sky, you would never guess that the walking dead are wandering along the paths. The rain left a heap of dew on the grass. The ground was damp and there were small puddles on it, which were seas and oceans for the small inhabitants. And suddenly a zombie attack in the middle of the forest. Someone can no longer save their hand. The dead man has already sunk his sharp fangs under the skin. Baldy turned out to be the victim of another dead man, and someone is already ready to come to the rescue and cut off his hand before it's too late. The shovel pierced skin, flesh, and bone, and part of the arm ended up on the other side. The dead man was not left unattended, and they hit him on the head with a large stone so that he would not get up a second time. His head fell to the ground and created a large pool of scarlet blood. Finally, he was dead for good. Shaven is grateful to his comrades for being able to save him and cut off his hand in time. Six turned back with a questioning look, as if someone was walking behind him. That stranger became their elder. Tim returned to them and everything around them began to shine. Tim was glad to see them, as they were his only brothers to whom he could always say whatever he wanted. They are always ready to come up with a new plan to escape. They are definitely positive. Tim grabs the fat man by the cheeks and asks his brothers to calm down, since his plan will not lead to their survival, but will take all the offenders with it. After arriving, they would no longer be afraid of John. He was completely confident in his words. What gave him such confidence? His plans include becoming hundreds of times stronger than that rotten creature that is capable of fighting without reason. John is just a toy for Tim, whose head they will cut off at any convenient opportunity. The others did not understand Tim's intentions. He seemed to have gone mad, and this made them wary. He laughed terribly, like a real villain before thinking about a new evil plan. At the same time, John is eating delicious meat, which is quite surprising for him. Clint was also surprised when he caught him doing this. It is not known whether he was happy or disappointed, but he was definitely stunned. He enjoyed the food, licking his fingers as if he was eating some delicacy. Even if there is little food, they will continue their journey as soon as everyone is gathered and ready to move. Michael shouts to everyone that someone is coming back. Apparently, John has already warned him and made him watch for everyone to arrive. Silhouettes like shadows made their way through the thicket of the forest, and apparently everyone was gathered ready to set off. They were carrying raw meat, which would soon be eaten, as many of the survivors were hungry. Tim and the whole gang returned to camp last and delayed everyone greatly. No one was happy to see them, as they were more hopeful that they had already died and left this world long ago. That same impudent fellow again shows his greedy nature. Even now he wants to take the last piece of meat. But will he be very surprised to find out whose meat it is? Everyone decided to support the man and suggested that they give up the meat and quietly, sadly depart to the next world, since there was nothing to eat anyway. Tim didn't care what these people said. His goal was to end all of this, even at the cost of his own life. Tim's indifference seemed impudent to the man, and he immediately rushed into battle for a piece of the dead man's flesh. Tim grabbed him by the collar and made it clear that he should get out before it was too late. There was not a drop of fear in him, only a mad thirst to kill everyone here, to take each one's life and gnaw their bones. The man immediately learned the lesson, like the smartest student, and stopped being rude to just anyone. John noticed this and immediately decided to stop him, but Clint was faster and stopped John. Clint pointed out to him the bigger problem that was lurking in that part of the forest, and that was where there was a lot of zombie activity, which could become an even bigger problem. Still, we'll have to go through there, and it would be better to solve this problem. And in the meantime, Tim and the whole gang got into the van with zombie meat and their plan began to work. Tim looked around and must have suspected something in Clint's behavior. He clearly pointed out the location of the problem and gave instructions for him to use his eye. John refused such help and decided to go himself and find out everything. John then ordered them to stay here until he returned, and then they would go to the city. Clint thought with some misgiving that his eye had become worse. What did he mean by that? Everyone was already gathering and taking their places, and John was heading off to explore the forest and solve the problem. The rest were already returning to camp, and from their running it was clear that they had brought back a large haul. They brought a lot of meat to the camp, and for Clint, this means only one thing, that he can begin his plan. Those who returned said that something was wrong with their condition and that they should hurry to the bus and get to their seats. The voices of the sixes could be heard from the van, and this gave them away. Tim peered through the crack in the door, keeping an eye out to make sure no one came in or saw what they were doing. The six touched Tim's shoulder, and apparently they had already come to terms with what they would have to do for their boss. They did not want to suffer anymore and came to only one way out of this situation. They decided to eat raw zombie meat in order to use their sacrifice to help Tim take revenge and take a couple of lives of his offenders. Tim could not even imagine that his comrades would so decisively go to their deaths for him. He did not even dare to hint at such a thing. Such devotion was even able to move him to his feelings, and he was able to say that they were not obliged to eat this meat for his sake. Shaved was already more determined than ever. Nothing would stop him. He grabbed his boss's shoulder and gave him the opportunity to trust. For him, everything was fine. This is probably how he wanted to die for his boss, for his senior. Even if from the outside they look like a gang of hooligan students, their members are the most loyal and honest with each other. He clenched his fist so hard that his whole hand began to shake, because every word from his mouth was the truth. A dogma that must be believed simply because it was there. They understood why Tim became such a cruel and evil person. Tears broke through the shaved Tim. He was in shock, as he did not expect such strength of spirit from all of them. Tim became so evil because he wanted to save them, save his reliable people, and he did not dare to lose them, since even the best family could not replace their devotion. Everyone in the car started crying like children, but each one made a grown-up male decision, which they came to the same second they came to think it over. Suddenly, even now, Tim was plunged into memories of winter, of a cold white blanket, of strong storms and the terrible beginning of the apocalypse. To get food in such cold, you had to try very hard and even climb the slopes for one berry. Back then, Tim wasn't so long-haired. He was shivering from the cold and got food with blood and sweat. Still, one wrong move and all efforts are in vain, as if you lost more strength than you gained. That same scar across his entire face appeared after such an unexpected blow to the icy slope. He exposed himself to mortal danger just to get a little food and give himself and others a chance to survive. He fell back into the cold snow, the attempt futile, the hope of survival smoldering like the last cigarette for a smoker. There was nothing left for him to do but die among the ice and become an ice statue. They were so hungry that they couldn't even move, but Tim didn't give up and fought equally with fate. Even now, he did not allow others to give up, but hunger had completely stifled them, and the eternal frost left no chance to rise and warm up. He couldn't believe that they had managed to escape from the hordes of the dead, and now they would die from the unfortunate hunger. His voice was very pained, but his only desire was to save his brothers. He was at a dead end, there was no food nearby, there was bitter frost everywhere, and crowds of zombies were roaming, no mercy from this world. Even the fat man lost weight, but he really wanted meat, any meat. He would have tasted even the most disgusting meat. They wanted meat, even if it was impossible to get. Tim always tried to find a loophole. He rummaged everywhere, but there were only fresh zombie corpses around. But he did not stop trying for the sake of his people. The dead were everywhere, like an anthill. They had poured out right onto the ground, and now their lifeless bodies lay with empty eyes. Tim thought that this was the solution, the dead as a substitute for meat to fill the emptiness in his brothers' stomachs. He lit a fire and was ready to prepare dinner for everyone, which would temporarily postpone the inevitable death of his comrades. Everyone greedily devoured the meat and could not believe that Tim was able to find the only salvation for them. Meat, which was once in abundance, and now they have to fight just to get a bite. Shaven with distrust, decided to ask Tim about the meat, which he had not even tasted. Tim understood his guilt, but he simply could not act differently, because he would have lost his comrades that same day. The most important thing now is survival, and then we can discuss this meat. They cried like children, but they proved their loyalty by this, so they are Tim's true friends, and the only ones. Warm feelings awakened in Tim. He was touched to the very depths, as if a ray of sunshine had broken through the deepest hollow. They freed Tim and decided not to bother him with eating the meat. After all, at that time he breathed life into them and allowed them to see even more bright moments. The first bite of fresh dead meat will lead to a lot of problems. Now nothing can be returned. Everyone thanked Tim at once and began to greedily eat the meat, as this was the last thing they would eat before the transformation. He felt enormous guilt for everything he had done. He didn't know how to atone for it all. Even his death would not cost as much as he owed. Back then, he only pretended to eat zombie meat to convince them that the meat was safe. He clearly wanted to say something. It was on the tip of his tongue, but the lump in his throat prevented him from saying a word. Then he could not tell them about that meat, since they would have died of hunger and would not have even lived to see these days. He is a complete liar. He lied to them constantly, and they were always sincere with him. Here it is. The beginning of Clint's plan. He locks everyone inside along with Tim so that he will be eaten into the bargain. He closes them from the inside so that the last ticket into the city perishes among the dead. Tim noticed a strange clicking sound outside. Now even he has no hope of survival. Before their death, Clint even remembers to laugh at them and calls their actions cute. These dogs are ready to give their lives for their stupid owner. That's how Clint described them. One last click and a wave of the hand, and everything that was in this van will stay in this van. Hunting has already become a favorite place for survivors, but hunting for John means killing hundreds of monsters to the sounds of their screams. Another dead man attacks again and again, without even thinking about who is standing in front of him. With one flick of the finger, the mad creature loses its head and is sent to hell. The monster fell, and Clint wasn't lying. This place really is not peaceful. All were defeated. The forest was filled with silence. Only the rustling of leaves gave life to this place. But still, there were far fewer zombies here than John might have thought, and that was precisely what surprised him. He remembered everything Clint had told him before he sent him here to scout out the area. He was confused as to why Clint had sent him here since there was little activity here. Besides, that strange smile on his face, all this did not give John peace, since everything in Clint's actions was unusual and for good reason. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. His eyes opened wider. He finally understood everything, and he should hurry. Still, Clint's plan was going as he wanted, as if he knew all the moves in advance and was 10 steps ahead. There were screams coming from the car, begging to be let out, and Clint stood there and pretended it was nothing. They tried to get out of him what he had in mind, but received silence in response. There were many witnesses around, but Clint didn't care. He calmly left there with a clear conscience. He took his mother by the hand and was already dragging her onto the bus, ordering everyone to take their seats as they were moving out. The mother decided to ask her beloved son where they were going, but he asked her not to ask unnecessary questions and just go. They shouted after them, but it was unlikely that anyone would hear them anymore, since there was definitely no salvation for them anymore. Clint called out to Alice, and she immediately reacted to him with surprise. He ordered her to take Meg with her and take their seats so that they could leave already. She follows Clint's plan exactly, takes her sister by the hand, and she obediently obeys her. They heard this noise and rumble from the truck, but they were not going to do anything, just go and follow Clint's instructions, since it was very beneficial for them. Shouts, noise, and screams came from the car, but everyone had to hurry and become passengers on the bus. Everyone was worried about the noise coming from the car and wondered what was going on there and what was hidden in it. Nobody understood where they were going, and they began to get indignant about it. They make good points about waiting for John, but that wasn't part of Clint's plan, so no one will listen to this guy. Clint makes it clear that they better get going soon. Otherwise, their flight will end and they won't be going anywhere. The man was indignant, but could not contradict him since he would lose his rightful place. But he was also haunted by the truck with its screams and rumble. What was in it? Such questions swirled around in his skull. Still, they decided to follow him. Since they had no other choice, he would abandon them at any convenient opportunity. First they all have to come in, and later they can talk about everything that's bothering their heads. Clint would occasionally glance at the truck, something that made him feel uncomfortable too. The screams continued. No one could shut them up from inside. But what was also frightening was what might eventually come out from there. Clint glanced at the ignition button and clearly already decided to hit the road so that John wouldn't catch up with him. He pressed the button too hard and too abruptly. Now he must take full responsibility for the consequences in the future. The old men and women were left overboard. There was no room for them. They were late. Clint is not going to spare anyone. To enter the bus, you need a ticket. They didn't have one, which means such passengers cannot even be present in the luggage compartment. He grinned insolently and made a haughty face to prove his cruel intentions. Clint orders Sam to head towards John. He definitely didn't want to get into the city and killed Tim for that. All those who dropped out ran after the bus, but it turned out to be faster than them, and soon they too would leave the horizon. They fell, screamed, and asked to come back. But Clint in the driver's seat didn't hear a damn thing. On purpose, of course. The last hope has flown away and left behind a cloud of dust. Clint is too cruel a ruler to be merciful. The truck was too dangerous for them because it contained the main danger for them, the zombies that would devour them. Tim kicked the door with all his might, but it was too strong for him. He was surrounded. The boys would soon become mindless monsters, and the door was locked from the outside. He tried to get out, putting all his remaining strength into it. He fought with this ill-fated door like a monster. He wanted to open access to survival for himself. The boss was desperate, but tried to find a way out of this situation, like an experimental mouse that was locked within 4 walls with predators. He beat against the door over and over again, but it was all in vain. He no longer had a chance to get out, only to resign himself to his fate. No one heard all the screams and calls. No one cared that there was still a man among the dead who would eat him, or, even worse, infect him. Even though he could be heard, no one would save him in such a hopeless situation. He is the only one among the brothers. Whether it is all over for him, only his determination can help him, because only it will give him the strength and energy to fight again. Tim was shaking with fear, but he knew that he couldn't die and he would definitely prove it. At the same time, the guys had already transformed. Their eyes were shining like candles in a temple with a grin like the devil. They were already ready to kill Tim. Fear filled Tim with adrenaline, but froze his body, as behind him stood incredibly dangerous creatures from whom nothing could be expected. But he couldn't die today. He had to take revenge and grab the handle of the knife to finish off his boys. They had already gone wild. All that was left was to kill them, since it was either him or him. That's how natural selection works. But Tim shouldn't see death yet. He still needs to take revenge on many people, and it's too early for him to die now. Someone was rushing quickly past the tree trunks, creating a whistle from its speed. It turns out that John was already rushing towards the camp, as he was sure that Clint was up to something, and he turned out to be absolutely right. He pushed his way through trees and bushes, knocking down everything in his path to stop Clint, as he had been acting strange lately. He was eager to find out what his friend Clint had planned, who had decided to distract him and go in his direction. The bus was racing at full speed. It would be hard to catch up with it at that speed, especially if it was constantly on the move. Alice grabbed Clint's hand and wanted to force him to go back to get those people before it was too late, since he couldn't do this to them. This plan was very difficult for Clint, and there was no way he could sacrifice it for the sake of some people. She also thinks that Clint is taking on too much, since he had to distract John in order to get rid of them. He was definitely furious after her words. If she hadn't been John's favorite, she would definitely have been in trouble. He was really tired of listening to John's nonsense. This John was constantly sticking his long nose in and teaching him morals, as if he were a little child. He threw her down on the seat, and this greatly upset Meg, as she was very frightened for Alice. He doesn't understand that John wants him to become the most generous and fair, and this really irritates him. The passengers are perplexed by everything that is happening, but they will sit silently until the end and watch everything with empty eyes. Clint was very angry. He grabbed his head and clenched his teeth as if he really felt guilty. He had been alone all his life, and suddenly out of nowhere, this John came and started teaching him everything. It was both good and bad for Clint. There were obvious bruises under his eyes. He often experienced mental pain, and his eyes swelled from tears. John was the first person Clint couldn't contradict, even if he didn't agree with him. Time after time, he took on everything and shared it with everyone, and even here, Clint agreed with him. He always wanted to avoid conflict with him, and this is what his silence led to. But all this does not mean that he always agrees with him and is on his side. He is the same person and has his own opinion, even though it is sometimes wrong. Clint does all this in order to correct John's mistakes, since only they have each other, which is exactly wrong. Every mistake will be corrected by Clint, and in the end, they will be left alone. This is what Clint wants. This is what he wants. Still, Alice told him the truth. He's not John's only one. Besides him, there is Meg, and she herself. Clint didn't like such impudence on her part, and he silently looked at her, as if at any moment his hand would grab her neck and make her beg for mercy. John also has human feelings, and he must not only give them, but also receive them. Clint was already on the edge. She was completely right. But he couldn't give her John, since he was the only one who could sympathize with him. He grabbed her by the collar and began to explain to her that she could in no way be a comrade, that she was a burden and nothing more. She was calm. There was not even any fear in her. She was truly strong. That's what a comrade in arms should be like. Suddenly, the same truck crashed into the bus, but Clint was not able to think through every step, and at the most unexpected moment, his plan began to collapse. The entire bus shook and everyone was thrown out of their seats, as if an earthquake had started in the middle of a calm day. Clint was confused. His surprise knew no bounds, since anyone could come for him. A truck pulled in behind the bus, containing Tim and his gang, who were supposed to eat him, but something went wrong. Tim was driving, and it's incredible that he was able to survive, escape, and reach everyone in such a short time. Tim had already caught up with them and was very angry, all wounded and wondering how he could have survived after such a beating. The bros were lying in the back of the van and were apparently killed by Tim. That's the man's fortitude. He escaped through broken glass, as evidenced by a piece of fabric from his clothing and a lot of spilled blood. He himself was almost dead. His breathing was heavy. He was ready to take revenge. Tim bared his teeth and promised that Clint would go to hell for everything he had done, and he would take him there himself. He doesn't leave them a chance to escape, as he steps on their heels again and again. Clint's plan began to crumble before his eyes, and he had only failed to take into account one point, and everything began to collapse like a house of cards. Tim can no longer be stopped. He makes a firm decision that Clint, John, and the others will go to the afterlife with him. Another violent collision with a bus. This battle is no longer for life, but for death. Once again, the entire bus is shaking. All the passengers are holding onto the handrails with difficulty, and there is general panic all around. Clint orders Sam to get behind the wheel and continue the escape. But it's all pointless, according to Sam. Clint doesn't like this turn of events. He has no choice but to swear and bare his teeth. Suddenly, Tim's hand breaks the glass. Now Clint is cornered. Now Tim is on top and will trample Clint to the ground over and over again. Everything is bad for him. Everything he did turned against him. All the mistakes he wanted to correct became large-scale problems in comparison. Tim was already prepared for death. He survived with all his might in order to take revenge and take a couple more people. Meg and Alice are very scared, both holding on to each other as if something immense will separate them at any moment. Clint didn't have a backup plan just in case. Now his plan is ruined. John is already heading for them, and Tim is already hot on their heels, ready to kill everyone. The atmosphere became very tense for him. All his actions brought only harm. He turned out to be a complete coward. As soon as everything began to collapse due to his fault, he abandoned everyone to their fate. The mother grabs him by the leg and begs him to save her, not to abandon her under any circumstances, and to keep her under her wing until the end of time. In her opinion, Clint is obliged to save her since she is his mother. He must protect her from all misfortunes. There was complete bewilderment in his eyes. Such impudence on the part of his mother. She dared to ask him for something when she had been acting worse and worse time after time. She continued to crawl at his feet and beg for salvation. She was already mad for her life. Her son had previously meant nothing to her, but now he was her savior. A long time ago, Clint screamed and whined in exactly the same way. He asked to save him, but his mother stood behind everyone and silently watched all this. Even if they had put a knife to her neck, she could have stopped this pervert. She could have stopped the vile father, who had already been destined for a place in the tongues of flame of inferno. Clint will save her, of course. He will save her and sacrifice the most precious thing for this. But it was she who taught him one thing that he had to do in the first case. She taught him to save himself first. Then he could think about his family. But he is right. Even if he abandons all these survivors, his character is only to blame for his upbringing. He runs away from his mother's arms, and now she has the same face as Clint had 15 years ago when he was tortured and cut. Clint can't be stopped anymore. He has already run far away from his mother since it was necessary to establish contact with him first, and only then whine for help. He jumps out the window, leaving all the passengers alone without a commander, which is definitely his biggest mistake. She hasn't even changed in many years. She only thinks about herself. About herself, she doesn't care what happens to her son, only about her well-being, nothing more. He will soon leave their horizons, but his mother still continues to point out to him that he will not be able to live a minute without her. And then the memories came back to him again. He was little, running away from his mother, and it was not too late to establish contact. He tried to shout to her. He once wanted to run away with her far, far away to leave all the problems here. Just the two of them could go on a journey and forget forever about what kind of life was in store for him here. At the same time, his smile dropped. His mother refused him. She cannot fulfill even one of her son's most cherished wishes. Only now did she begin to realize her guilt. So many years had passed, and only now did it creep into her head that she could be responsible for everything that happened to her son. But it's too late to cry and weep. Tim is already breaking into the bus and is ready to take many lives before he dies. Now Tim is not such a piece of trash. Every offender will be chopped up by his hand. It was not without reason that he decided to do this. The survivors were very scared. They couldn't do anything to the zombies, especially when Tim became one. They begged for mercy. But Tim's eyes burned with another desire. They burned like candles in a temple. His smile, like the devil's, scared everyone around. He was definitely ready to leave everyone's hopes on his sharp claws. Clint made the biggest mistake of his life. He left John's girls right in Tim's hands, and if even a hair falls from them, John will destroy each one. Alice protected Meg with all her might. She covered her with her whole body so that he would definitely not touch her. Tim was already very close. He looked into their frightened eyes. John had to hurry before it was too late. She broke out in a cold sweat. Her fear knew no bounds. No one could have expected what would come into Tim's head. Tim finally found himself happy after a long time. Even when he knows about his death, he's happy to take revenge on everyone who has harmed him in his life. Clint was already running as fast as he could. He had no idea where to run or how far. He ran where his legs carried him. But suddenly he is stopped by someone's dead hand, whose it may not matter anymore. Everyone with that skin color wants to kill Clint. It turned out to be John, and if he found out about everything that had happened during this time, Clint would be in big trouble. He was very angry with him. John was ready to drill his angry gaze all over Clint in order to finally pierce his lying heart. He was still curious about what had happened during all this time, and how such a plan had crept into his head to distract John and escape far and for a long time. Tim didn't care anymore. The blows to him were pointless. They only did something to irritate him and drive him into a rage. Alice threw herself at him with her feet. Even though she was a fragile beauty, she could easily fight off a crowd of men in the alleys. But Tim will definitely not fall for such naive attacks. He easily catches her by the leg with the intention of depriving her of the second one, so that she cannot kick as before. He squeezed her leg harder, grabbed it with such force that it would crack any minute. It won't be easy for Alice to get out of his shackles, and she understands it well. Tim is no longer the same as before. Now he is a dead man, to whom death is nothing. Now it is unlikely that an ordinary person will defeat him. Tim is a real madman. He survived even after what happened to him. Anyone would easily accept death and go with it to the afterlife. But he is not like that. He laughs in the face of death and escapes the swing of its scythe time and again. But Tim completely forgot that John had added a good accessory to her. Not only did he become stronger, now she, having 2 legs, could give good blows. Still, such blows would be a trifle for Tim, like a mosquito bite. Now even a pistol bullet wouldn't hurt him. She was amazed by his strength. No matter what blow she tried to strike, he always reflected it. Tim believes that Alice can only be taught something by force, and all because she tries to fight him on equal terms. Her willpower is the envy of everyone. Even when her neck is squeezed, she bares her teeth at her opponent. Even if her legs are cut off, she will not stop kicking. Tim is truly cruel. It's not for nothing that he got out of that truck alive. It's not for nothing that he's trying to take revenge. The last breaths of air were gone. She couldn't even say a word. John was too far away. It was unlikely that anyone would help her. Her hands were shaking, but not at all from fear. She was shaking from malaise due to lack of air. Death was not scary to her. Tim wanted to turn her into a dead person, and only then they could be together. Only then he could win her over. But she contradicted him. Tim was shocked by such impudence. Alice grabbed his cheek while he was strangling her and brazenly said that he would not dare to do this. The elder did not understand why he could not do it, why she thought so, why she was so unsure of him. She smiled back at him. Even in such a difficult situation, she did not despair, and only because she knew him well. No matter how cruel he is, he has one weakness that she will tell him straight to his face. The mask slips from her kind and naive look, and she is now the most furious warrior who puts pressure on her enemies with her charisma alone. He's a weakling. Tim has once again let his guard down along with his head in a completely different place and lost an eye. Fragile as crystal and strong as steel, it is she who is credited with the phrase that beauty saves the world. It is she who remains strong and beautiful, smart and sensible, the best woman for the best man. Tim was left in the clown's shoes again. Alice ridiculed him, and he continued to kneel and prove his helplessness. This is not the first time that the beauty has saved her little sister. Even now she manages to do the impossible. Even now she does not fail at the most inconvenient moment. She orders Meg to save herself and run away from here while her little sister holds off this madman. But the most important thing is that the youngest Jonah runs away and quickly. Meg didn't want to leave her friend alone with this monster, but she was categorically against it. She tells her to forget about her and run without looking back. The little sister wiped the tears from her cheeks and ran as fast as she could to carry out the order of her commander, so as not to let her down at the most inconvenient moment. Alice watched her go to make sure that she was already out of sight, that she was already so far away that no one could track her down. The battle is still not over. She turns her gaze to Tim and prepares to take another blow. This monster tells her to stop, but now she is unlikely to find a new weak spot for him. With one wave of his hand, Tim is able to cut off the elephant's head, leaving hope in its claws. Tim's claw swipe was so powerful that it sent Alice flying and off the bus. Tim was already bursting with anger. He was exhaling steam from his mouth like a steam engine. The impact with the ground was not weak. Her back took the full impact. This picture is very tragic. A young girl lying in front of a bus, an incredible tragedy. A mistake by the driver who hit the sweet beauty. She fought to the end, but now she doesn't even have that fire in her eyes. He didn't have that life. She doesn't even have the strength to get up and fight back against Tim. Once upon a time, it lay exactly the same way. When the end of the world had just come, when the whole world was suddenly filled with the dead and left no chance for humanity to develop. That time, Tim was very scared. His whole face was smeared with blood, but it is already unknown what would have happened to Alice if he had not cut off her leg before it was too late. She was so shocked that she didn't even have the strength to scream. She quietly said that it hurt. She didn't complain and didn't interfere with her rescue. All this suggests that she is incredibly strong. Tim was very scared for Alice. She could die in his arms, and he certainly did not survive the death of his beloved. Tim ordered his sidekick to take off his shirt to help stop the beauty's bleeding. He instantly snatched the shirt from his subject's hands, his hands shaking from fear of loss. He bandaged her bleeding leg, but it was unknown whether such first aid would save her or whether it was all in vain. He sincerely hoped that she would be able to recover. He took care of her as if she were the rarest jewel. He touched her face and said that her leg had finally stopped bleeding. It was real luck, even a miracle. He promised her that it was with him that she would always be safe, no matter who stood before him. Now Tim was in complete madness. His mind was clouded. He could not even utter rational words, but it was clear that he wanted to kill her. He grabbed her artificial leg and squeezed it tighter and tighter. Tim tears and destroys everything to smithereens. Even Alice's prosthesis is destroyed into the smallest pieces. Like a wild beast, he rushes at Alice. He's ready to die with her on the same day and take her with him to the afterlife. The willpower has run out. Now she has lost the strength to survive. All hope remains in the Savior who will arrive from time to time. She has already said goodbye to her beloved, to the chosen one, with whom fate has brought her together twice already. But now she is ready to meet him only in the other world. How harsh this world is. Even such a beauty is taken away by this cruel fate, which initially gave her all that was most valuable and took her away for no reason. Her whole face was stained with blood. It was unclear whether she would live on and delight everyone with her beauty and strength. It's incredible. She opened her eyes. She survived, yet fate was kind to her. John, as always, is on time. Always comes when the situation is already on the brink, when hope disappears. But his silhouette calls her back to him. It pierced Tim's belly through and through. He was bleeding, but he didn't scream in pain like a madman. Tim, even after becoming a zombie, did not become immortal. He is mortal, as before. Only the power to fight, as a warrior with several lives, intoxicates his mind, and he does not see the danger in front of him. Seeing the target, he goes to kill it. John doesn't care who he is anymore. He doesn't care that he is the ruler's son. John can treat him however he wants. Tim can no longer escape from the angry John, as he is more angry than ever. There is no longer mercy in his intentions, only the murder of his longtime offender. The long-haired man wants to pronounce the name of his enemy. He wants to whine at him, but the virus that has already enslaved his mind has filled his head with fog, and his tongue has become tangled time after time. Everyone was already gathered. They were standing behind John and watching Tim's execution. Clint was with everyone, and it was unclear what John would do to him for his independent actions. An ideal warrior, without fear of death, not feeling pain. He is not afraid of the enemy's attacks. He will always attack the enemy until he becomes a corpse. Tim rushes at John again. No blow will teach him that John is much stronger than any dead man. Every dead man can only strive for his strength. John was well aware of his own strength and grunted at every overconfident attack Tim made to mock him. He starts his showy speech again, which sincerely will never mean anything to him. Everything is decided for Tim. He would have taken his life in any case, even if he had not become dead. Tim's rage knew no bounds. He had experienced too much in such a short time to leave this world without taking with him a single one of his offenders. Even here, John tries to humiliate Tim. He cannot send Tim to the next world without further ado as a righteous warrior who did not die for the sake of revenge before his brothers. John's words plunged Tim into memories again. Again, he sees the old silhouette of his main enemy. Then for Tim, the time was golden. He could do with John whatever he wanted. Tim did all this to prove his superiority. He beat John to show his power and strength, as if everything was under his control. If he said so, it would be done in the near future. John fell over and over again, but he got up and continued to mock Tim's strength, as he understood what drove Tim when he did such things. Whether Tim was angry, he would beat John. Whether he was cheerful and happy, he would beat John. He had no particular mood. The main thing was that John's face was ready to take a few more blows. All this so that John would independently recognize his strength, in order to assert himself in front of others and rise above John. But John is no simpleton. He grabs his impudent hand and squeezes it rather weakly. but his intentions to break it were too strong. He called Tim a weakling, and the bastard's face immediately changed. He literally froze from such impudence, since hardly anyone had dared to say such a thing to him before. The hero acknowledged his strength. He believed that Tim was strong and in excellent health, but there was only one nuance that did not give him unlimited power. The nuance is his cowardice, which he wants to compensate for by humiliating the weaker one. Even if John had the same health, he would be able to become hundreds of times stronger than Tim. And this amazed the bully. He was shocked that his willpower was so strong. Tim was already tired of listening to his every impudent word. He wanted to squeeze it between his teeth and crush it. John's self-confidence was driving Tim crazy. He was preparing his fist for another but stronger blow. Since then, both have changed a lot. As John said, he became hundreds of times stronger than Tim. Tim became a dead man, only remained at the same level as before. The main character doesn't give a chance to win. Tim can take punches like a punching bag that can't respond. Tim was confident that he would easily defeat everyone in his new guise, but he remained disappointed, as he understands that he will die at the hands of the one over whom he always towered. John didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Tim had no more salvation. He had lost his last hope of winning, since you have to be lucky to become John's rival. Another blow, which will not be the last. But one day, one of the subsequent ones will still send Tim to another world and hammer nails into the lid of his coffin. John, even before Tim's death, tries to teach him something, as if his words mean anything. Tim was already completely destroyed. His whole face was beaten, his gums were flying out, and blood was flowing like a fountain. John believes that only Tim is self-confident here. Only he fights due to his willpower, due to his pride. He is too strong for Tim. Just one blow sent Tim flying. In the clouds of dust, Tim's face is still visible, as if asking John to hit him, as if he really wants to take a couple of blows. The character does not resist his desire, and with each step gets closer to Tim in order to finish him off. Tim spat blood. He no longer had the strength to stand up and fight back against John. Only despair before this world. Fate had punished him for everything he had done. Now he was destined to die at the hands of his main rival. He was shaking and growling like a monster, but John would not be bothered by his pitiful appearance and would not be forced to show compassion. Tim, even in the guise of a zombie, began to see the danger in front of him. His eyes said it all. John said that Tim was very tired. He was tired because it was quite hard to get, but he had already taken a person's life. Tim can't come to terms with all this. John understood all this well, but spoke with some mockery in order to finish off all the moral readiness to fight in him. John slammed Tim hard into the front of the car, and he was already trying to get up and prepare to fight back. He growled back at John. He was very angry at him, but now he was fighting for territory more like an animal. John doesn't even allow Tim to stand up. Even getting to his feet is beyond Tim's strength. John remembered everything that happened to him, how all the survivors treated him. When he beat John remembered all this, and it really ate away at Tim's heart. John explains to Tim that despite having so many good friends, the one he loves, and kind parents, he received nothing but hatred. His beloved, who always refused him, called him arrogant, which is precisely why she didn't like him. Meg always hides behind the back of our beauty and her friend. For her, she is not a criminal back and for good reason. He received no warmth from all those who praised him, all his faithful friends, loving parents, and so on. Tim ordered John to shut up. He was ready to kill him, but John's foot pinned him hard against the car. In Tim's opinion, John doesn't understand anything. Everything he says is complete nonsense to him. But he is right. Since John doesn't know his life as a whole, he doesn't know what kind of life fate has in store for Tim. Yes, he had a loving mother who played with him constantly during his childhood, and he received the warmth that John spoke of. And Tim had sunny days of his life, and he could feel all of this, and his smile shone brighter than the sun in the sky. But no matter how hard Tim tried to hold on to these feelings, they left and closed the door with a bang. All the good memories were shattered like a photo in a frame. All these memories meant only pain to Tim, as if these pieces of glass were lodged deep in his head. So in the end, everything he tried to protect, everything he tried to hold on to, was leaving him. It was all meaningless. A leaf fell, an important document that could mean a lot, but there was nothing good about it. Tim's mother was crying. That paper had brought a lot of grief into her life. Tim understood that well. He approached his mother, collected all her tears with his finger. He tried to calm her down and keep her closer to him so that she would not be completely desperate. She hugged him. Everything seemed to be fine. He tried to calm her down and she reciprocated, and tears from her cheeks flowed onto his shoulders. But what she said completely killed Tim. She regretted that he was born, and these words hurt the most. That's exactly why Tim became so cruel. John will never understand the pain of betrayal. He is nothing like Tim. Even if his family was influential, there was nothing good about it. Tim makes it clear that John will never be able to find common ground with him. Since he was not betrayed, even the pain of loss will be weaker than betrayal. But even John could envy Tim in some way. Yet even John lacked something and had to resort to envy. Tim was shocked by his words. He could not believe that John did not have what he had. As unbearable as Tim was, he had real best friends who became real brothers to him. John's words don't make Tim feel any better. Before he dies, he has to remember the silhouettes of his brothers. They shone against the glittering background. Their smiles were warmer than any feeling Tim could have received in his entire life. Will, who was the first to give his life for his elder brother, his younger brother, who made a promise that they would always be brothers. Tim was bursting. He was shaking after such warm memories, because he had lost everyone and all because of a harsh fate that took away a lot of valuable things from many people, from millions of people. John kept reminding Tim about his friends. He wanted to teach him something a second before his death, but John tried to convey to him that he himself killed his friends. All his brothers died because of him, but also because of him they survived to this day. He destroyed his brothers. Now his brothers will destroy him. He is destined to die on the same day as them, and apparently he cannot avoid it. They attacked him without any thought. They were ready to kill, even if he was their best friend, older brother, and boss. The whole gang pounced on Tim with shouts and screams. No one saw their own brother in front of them. Everyone saw prey that needed to be killed immediately. Tim tried to push them away, but the three of them could easily take on one exhausted dead man. It sends him back to memories of warm days, carefree times when they could do anything until their youth ended. One of the sixes was not progressing and was receiving friendly ridicule from his friends. Their smiles shone brighter than the garlands on the Christmas tree. That was the warmth that warmed Tim and gave him hope. They always smiled at him, were always glad to see him, and even when he was angry with them, the brothers tried to please him. But Tim didn't hesitate to smile either and was happy to smile back at his gang of hooligans. They promised each other that they would become stronger in their hobby. But Tim was worried about one thing. He thought that they hated him. Each of them made smiles in which even then fangs were visible. There was a lot of misfortune around Tim too. Even the rich and wealthy can be unhappy. That's how harsh this world is. Tim's mother was sobbing and bowing to something. She complained that only the poor and the weak can be unhappy. But it turned out to be completely different. While she bowed before the majestic statue, Tim silently looked at all this. Everything around him was betraying Tim. His loyal friends were now devouring him. He was hiding behind their backs all the time, and now they were devouring him from behind. Pain enveloped Tim's eyes. He couldn't do anything with his emotions. Nothing. Everyone around him left him alone, no matter how hard he tried to protect him. The girl he loved, whom he compared to a spring field, the beauty he was drawn to, also turned away from him. His eyes closed, but from Alice he received only cold. Even the frosty winter did not bring him such frost burns. Tim admired her. He always tried to get her attention. Even in a shared hobby, he craved her response. He reached out his hands to her to ask for help to get to his feet, and she nevertheless gave him her hand. He had clearly lost, and more than once, and she reminded him of this in an attempt to humiliate him and say that she would no longer train with him. In order to spend more time with her, he wanted a rematch, as he wanted to defeat her and prove that he was capable of something. He was very worried about such a conversation, since she is the true love of his life. He named her after the cherry tree, which signified her boundless beauty that must be preserved forever. Tim asked Alice to be his girlfriend until he defeated her. And all because he was devoted to his beloved with all his heart. His heart was captivated by her beauty. But also her thorns did not let him near her. Alice was outraged. She didn't like Tim's proposal, and she definitely didn't agree with it. Tim was very embarrassed. He expected her to be responsive, but his chances were clearly very, very slim. As expected from a non-criminal beauty, she asked him to be smarter and not ask such stupid questions anymore. He was afraid of being rejected, but time after time he tried to find a way to get close to her, but for him it was all in vain. But she was too cruel to him. Her gaze cut deep holes in him, which were imprinted on his soul. Her latest refusal struck him straight in the heart, as if lightning had touched him and sent millions of volts through him. Alice left him without even saying goodbye. That's how harsh love can be, because a loved one can heal any wound, but also make it open up even more. She watched as Tim was devoured, and it was unknown if she felt guilty for her actions. Her gaze was empty. She may have been shocked by the cruelty with which they ate him, but she could not come up and help. Tim's pain knew no bounds. His mother betrayed him, his friends ate him up, and his beloved didn't even give him a chance to show himself. Tim was initially pushed into a corner. He was always alone, and he lost all the loved ones to whom he devoted his soul. Now he too had fallen. Blood was dripping from his hands. He was guilty of what he had done, but he could not act otherwise. Everything around him was against him. Everyone watched this spectacle. Everyone froze in place after Tim was torn to pieces by a crowd of his own brothers. A real tragedy. Everything in the world was proportional. He seemed like a real villain. But what led him to this? Did he want it, or was fate so cruel that it did this to him? John put his arms around Alice. He wanted to calm her down, as he probably felt her anxiety. He suggested that she get out of here and get ready to leave this damn place. She had no expression, as if she was hiding something, and she simply nodded her head in agreement. Clint was about to climb inside the bus, but decided to turn his gaze in their direction. While he was glaring at them, someone's growl came from the entrance, which couldn't mean anything good. Clint turned towards the source of the sound. Something was bothering him greatly. Had some of the passengers already transformed? The fears were confirmed. The same boy who suffered from the virus the most had already turned into a zombie and was ready to eat his first victim. Clint began to understand that the situation was very bad for him, and whether anyone could save him was unknown to anyone. John immediately glanced in their direction, wondering if he was ready to help Clint after everything he had done, or if there was no mercy for him. A couple more centimeters and Clint is destined to die in the form of a zombie. The little monster is already flying at Clint and he can only fall down. There was nothing but fear in his gaze. Sweat was pouring down his face and a terrifying atmosphere of hopelessness that surrounded Clint. It's incredible, but the mother still decides to help her son. After so much time, her maternal instinct and conscience have awakened in her. She grabs the kid by the shirt and his short flight towards Clint ends in failure. Clint fell down. His mother managed to save him. At least once she somehow helped her son, pulled him out of trouble and put herself at risk of death. He was shaking, opening his eyes with difficulty, and turned his attention to his mother, who had saved his life for the first time. Clint was very surprised that no one except his mother rushed to his aid. Even John, who took the arrow on himself, stood aside. Mother held this little demon with all her might. It is unknown what could have happened to Clint if his mother. Even the boy was amazed that someone could stop him. He opened his mouth wide and drooled as his mind went blank. A real nightmare in the body of a child. He turned his head the other way, and with his smile instilled horror in his mother. His eyes burned with the flame of death and nightmare. He is no longer the baby he once was. He is now a mad machine for killing and spreading the virus. There is no humanity left in him. It finally dawned on her. She saved him at the cost of her life. She was able to prove her love for her son. She tried to reach him with her bloody hand in order to get his approval. She said Clint's name, her hand reaching out to him. But the shock had enslaved Clint and could not release him from his shackles and leave him alone. Contradictions played in his head. He could not believe that his mother could save him. But before his eyes, everything was completely different. The mother reached out to him, but the boy hanging on her neck prevented her and Clint from getting close to each other. Blood flew in all directions. John tore the child from her neck, but it was unlikely that she could be saved. She fell right onto the cold ground, and she didn't even have time to say goodbye to her son and apologize for everything she didn't have time to do. John grabbed the child's neck tightly, and he whined and struggled, but he had no chance against John. John began to press harder to prevent this little monster from infecting even bigger people. Clint helped his mother, but it's unlikely that anyone will help her anymore. Only sending her off to the next world with all the honors would be real help. She tried to say something to Clint, but he couldn't understand a word and stood silently in front of his mother's future corpse, and now he was very afraid for her death. Mother apologized to him. It took her a long time to prove her love and care. It was not easy for her when her son was wounded before her eyes, when they tried to cut out his dignity. Clint wasn't cold or scared, but his trembling was due to the misunderstanding of how his mother saved him. When she became so kind, all these questions were going through his head. Clint made the biggest mistake, and he wanted to correct John's mistakes. But now he will have to carry the burden of guilt on his irresponsible shoulders until the end of time. His hands were shaking, but he still tried to close the bleeding wound. But it couldn't be helped anymore. All his hopes were in vain. He presses hard on the wound. Will it help her? Of course not. The virus will soon spread throughout the body and enslave it. Otherwise, she will die the death of a mother who was able to atone for her debt, was able to protect her son from inevitable death. She said goodbye to him for a reason. She thus said goodbye to Clint once and for all, but he no longer wanted this. Her soul was already leaving her body. Tears were drying on her cheeks, but now she was able to repay the debt that had been taking too long to return. Clint ordered her to stop acting like this, but again she just wants to leave and leave him all alone. She was bleeding. Death was already looking her straight in the eye. All that was left was to chop off her head with a swing of the scythe. 15 years ago, Clint had reached out his hand in exactly the same way, asking for help. But no one had given him a ladder to climb out of this abyss. The pain was insane, but the mother did not even touch her child. Yet both parents are guilty of what they did. She languidly said his name, as if she wanted her scumbag father not to hear anything unnecessary, and she could save her son while he was not looking. The hands were almost connected, but the scum of society decided to interfere even at this moment when his son needed help. The scumbag wanted to drink after everything that this freak had done, and he also incited his mother to run for another bottle, which she was not happy about. He is a real psycho, because even now he blames the innocent Clint, who became a victim of the unfortunate torture of the perverted ruler. The mother had no say in this house. What kept her from taking and throwing this scum and spendthrift out the door? Why couldn't she help her only son? So she left him again, and he was left alone again. While the blood dried on his clothes, his mother ran for a drink. He remembered how she didn't even touch him back then and was very angry with her. But today, he can finally forgive her. She had already completely transformed and continued to apologize to him, but she still died with pride that she was able to atone for her sins. Back then, she didn't understand what it felt like to need help and have a loved one running away in fear to survive. Now her son had abandoned her, left her at the mercy of fate and given her over to the dead to die. But now she was stretching out her hand and expecting help. Her hands were shaking and bleeding. She tried to reach her son, but it was too late for an apology and everything else. Only death awaited her. Clint screamed at the top of his voice that no one would want to die in his place. No one would stand up for him and cover his back. She was still crying. The pupils in her eyes had disappeared. Only terrifying bloody streaks and an empty look. Even her mind was leaving her. Then Clint just needed a warm hand, just to grab onto support, just to give him the warmth that was taken from him. But even then, he didn't get it. Clint's tears flowed like a river. It was impossible to describe the emptiness in his soul, how many seas of tears he had accumulated. He could cry for days and nights to pour out every drop. He wanted her to simply learn from other mothers, to become like them, so that he could brag to his friends about what a good mother he had. Now he can't let her die. His heart won't allow him to. He can't lose the one with whom he's just established contact. He couldn't say goodbye to the one who saved his life in exchange for hers. John sees how much misfortune Clint has experienced. His character is only the fault of his parents. They not only did not give him enough, they shed his blood before his eyes. They left the image of his parents as maniacs in his head. The boy was really annoying John. Even his size didn't scare the boy, as he attacked thoughtlessly. All his actions were laid down by the virus, strong aggression and insane rage. The virus was to blame for everything. John had already decided to kill him, but otherwise his recovery would not be achieved. There was no way to save him. He finally squeezed his neck. The boy is dead. Now his soul can calmly go to the heavenly nursery. It can't be. There was more than one dead man on the bus. Apparently all the passengers had already turned into zombies and become slaves to the virus. John threw the imp at another dead man, and he should do something before everything reached the point of absurdity. He ordered everyone not to come near and to stay away from the bus. John was very angry about the whole situation and was ready to vent his anger on everyone. He ripped the bumper off the bus and was probably preparing it for a serious beating from the Walking Dead. The others shouted after him, but John was so angry that he couldn't even hear a single voice. No one would be able to get through to him. A plan crept into John's head on how to finish them all off at once, so that the dead would not have a chance to get out of the bus alive. Fuel and short circuit. Everything is ready for mass arson. The genocide of a full bus of dead people is ready for action. The flames flared up, and now all the sinners who sold their souls for a piece of dead man's flesh are burning in the hellish flames of Inferno. Everyone looked at the fire and felt sorry for the fact that they had relatives and friends there, whom they all treasured very much. John's resourcefulness can only be envied, but they still lost 2 transports, and they still need to get to the city. Some saw their mothers burn before their eyes. Others saw their wives and acquaintances burn. It's quite a terrible sight when your mother burns alive in agony. They shouted the names of the dead, and in the fire only their ashen silhouettes were visible, burning before the eyes of their loved ones, relatives, and significant others. John was accused of burning their relatives. The survivors considered him a madman who decided to commit genocide, but they did not understand one thing. They were to blame for all this. John pointed out to them that they were the ones who were crazy, that they didn't understand what they had done, since the entire bus was filled with dead people and John's only way out was to burn everyone in flames. It seems he understood what John was talking about. He understood his guilt, which was hidden precisely within him. Their guilt and theirs alone weighs heavily on their souls. It is the survivors who are guilty of destroying each other. Everyone here has killed their own relatives. He understood what his guilt was. He knew that zombies couldn't be eaten. He knew that no one could be fed. He saw everything as Tim and his gang collected zombie meat and could not resist the temptation. The guy said that he gave his mother just a little bit, a small piece, because he thought that she would die, and John listened to everything with a saddened face. They began to understand their guilt. They grabbed their heads and began to sob. No one could hold back their tears. Some had lost too many relatives. Many lost children, mothers, wives, and many other relatives. No one could believe in their death. Everyone apologized to their relatives for their mistake. The bus was ablaze with orange flames. All the dead people in it were burned to the bone, smoldering in the wind like a cigarette. Their loved ones were burning, and with every second their despair grew stronger. It emptied them from the inside and made them hollow. John and the girls were already leaving. They no longer had transportation. They no longer had anything. They only had each other. John approached Clint. He was killed in all respects. He made a lot of mistakes. Although with the desire to correct them, he took the lives of half the crew, killed his own mother in order to save his life. The zombie friend looked at Clint with pity. He was silent and watched as his mother choked on blood, and Clint shed one tear after another. He finished her off with an umbrella and sent her to another world, where she would be destined to meet her beloved husband. Clint's gaze was indifferent to everything. There was nothing in his eyes. He understood that John could easily abandon him, leave him alone to the mercy of fate. But he still asked the question. Clint clearly wanted to stay with John. He asked him if John would continue to be with him, if they would continue their journey. John was very angry at Clint. He had no intention of killing him, but he certainly deserved punishment. John grabbed Clint by the collar but remained silent. He remained silent for a long time. He had no words to describe his actions, to explain to this fool what and how. Clint couldn't stand his silence. He stopped when John pushed him. All his actions were aimed only at getting an answer. Whether he would leave him or take him and ask him for all his mistakes, all these questions were circling in his head. His desire knew no bounds. John remained silent, and Clint made the situation worse and worse with his annoying questions, but still tried to get answers out of him. John was already on the edge. His teeth were bared at him. He was ready to growl at him and swallow him, so that there would be no sound from him, so that he could not create unnecessary problems with his childish head. Our zombie friend yelled loudly at Clint to finally stand up and stop acting like a child, to stop thinking he was so special that everyone should bow down to him. Clint's stupidity continued. He cried and tried to squeeze an answer out of John, refusing to follow him. Clint had already fallen too low. He couldn't let John go. He begged and whined on his knees for him to forgive everything. He banged his head against John and poured out his boundless supply of tears. His pleas were endless, and all just so that John would take him with him. Clint killed his mother, even if he blamed himself. It doesn't change anything. Because of him, many people died. If he hadn't distracted John, if he hadn't gone so far, they could still have been saved. He blamed his entire behavior on his fear, the fear that made him run away from his mother, the fear that made him take the lives of those people. Someday John will get tired of all this. Someday he will send Clint somewhere far away, where he will not have to look after people and lead them. Meanwhile, the bus went out. Ashes and smoke rose into the sky along with the ashes of the dead who died the death of Vikings. The terrifying silhouettes of some still looked out the windows and left a shiver on the skin, as if a nightmare had escaped into the real world. People stopped crying and sobbing. Their tears would not put out the fire, would not bring everything back, and at least these tears would not even reach their relatives. John was already tired of listening to Clint's nonsense. He understood his motives, but earlier he had already helped people become more useful. They stopped being a burden. But Clint couldn't sit still. John had no expression, no reason to be happy. What hurt him most was losing so many people, because he had sacrificed too much to save them. He pulled his hand away from Clint. He had become a real burden to him today. All of John's efforts had been in vain, all because of one mistake by Clint. The zombie friend explains to Clint that no matter how hard he tries to understand him, they are completely different. No matter how much effort John puts in, Clint doesn't give a damn about them. He was very angry. He knew that Clint didn't trust him, but he didn't understand why. Why couldn't he trust? Why couldn't he be patient? Now John's patience was at an end. He was already at the limit, because Clint only talked about his problems. Only they worried him. Everything around him had no meaning for him. He didn't understand why Clint was doing all this. John had promised that he would protect everyone. He had promised that he would take them to the city. But why did he have to ruin everything after going such a long way? And then Alice entered the conversation. Now it is clear why she was silent when Clint conceived this plan, and all because the city did not exist in the first place. Alice's words finally killed Clint. She clearly said too much. She began to reveal Clint's real intentions. She began to show the dark side of Clint's coin. Alice told John everything, all her hidden intentions. He had thought it all up in advance that he would take everyone to the city, but it was all misinformation. John was shocked by Alice's words. He could not have expected this from Clint, since he trusted him with all his heart, and he had already beaten him twice and everyone at once. His reaction made everything clear. She was saying everything straight to the point, and he himself trusted her and told her all his intentions. And he planned all this in order to take everyone not to the city, but to the enemy's lair, so that more people would gather around him who could cover him. Alice made him so angry that he said everything he thought about her. He ridiculed her mother and even brought up her family in conversation, which John definitely will not tolerate. Clint is not going to remain silent either. He pointed out that Alice behaved in exactly the same way. She was silent in order to stay with John more often. Even his beloved fell for this proposal. Even her greed took over her mind and forced her to go for it, to go for the falsehood and carry out Clint's plan. She also began to feel guilty. Clint revealed her intentions, and everyone around her turned out to be liars. Clint hadn't expected such a betrayal, as they were both at a disadvantage to speak of their intentions. But Alice was still quicker than him. He's already crossing the line, and soon John will join the conversation and throw in a few sweet words to Clint to keep his mouth shut. However, John couldn't stand it, and now Clint will also get it in the neck for the merits he's already accumulated quite a bit. Could Brother Zombie really give Clint one easy answer, one punch and silence? What could be better? John's blow hit Clint with a force he had never received from his only friend. But still, without force, he understands nothing. John's slap was so powerful that it sent Clint flying and gave him a less than soft landing. John understood that he had also used too much force in his anger, and he didn't even seem to want to create a conflict. But Clint had already forced it. The brother did not stand aside. He felt guilty and decided to help Clint because he was truly wrong. Clint threw away his helping hand. Now after that, he doesn't need anyone. John means nothing to him anymore. The slap was really hard. Blood was flowing from his mouth and there was a noticeable dent on his cheek. Who is this impudence? Clint can boast of his fearlessness to anyone, since no one dared to spit in John's face in the guise of a dead man. Clint now speaks completely differently. He already hates him more than anyone else. What is the parallel in his attitude towards people? when he whines and begs to stay, and when he spits in the face and hates with all his heart. He cried, but laughed in response to John. From the outside, Clint is two-faced. All his actions are unpredictable. He constantly does whatever he wants. In Clint's opinion, John has achieved nothing except a loving woman and a child to look after. He spitefully tells John that he has nothing to talk about with him. He believes that no one would ever want to deal with John. Clint thinks correctly, but skeptically. He believes that everyone in this world is trying to get ahead of the other. In pursuit of the dead, you just need to be faster than your friend. John didn't like Clint's thoughts, but he remained silent. He didn't interrupt Clint, since he probably already had his answer prepared. But still, Clint didn't understand why he hung out with weaklings, having such strength. Why didn't he abandon everyone to their fate? John's answer was short and to the point. Everything he does is because his parents were ordinary people. Clint was struck by the answer, but he didn't fully understand what John meant, what family he was talking about, what it meant to him. John's parents were ordinary people, like the answer of a small child. But what that answer contains has real value. Clint will never understand what John tells him about his family, ordinary people who had genuine love, genuine warmth, and joy. And Alice was hurt by these words. For John, the death of his parents was a turning point in his life, and she understood this well. Yet John's parents became zombies before his eyes. They ate him while he could feel everything. But once they smiled brighter than the sun, he could feel their warmth. And the younger sister is also ordinary. How can he abandon such a cutie, even if she is ordinary? How will his conscience allow him to deprive her of attention? Alice, his beloved, is also an ordinary person, so what could make John leave her halfway? All those people he has protected so far are also ordinary people. Each of them is ordinary, and now how to come to terms with the fact that they will no longer be there, just like with the death of his parents, to regret it for the rest of his life. Among those is Clint himself, who made John feel special. Aren't they all just ordinary people? Each of them is ordinary. But John, by the call of his conscience, cannot leave them. He is the only person among them all. Everyone understands that in order to live in comfort, one must become stronger. But still, the strongest one bears the most responsibility. In the first half of life, when everything was normal, when the end of the world had not come, John was constantly beaten until he bled by Tim and his gang. He could never fight back even against one of them, and he didn't have a chance to compete with the crowd. While he was being beaten, he could not respond in any way, and the only way to emerge victorious was through a cunning move. His eyelids opened with difficulty, his strength left him, and at any moment he could find himself in the world of dreams. Tim and his minions were truly cruel, as they beat him until his fists bled, and it was clear that they got incomparable pleasure from it. Tim's smile was very sinister, but John couldn't do anything to him. It was all because of his connections and his father. Even Tim himself said that John shouldn't make up anything unnecessary and should keep his mouth shut, otherwise his family would be in big trouble. John understood the situation he was in. He couldn't answer anything, since his parents were ordinary people who couldn't protect themselves in any way. Brother Zombie points out to Clint that he can't even begin to contemplate the idea of leaving someone. It is not that he can live in complete peace, not that he is destined for an easy and measured life alone. Throughout John's life, there were bright moments. There was happiness and joy. But there were also grief, despair, and tragedy. John suppresses his anger for a reason. His whole character has its own catch. He endures all this not in vain, but with one goal. The reason for all this is incredibly simple. There is nothing difficult to understand that John does everything for a brighter future. After yet another abuse, interrogations awaited him at home. His parents were eager to find an answer. His little sister constantly looked at all his wounds. They were worried about him, but he couldn't tell the truth. He had to constantly lie and avoid answering so that Tim wouldn't bother him. He always remained silent in response to them, but at some point they would have suspected something and would have definitely gone out to investigate. Still, they decided to go to the school to find out if he was being beaten there, which is exactly true. The parents smiled again and wished John all the best, even offering him dinner like real parents. He always wanted to protect them. His lies were a way to protect them. He always did everything for their benefit. John wanted to protect their warm smiles, their joy and happiness, to look at and even admire their sincere kindness and humanity. All John needs is to protect ordinary and inconspicuous people who, all together, like a puzzle, assembled a harmonious picture. His words struck everyone. Everyone was touched by these words. Since the survivors could not hear anything better, everyone expected John to demand a benefit from them. These are the values that drive John. This is what John was trying to get into the head of Clint, who always wants to be alone. These bright images were the most valuable thing in the zombie brother's life, and they are truly beautiful. Every smile warmed him more than the hot sun. John simply has to see all this again. Those bright smiles that warm him to the depths of his soul must flash before him again. Even if he can't go back to the past, even if everything can't be returned to the way it was before, there will be happy people who will walk along the alleys and give sunny smiles to this world. Every survivor burst into tears at John's words. No matter how simple they were, they truly touched and warmed everyone around them. John still has hope that there will be a person like him in the world who can find true happiness. People survive only so that the world is ruled not by the dead, but by ordinary people. There is no choice for John, since wandering around the world in complete solitude is not something he even considers. John points out that his mother's death was very hard for Clint, as they only just managed to make peace. It kills you inside? Clint won't be able to come to terms with his mother's death after what she did. Finally, Clint's memories began to bring him warmth, and his mother's smile was no exception. It was already impossible for him to hold back his tears, since he was wrong from the start, and John should have explained this much earlier. Brother fell silent. He was finally able to convey to Clint about real values. Clint refused to accept his words, but his face said something completely different. He was crying and understood his guilt before everyone. Even if John's words are true, the truth, dogma, it's all meaningless in Clint's opinion. After her death, Mother did not think that she would be able to repent for everything she had done. What is the value of such a rescue when you die, having only recently atoned for your debt to your son? John now listened to Clint talk about how he was alone all the time and never felt any warmth from someone. Throughout his thorny path, Clint had never experienced such precious happiness. He wiped away his tears and said that it would not be difficult for him to continue to remain alone without any happiness. John grabbed Clint's head between his hair and prepared him for a manly embrace to soothe his soul. It was a manly thing for John to do, even after all he had done, to go and forgive him for his mistakes. Even the men were moved to tears. Each one poured out streams, rivers, seas of salt water, and yet it was only one serious conversation. Even Leo, an adult doctor, did not stand aside and could not help but shed a tear from such warm words towards all people from one intelligent zombie who has much more humanity. But something suddenly distracted him from all the misfortunes, from everything that had happened, and from all the warm words. It's incredible. A military helicopter flew over the mountaintops. Does this mean that the city is very close? Leo's expression immediately changed. He was very surprised by the sudden appearance of a helicopter on the horizon. Clint and John also paid attention to him. Apparently, salvation had overtaken them. Finally, they would be able to avoid the next bad weather. No zombie could fly the military helicopter, only a human could save them. The helicopter driver reported to his headquarters that no people were found within a radius of 10 kilometers. Is there really a real person who can pull everyone out of this abyss of failure? He asked headquarters for permission to take off again in order to return to the city. John watched him to find out in which direction the city was and the people who had been saved in the same way. There was no joy visible on the brother, as if he was already prepared for this. He just calmly dragged his beloved towards the helicopter flight. The survivors immediately forgot about their business. They hurried toward the city in order to finally escape. They had traveled too long to get here, lost too many people, and finally got here. This is what happiness looks like for survivors of the apocalypse. An oasis in the middle of the desert. A real civilization. All roads led to it, and the helicopter's air route even more so, and now we can breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone got to the road and was already running headlong in order to quickly get protection from the city. Everyone was jubilant. Everyone was able to go through this difficult path of blood and sweat. Many left behind the lives of their loved ones and significant others, but were still able to get closer to salvation. They decided to settle down in a clearing before heading into the city and began preparing to enter it. Sam pointed to something that struck him so much he just beamed, because in front of him was something that could only bring joy. He saw survivors making their way into the city through crowds of soldiers, and everyone was allowed inside. They were screened by the military before entering to ensure they were not infected. Everything around began to shine. All the misfortunes were behind us, which means we can celebrate and rejoice with all our hearts. Only Clint was not happy about the arrival, and there was only one reason that made him uncomfortable. The ruler of the city was a real freak, and nothing could be expected from him. For some unknown reason, they lit a torch. What motivated them, even if night had fallen, a better source of light could always be found. Now everything is clear. A torch is different from a dead person. Zombies are afraid of fire, and this makes it easier for the military to understand who is a dead person and who is a human. And the connection worked. You can see right away that we are not far from civilization, which means that salvation is not far away. The phone caught a signal, and it was not even a momentary joy, since a smartphone is already an irreplaceable thing in the world. Everything in this world is not just a coincidence. It was not just like that he was able to find the phone, and it helped him a lot. The guy changed the SIM card in it, and it worked like a Swiss watch again. Since the boy didn't save anything and deleted the photos altogether, he didn't have a single photo or memory left. This upset him greatly, since he had lost everyone and could not remember anything. The zombie brother could understand the survivor, since relatives and memories of them are the most valuable things. Joy gave way to sadness. What a fine line there is between these states, and how terrible is the pain of the absence of memories. John doesn't know why he needs this boy's phone number. He has no one to call, and all his relatives are right at his fingertips. The boy could not expect such a request from him, but his conscience would not allow him to refuse. John was ashamed to ask him for something, although he could ask anyone here, but his sense of justice did not allow him to do so. But the young man is not so pitiful, and without any pity and greed, here is sincere gratitude. John didn't even expect such a kind reaction from him, as he was sure that it would be much more difficult to beg a smartphone from him. But still, the smile showed that he understood that it was not all over for these people and that future generations could be safe. After such journeys, people truly begin to value their own lives, and the one who saved them will be a kind of deity for them. The stars sparkled between the trees, and John didn't know why he needed Clint, who probably wasn't expecting him very much. Finally, Clint noticed his presence and was able to pay attention to him. Clint pointed out to him that he would be going into town, and John knows this better than anyone. John also knows what kind of person Clint really was behind the mask, what his nature was, and who he was. From the very beginning, John was right. He was almost always right in any situation. Every word of his meant the truth, which must be believed without evidence. Clint made it clear to John that he realized that they were completely different, that there was nothing similar about them from the start, and that was not at all encouraging. But John doesn't need boring conversations now. In the middle of the conversation, he called Clint's number, and here's why he needs that guy's phone number. Clint was surprised by John's suddenness. Maybe he couldn't expect that John knew his phone number. He asked him to save the number, since now he had a phone and he could call him at any time or inform him of danger. Something about the city was alarming John. He asked to contact him if something suddenly happened, and this city was a real lair of the main enemy. If Clint ever forgets the number, he can ask the person he was traveling with for it. Clint kept shouting at John's back, but he was unlikely to react to even one shout. Clint wasn't sure if the city existed, and he couldn't be sure of the safety of all the survivors while they were in the city. He asked to leave him alone and never appear in his life again. But all his emotions said otherwise. He thought completely differently. He understood that John would never want to see a man like Clint again, would never want to have anything to do with him under any circumstances. Alice and Meg were waiting for John and wanted to get away from here as soon as possible so as not to meet this pathetic child in an adult's body again. Alice felt partly guilty and that she was also to blame for their separation, since it would be hard for John to recover from such a betrayal. Clint screamed and screamed, but John ignored him, like a parent who, when offended, begins to remain silent, giving the child the opportunity to understand his own guilt. John was about to leave without exchanging a few words with Clint. He picked up Alice in order to carry her away from here. Clint kept shouting to attract attention, which he could no longer win in any way. The brother took his little sister by the arm, carried Alice in his arms, and silently walked away, leaving the horizon. If the city suddenly didn't exist, Clint asked John to take him with him on a big journey where everyone would finally become friends. He stood there for a long time and waited for an answer from his zombie brother, but he never got anything. With each step, they got closer to the horizon and left Clint's horizon without saying anything. Alice decided to turn her gaze to Clint. He was filled with curiosity about what she wanted to see there. Suddenly, John stopped. Did he really decide to find the strength to reciprocate Clint's feelings? Which means only one thing. They can have many new adventures. Incredibly, John swallowed his pride and allowed himself to give Clint a chance. But will everything be as bad as they think? There was some fear in Alice. She turned to him, but it was unknown what was troubling her so. John smiled sweetly back at her and said that they would go look for a new home, which meant only a happy future for their entire little family. Those words touched Alice very much. Salty water flowed down her cheeks. They did not stop flowing down like a waterfall, the most beautiful waterfall of tears of happiness. She wiped away her tears and sweetly agreed to such a great decision, as she was very scared that he might leave her at the end of this path. Meg's joy knew no bounds, and Alice didn't know where to go after such a sweet confession. The beautiful moon shed its pale light on the people, but the fact that it was full indicated that unexpected events awaited our heroes. That same wanderer whom John still has to meet, and the one who is somehow connected with the city, and most importantly with the ruler, with Tim's father. That creature was truly terrifying, and it was exactly what Tim called a human. According to the stranger, this monster was very tired, and was also badly damaged after some work for some family. The wanderer was looking for someone, and this search brought him a lot of problems, because he would be very angry if he did not find his goal. That creature had human faces on it. That's what scared Tim so much then. It was this monster that was hiding in that mysterious truck. The wanderer could talk to this monster and even responded to its aggression with laughter. If this creature is a side effect of the city's experiments, then what might await our heroes at the entrance inside? The wanderer noticed nearby that the dead were greedily devouring someone, but it took him a long time to realize what was happening under his nose. He decided to give them careful attention and even got up from his corpse machine and rushed towards the zombies. It can't be. How lucky was he to have met the gang once, and even Tim himself, whom they absorbed. The wanderer once again shows his gigantic strength, and it amazes again, as he throws two of them into the air with one kick. Still, he found what he had been looking for so long. Everything was written before his eyes, like an open book. You can read everything about him. It's not for nothing that the eyes are the mirror of the soul. It seemed that even signs of intelligence were able to be preserved in Tim. Since his eyes were not empty like those of the dead, he could still think. The wanderer looked at him clearly and examined him completely from head to toe. The chains and handcuffs that he is shackled with do not give him any peace, and the bandages that are wrapped around his entire body are even worse. From his cloak, he began to pull out a certain photograph. Could that family really be Tim's family? He held up the photo and compared the dead man's body with the photo of the one he was looking for. And it would be really bad if Tim was the one he was looking for. All fears were confirmed. The wanderer is directly connected to the ruler, and it is for his family that he works. He still found it, which means Tim still won this battle with John, since he was able to get out of this situation dry. It turns out that the stranger had previously known Tim, but they hadn't seen each other for a long time, which is why he almost didn't recognize him. They were supposed to see each other for the last time before his birthday even arrived. It couldn't be. The wanderer called Tim his older brother. But Will had been killed long ago, and that was exactly what Tim couldn't believe. The younger one asked him to shut up and not to irritate him with words about how his brother had been dead for a long time, and that he had no more brothers. He didn't want to spoil his good mood, which is why he shut Tim's mouth in advance so that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary. The wanderer's goodwill still needs to be earned, so Tim will have to be a good boy to win his love. He pulled the gloves over his bandaged hands and confirmed everything by saying that they were still one family. You can't quarrel from the very beginning. First you need to become friends, and later you can quarrel like children. Initially, it is necessary to break off relations with Tim. But for what purpose, and why does he need a needle? Will Tim really become part of this creature connected into one? Suddenly, the monster began a dialogue with the wanderer, and he immediately noticed their intervention. They said something incomprehensible, which only this strange stranger, who was unusually strong and had a character unlike anything else, could understand. Everyone's faces became too talkative, as if they were humming something like an orchestra. The wanderer pulled out a thread and a needle. He certainly didn't prepare them for knitting, or Tim would become his new material. He threaded the needle, which couldn't mean anything good for Tim since he would be the next product. He was very scared for his life. He couldn't even save himself. His father is a real psycho, since he allows such things to happen even to his own son. The survivors were already stepping towards the gates, and each had torches, which together shone much better than any lantern. The soldier noticed a crowd of people in the darkness in front of him, and torches really helped to see them in such darkness. Leo was responsible for everyone and led and was in front, and also reported for them all. The soldier does not lose his vigilance and takes a stance to react to an attack or an enemy. The people here are unusual. Each one was equipped with different technologies to analyze their enemies or allies. Apparently, they were able to pass the selection, and the passage will be open to them after all. Doctors are very valuable at such times. Everything in this city is very serious, and at such a time you always need to be on guard. And so it is with the military in the city. The man forwards all the received data and asks for permission to enter to these people. His look is very tired. Could this indicate something bad is happening in the city? Finally, the gates to the city are open to them, and they will be able to escape from the crowds of the dead. Everyone froze in front of the gates, as if they had entered the afterlife, and the guard of the scales gave them passage into heaven. The guard let them in, which would have been a real blessing, but something was bothering them. That creature that worked for the ruler of the city. The survivors did not expect such an easy entrance to the city and froze a little in surprise, as they had experienced a lot during the time it took to get here. The guard was tense at this reaction, but Leo calmly decided to finally enter the city. Some rejoiced, others were happy, and some expressed gratitude for the warm welcome. Clint felt uneasy entering the city of the one who had bullied him 15 years ago and brought everything to a terrible absurdity. No matter how hard his legs moved, with every step he was getting closer and closer to the entrance. Still, he couldn't go without one zombie friend and kept turning around to see him. The others called for Clint to hurry up and enter the gate faster, otherwise it might be too late. Still, he hoped that he and John would be able to meet again. But would everything be so bright and colorful in such a civilization? It was very hard for Clint to enter this place, and every step became more and more difficult, as if he was chained to the car and dragging it on his back. The full moon did not say anything good. Complete distrust of the city because of the strange incidents with the Wanderer and the ruler. It transported him to John and the girls. John still couldn't forget Clint, and he kept remembering him and everyone else. Alice made the right point. If Clint doesn't write, it means everything is fine for now. Meg knew that John was lonely without Clint, and she asked him a question about it. There was never a drop of self-interest in her eyes, and her smile was always the most sincere. She hit the nail on the head with her question. John was really missing Clint, his whining, and everything that was in him. Even if the question was tricky, John was not angry with Meg. If it had been another person in her place, he would have reacted in exactly the same way. He pointed out that Clint had already chosen his future path, and this meant only one thing. Everything would be fine. Our zombie brother was worried that he might have taken his girls with him in vain, since things could have been much better in the city. And suddenly John turned his attention to Alice, and yet he understood that she had no other choice but to lie so that John would not leave them in the city. Alice won't let John leave them, even if he doesn't want to take them with him. They won't care about his decision or who he is. Silly John still had some conflicts about this, and it bothered him a lot. Alice is far stronger than all of John's enemies, as she can stop John with a flick of her finger, which she often uses to stop John from saying too much. In her opinion, people are thirsty for a new life in order to get rid of and forget about the old sufferings that torment them with their presence at the present time. Alice's words amazed John. Now both are able to throw around beautiful words. When people lose a loved one, they start looking for a replacement to take away the pain of loss, but they haven't been able to lose John yet, so they're not going to look for a replacement. Her genuine smile is much more pleasing than its absence, and until this moment, John may not have realized this. Appearance is not important to her. What is important to her is that, having become so strong and powerful, John remained himself without changing his priorities. She pointed out to him that he couldn't forget the past, so why should they forget about it? They should continue to cherish the happy moments and come to terms with the bad ones and throw them out of their heads as far as possible so that they don't interfere with their life now. Our brother couldn't say a word. He was amazed by Alice's kindness. He froze like a stone, and she caressed him so that he would calm down and live as he was. Eli was confident in her abilities and could definitely protect him from all dangers. John was behind a stone wall. They made plans together to raise Meg as if she were their daughter, which made her very, very happy. Even if they can't have children because of John's body, our beauty doesn't see anything wrong with that. John was confident in his abilities, and everything would work out for him, and everyone believed in him anyway. She will definitely laugh with all her soul, like a child, any minute now. As expected, John became himself. She is good at calming him down and distracting him from unnecessary thoughts. After such a disgrace, John felt ashamed for a long time, and the girls added fuel to the fire with their laughter. Yet we were transported to a majestic city with an ill-fated ruler. The survivors were stepping somewhere, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Everything even turned out very well. Someone was watching them, though, and it turned out that two people were missing from that crowd, and they were Alice and Meg. Incredibly, the ruler and his subordinate discuss all this and recall that those people will be food for some cattle. Everything was terrible. Tim's father is a real madman, and his son is not far behind. Even such a businesslike person was forced by something to get up from his chair and go to the cameras to take a look at one handsome man whom they had not seen for a long time. Even after so much time, he did not forget about him and waited a long time to admire his beloved boy again. Even now he considered him handsome. His crazy love for children was terrible. It was not for nothing that he did such vile things like his son. The ruler saw a lot of energy and sensitivity in his eyes. All this made his animal instincts awaken. Clint is like a barrel of wine, only getting sweeter with age, and only this pervert has such feelings for him. He wanted to see something that over time became even more interesting to him. He wanted to know the reaction of the weak animal, who had lived in the darkness for a long time, and he would plunge him there again. The guard opens the gate for the survivors, and apparently the feeding has already begun, with the worst for dessert. The crack in the gate emitted a strong light, and it was this light that Tim's father was talking about. The gap became wider and wider. The light became very strong, what was stored behind these doors. All the people were blinded to the point of burning in the eyes, and no one could see anything in the rays of this radiance. The smoke dispersed throughout the room. According to the ruler, the reaction of the people would be darker than he could have thought. They broke through all his perverted expectations. Leo was shocked for a reason. He was scared. He didn't understand what was looking out of that door. It was a real nightmare, the likes of which they had never seen before, something that could destroy all hope for the further development of civilization. This is the real horror in everyone's life. A circle of white chalk on the floor will not save you from this. Such evil spirits, which were kept locked up, will reap all the survivors from minute to minute. Clint froze. Surely he hadn't expected to see something like this. Although yes, he had never seen anything like this. It was a real horror for him. The reaction was truly gloomy. That's what kind of a beast our ruler is. This madman turned out to be an experimenter, just like Tim. This is exactly what he wanted to see. This kind of reaction was priceless to him. He laughed evilly, like the main villain. Yet the city turned out to be the lair of the enemy of humanity, who wanted to achieve immense power through experiments. Millions of people have already fallen into his trap. Each one was given over to be eaten by the dead, and he considered each one a naive friend. At the same time, John was putting Meg to bed, and she finally went to bed. Clint didn't call them. Everything was calm for them. But that creature that stuck its hand out of the gate didn't give them any peace. While their friends and acquaintances are dying, they just want to have fun when their little sister is lying nearby. They almost touched lips. Finally, everything was fine. They were together, and everyone was happy. But suddenly they are interrupted for the second time. But John still calls Clint and summons them to his place. The brother lifts the smartphone closer to himself and realizes that his fears have been confirmed. It can't be. Clint is in complete danger and he urgently needs help. John needs to hurry already. They were placed in a cage and perhaps they will soon be experimented on or simply sent to feed the dead. They fell right into a trap. John himself put everyone's lives at risk and almost set up his girls. The dead were already greedily reaching for their future food. Their number was astonishing. They had clearly been collecting them here for a long time. He is completely satisfied with his actions. A real villain who made everyone understand how harsh the world is in the apocalypse and no one can be trusted. But it is too late to say anything. John and Alice were already preparing to run to help their comrades, as they had promised them that they would get them out of any trouble. The shadow of the city, a cruel father, a tyrant ruler, a pervert with a terrible character and a madman, when he was put in charge of the city, no one thought anything of it. The saviors of this city have already arrived and are ready to administer their justice in it.